JavaScript and React and everything we're going to complete. Welcome all. Maybe I'm a 2 minute late. Sorry for that. And we are going to start now. One sec. Let me actually a bit busy. It's a Sunday morning, so one sec. Let me also. So we'll start from where we have left. We are first going to complete the JavaScript part, which was remaining, and then we are going to continue with the React part. Okay. So okay. So as always, attendance will be taken actually 3 times, and I will give the attendance 3 times. And today all the classes will be taken by me only. So thanks, Mawsam, for taking the CSS part yesterday. Okay, and let me write. Welcome all. Maybe yeah, it is going fine. Yeah, so I'm able to share my screen also. Oh, maybe I don't want to share my screen right now because no, not want to show with this because we are going to do the last part of JavaScript first. Okay. So today first thing is that with JavaScript basic I have to complete, then JavaScript DOM and then JavaScript async. Then we move to React. React both everything we're going to complete the class based component and the functional components. So everything we are going to complete. Okay. So this is like a complete thing which we are doing, and this is the second time we're doing this complete thing. And after that you just have to as you know, you have to do the projects, and those are also there on our channel. And we're going to have those big projects things also a lot. So like that we had a 10 front-end mentor projects in 10 hours, in n hours, and we took around 6.5 hours to do that. So something like that we are going to have more also on this channel, so that you can get those projects also. So maybe again some front-end mentor project this week, and then we're going to have some JavaScript projects. Okay, so this is like one sec, let me open, let me see. Three attendance were taken yesterday, not two. So one in the mid, and the three attendance were taken. So today also three attendances will be taken. Okay, wait a sec. Actually, I want to see this thing. I need to see this chats also. So maybe let me a sec. Let everyone else to also be joined, and I want to open this somewhere else also, so that I can see what you people are doing on the chat. As it was a sun. So one sec. One sec. I'm just we'll just start because I have to see what other are chatting and all. So I have to open this in my another laptop. Okay, and I can see only two likes. Please, seven people are there and only two likes are there. Please do like this, and if you're not subscribed, please do subscribe this. And this is going live on LinkedIn also. Okay, so please do like and subscribe. Please, I am only seeing 4 likes. Please do like, and I once I see all the likes, we will start. Okay, so please do like, because we're doing so much. See, this is a Sunday morning. I could have done so many things with my family and all, but I'm doing this so that you all can get a complete thing, complete live experience. Complete live experience you will not get anywhere. See, these courses and all you'll get everywhere. This courses is full on YouTube. If you give 500 bucks on Udemy, you'll get a course. You'll get a course, but you'll not get this live experience. Okay, okay, but you get there were 3 links shared. Okay, you go through that again. You got 2 links. It is not like that. 3 links were shared actually. One in the morning it was shared, and one towards the afternoon. I think around two I have shared, around two. I don't remember, around, no, I cannot share. No, 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 no. Nothing can be shared. externally. If you want, you have to go back to that thing. Okay, so it is not like that for one person we can change the rule. No, we cannot change the rule. So you have to, if you want that link, you have to see these recordings. See, right now if you see the recording, you won't be able to see that. Okay, so right now if you see the recordings, you won't be able to see those links. So the recording, I will suggest today evening you see it. Okay, so then you can see it. Anyways, I will give the participation certificate, and there is something more bigger than the participation certificate, which is the completion certificate. For that you have to do some projects. So if you miss the participation certificate, you can target the completion certificate, which is much better than that the participation certificate. I am giving a lot of things in that in the completion certificate. The completion certificate will be done by the people who are really they want to do something in their career. They are not just watching Netflix here. Okay, this is a lot of people have who just watch for years and years and don't do anything, don't take any action from their side. But for the action takers, I have a different certificate, which is the completion certificate, and they are invited to my private WhatsApp group. This is a different WhatsApp group. They're invited. They can ask me any question there. There I do their one-to-one career guidance, mentorship, everything I do. It is lot equivalent to my paid courses. Not exactly like my paid courses, but lot equivalent to. You get lot more perks there. Lot more perks there. Okay. Good evening, Asma. Okay, Asma. I will tell you to actually join from one sec. I will do that thing. Okay. So please, whoever is watching from LinkedIn and other places, please do join from my YouTube, because see what is there. What happens, whatever I give the give this chat and all the chats and all which I give, that goes to YouTube only, that doesn't goes to LinkedIn and all. But maybe I will paste the paste this. So this is actually I'll show this. This is actually going live on LinkedIn also. So if I go here, view profile, this is going live on LinkedIn also, but I don't want people to see it on LinkedIn, because it is going on LinkedIn. That is fine, there is no issue there. Okay, so I'll join this live and
So this is actually I
okay. So good morning, please join this link. Okay, please join this link and watch it from YouTube. Okay, LinkedIn is not allowing me to target my link. Please join it. Please see it from YouTube. It will much better, because the thing is that when I write something on my, I'm using a streaming software. From there, whenever I write something on the chat, it doesn't goes on the your LinkedIn. So that's the problem is there. Okay, so that is there. And my, if you have missed that form, please don't worry about it. It is not a big thing. You just see the recordings and you can find it. Means I'll hold it for you. Means I will give the participation forms also. I will take the count by tonight I will take. Okay, so you can watch the recording. So how to watch the recordings and all, so that is there in my YouTube channel. Okay, okay, let me also give. Okay, I should not have closed it. So what I will do, I will give the this thing. So I, those who have not watched, this is the day one day one link. I don't know whether the chat this day one, the okay, the chats are also available. Okay, the chats are also available. So you go through the whole thing. So you all know that first half an hour I gave the, so this is the link I have gave. Similar to this, I have given some link around, I don't know where. I've given somewhere in the mid, and the last one was given at the end. So if you have not got the mid one, see somewhere in the mid, Mahi, you will get it. Okay, so I was thinking that this chat won't be shown. This chat is shown. So from the chat you take the link, other link, and you'll get it. Okay, so that is like that. So let's get started now, because we have a lot of things to cover and I don't want to stop. A lot of things to cover. So we were doing this JavaScript. The last thing actually, uh, two topics are remaining in JavaScript. So I'll open this JSBin, and again I have this JavaScript console is there. So okay. So the first thing which we are going to learn today is conditionals. Okay, please everyone, please join quickly because we have already started. How many people are there till now? Okay, so only 6 people are there. So we are going to do something very important today, JavaScript and React. So let all join. Okay. Okay, so we are looking into conditionals. So conditionals are what? Conditional are like the if statements are there. So those are known as conditions. They are a bit different than the for loop and all. For loop and all. Also there is a condition in the for loop and all. But what happens in the for loop and all? They runs multiple times. But the if statement, the most important condition is the if statement. If statements only runs like once. It runs only like once. If the condition is true, it will run. So in conditionals, I generally teach two things. So here I will teach two things here. The first thing is that I will make the const x equal to 10, and then if x equal to 10, x equal to 10. Okay, check. Okay. Hope you're all able to see the live which I'm doing. So let me see once. Yesterday I was doing something and it was. Let me confirm everything. Video is there, audio is there. Okay, so everything is okay. So the thing is that if x equal to 0 is there, so I'm going to show something like console dot log and x is 10. X is 10 I'm going to do. And see, there are two things which I want to tell here. First thing is that this is known as a conditional. What happens if in the if statement, if this condition is true, if statement is the statement in which there is a condition, we have already seen a if statement earlier. So if this condition is true, then it will go inside and show that thing. Go inside this curly bracket and show and do whatever is there in that whatever lines of codes are there. It will run. It is not like that one line of code is there. There can be multiple lines of code. So that will be like that. But if it is not true, it will not even go inside this curly brackets. Inside this curly bracket, it will not go. So this is how the if statement works, and this is known as a condition. This is known as a condition, which is conditional, and this is known as a conditional operator. Okay, there is not only equal to operator. There is you can check with greater than, less than equal to, greater than equal to, not equal to. All those things you can check. Okay, so double equal to is also conditional operator, and it is there in almost every other programming language, double equal to. And this equal to, okay, one more thing I want to tell here, this single equal to is known as assignment operator. Okay, some theoretical part. So when the assignment operator runs, what it does, the left operand, whatever is the left operand, like 10, it will assign it to variable x somewhere in the memory. It will assign that thing. Then what I'm doing here, I'm checking this, like if I'm checking something like this. If 10 double equal to 10, I'm checking this thing. If string 10 double equal to 10. See, the thing is that it will be false in almost every other programming language. Why? Because string 10 is never equal to number 10. String 10 is never equal to number 10. This is the other topic which I'm teaching here. String 10 is never equal to number 10 in almost any other programming language, from Java to C to C++, anything. But that is not the case in JavaScript. So the creator created it like that. If something like this is done, see, I'm trying to compare string 10 with a number 10. Then what the compiler tries to do, compiler try to change this. Compiler is the thing which compiles the JavaScript code internally. So it tries to change the string 10 into number 10, or whatever, string 10 into number, and then it will do this thing, string 10 equal to number 10, which is true. So in this JavaScript case only, this, why it is not running? axis 10 is be printed in JavaScript case only, no other cases, no other languages. Axis 10 will be printed. So this was actually a very big bug in JavaScript, and this is the bug number 3 in JavaScript which we are talking, and this was recognized pretty soon. And again, just JavaScript, the moment JavaScript was released in 1995, it was an instant hit. So nothing happened like this in the world ever. Like a language was released and it was instant hit. So they could not remove this thing double equal to. Anyways, they cannot remove this. But this is a very bad behavior which soon people understood. So what they did, JavaScript when it became popular and it was a team was there, they introduced something known as triple equal to in JavaScript within the next 2 years. They introduce that. What is this triple equal to? Let us understand that. And with that, we will also understand what is a if else statement. Okay, so I will come here and do a const y equal to 20. I'll do, and if y not double equal to c, triple equal to, only in JavaScript, exclusive JavaScript feature, just to say the exclusive thing, exclusive to this thing, exclusive is exclusive JavaScript feature which was created more because of an issue. Okay, exclusive is, it is there, but it's created more of an issue. So console.log of x is 20, x is 20, and else is now console.log, and y is string 20. Y is string 20. I'll do like this. So now what will happen if I clear it and run it? Why is string 20 isn't printed? Why is string 20 isn't printed? Why is string 20 is been printed for a reason? Then the reason is that uh, see, when y is 20 is done, y is string 20 right now. Okay, again it will come here and do the same thing like this. String 20 triple equal to, I'm using triple equal to 20. But when you give triple equal to, it doesn't do that change, it doesn't do that type conversion. It is known as type conversion. It doesn't do the type conversion. It will keep whatever it is there, it will keep it like that only. It is a string, it will keep it as string only. 20 is a string. Okay, so it will keep it as string only, it will not change it. So string 20 is never equal to number 20. So the else part will have, okay, the else part is also something which I want to tell. If conditions, a lot of time if conditions have an else part. What is this else part? Whenever the if is false, for whatever reason, whenever is false, 100% of, in this case nothing will run, you'll get a blank script. But most of the time you'll put the else statement, so that if the if statement doesn't run, I will get something, I'll get something. So this is like the, this is like that. Okay, so that is there. Now the next thing which we are going to learn is a, there's another if else if statement. Okay, if else if statement, that is the thing which we are going to learn. This is a if else, if else statement, if else statement. So I have a variable const z equal to 69, and if z is greater than 100, then console.log z is greater than 100, else if, else if is there, else if is there, else if z is greater than 80, z is greater than 80, else if z is greater than 60, z is greater than 60, there is else if will also be there. Else if z is greater than 40, z is greater than 40, and last is the, we need to have a else here, else console.log z is less than 40. Okay, which one do you think it will run? So this thing, z is greater than 60. Z is greater than 60 will be printed. Z is greater than 60 will be printed. Why this Z is greater than 60 is been printed? Because see, it is 69. Z is 69 is there. Then it will come here and it will check. Okay, 69 is greater than 100. No, it is not true. 69 is not greater than 100. It will go to the next one. 69 is greater than 80. No, it is not true. 69 is greater than 60. Yes, it is true. So it will go inside this curly bracket and it will print the console.log Z is greater than 60, and then it will come out. Okay, it is like a statement. Only one of them will be true, and if nothing is true, see, if I take it as like 39, if I take it at 39, so it means nothing is true. So in this case, okay, actually it's error, not an error. JSBin sometimes doesn't refresh. That is less than 40 will be there. Or that is less than 40. In a case when you give something which is not falling here, so it will do this thing. That is less than 40. Okay. Okay. So that is there. So this third attendance is not there. Okay. Google. See, 9 people have filled third attendance. Okay. And so please don't be that much lazy that you cannot also see what is this. What is this actually? Mark your third attendance here. Please, 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 please. Okay, please. Okay. So please see what is this actually. I will actually paste this thing. See, this was done around 8:33. Okay, I'm giving you that also. Please, please, please don't be that much lazy that you cannot always see that thing. Okay, please don't be. Okay, so please do. Okay, I will tell that thing. Okay, please. Okay, I will tell for everyone. The third attendance. Okay, a lot of people are saying that. Okay, third attendance and all. Third link can be shared in the chat box and all. So okay, I will give one more thing. Okay, maybe I will. I think I cannot paste this thing. This is the third. Third attendance was actually given. Okay, towards the end of the third attendance was given. It was given. Okay, I cannot do that. But third attendance was given. Please do check it out. The third attendance was given actually. Okay. So and people have filled it. Please do fill it. Okay. So Bharat Bhushan, please do check it again. I have already shown that the third attendance was given, and this, if you want a proof and all that, it is the C. It is there. This is the third attendance. Mark your third attendance here. Okay, mark your third attendance here. It is there. So my please check it. So I'm showing this. I have taken this screenshot. Okay, so it is there, and if you want I can send it to you. I can means send it to somewhere else. Means it is not showing me. Means here I am not able to. Okay, okay, because I am not able to send it, but it was there. You have to watch yesterday's videos at around 8:33. 8:33 it was there. So please do watch it. Please don't say that it was not there and all. But attendance is not seen. So it was there, and you have to go to that video and you have to see it, and you have to fill the third attendance. Then only you are going to get it. So all the attendance are there, and the best thing is that the chat is showing now. So you can see the chat and you can see it. Okay. So please don't ask about the third attendance again and again. So it stops everything. Okay. So that is there, and Z is less than 40. It is printed because this one of them it will go like this. Okay. So Okay, I forgot. Means everybody's asking that redundancy and all. Okay, so if z is greater than 10, so as I've told earlier, so how it will run. So one of them will, whatever is true, it will go outside or go from there. Means it will break the loop from there, not the loop, break the statement from there. And if it is not anything which not will be there, it will go to the last one, which is the else part. So we've done this thing, and then okay, okay, someone is asking on the one sec. Okay, now we'll continue the conditionals. Here we will see the or and the and operators, or and operators we'll see. So or and operators we see. So did you came a bit late on all? So if you came a bit later on and all, why use a triple equal to? So there is a thing what you can do here. So okay. So yeah, I have explained that thing. Why use the and triple equal to operator? I have explained that thing. So the thing is that you have to go back. You have to go back because it will be very difficult, because if I keep on repeating, this will go till infinity. And the thing is that I have explained that thing. If I come a bit later on, the thing is that it doesn't do the type conversions. There is a playback button in the YouTube. You go a bit later on. Means whenever the live videos runs, you can go a bit later on and you can see that thing. So like this you can go, like your channel and all, you can go, and it is running, and you can go a bit later on and you can see that thing. Okay, you can see that thing. Okay, so you can see what I have explained there. So you can actually, you can go like this. Okay, you can go like this. So please go back and check it out why the triple equal to was there. Okay, so that is the who have joined it. They have to go back and check that why the triple equal to was there. This is known as playback in live. So you have to go back like this. I'm going back. Okay, I have gone back. This is how you have to go back, and you have to check that thing. Okay, so that is there. So if you not understand what I have told there, then I can tell it there. If you have not seen it, then that's a different thing. Okay, that is there. So const, I'll do this thing, const x equal to 20, and okay, so x equal to 20 and const const y equal to 30. So what is this? There is two operators. One is known as the OR operator and one is known as the AND operator. So if x equal to 20, and you can take mostly take triple equal to. Just like as I always tell, take a let, not take var and all. So you should always take triple equal to, because triple equal to does this doesn't do this type conversion we have, which we have seen. This double equal to does this type conversion, which is again a bug in JavaScript. Okay, so that was there. And so always try to use a triple equal to, and then y triple equal to 40 I'll do, and then console dot log any one of the statement is true. Any one of the statement is true. If I do this and if I run this, any one of the statement is true. So what this OR operator does, this is known as the OR operator. This will give by two pipelines, so two pipes. And please don't give a, okay, please don't give a space here. It should not be like that. There should not be any space here. Okay, I gave one more, not a space here. So it is like that. No space should be there. And then it's the OR operator. OR operator means either this one is true or this one is true, and you can have a multiple OR also. You can have 100 ORs one after the another. And what happens if you give it a if any one of them it is true, any one of them is true, then it will go inside. So in this case, this is true, y it is 20, but x is 20, but y is not 20, y is like 30, but then also it has gone inside. Like this, we have the AND operator. Okay, so now something is happening. Okay, so if I, instead of this, I will do this and then I'll do, and then y equal to 40 I'll do. So both, what is happening? The mouse has gone on what? Both of the statements are true. So in this case, both of the statement need to be true, then only it will go inside. So if x triple equal to 20, which is true actually, but this is not true. So if any one of the statement is not true, it will not go inside. See, only this has been done. Only if both of the statements is true. In AND operator, what happens? Even if you have 10 AND operator, one after the another, even if one of them is false, it will not go inside. Everything should be true. In this case, I have to make it as 30 here. Okay, I have to make it as 30. Then it will run. Then it will run. Both of the statements are true. So this is like this. So now the next thing which we are going to learn here is something known as a ternary ternary operator. Ternary operator we are going to learn here. Ternary operator is a shortcut of ternary operator is a shortcut of if else statement. So I'll have a const z equal to 10 is there, and then that color is there. I will have a if statement. If z is greater than 10, so first we will have a if else statement, then we are going to convert it into a ternary operator. So then color is equal to red, else color is equal to blue, like this. Then console.log of color. Okay, so let me comment out this now. Yeah. So if I run it, so color will be blue is printed because 10 is greater than 10 is not true, so color will be blue is there. So we are going to convert. Okay, I don't know why my mouse is. We are going to convert this thing into your ternary operators. How to convert that thing? So const color 2 equal to z is greater than 10. Z is greater than 10. We'll have this ternary operator, and then we'll have this red, and or we'll have this blue. Red or blue we are going to have, and then console.log color 2 we are going to have, and then do this. See, this color 2 is there. So how does this ternary operator works? And it is a replacement for if else statement. So z is greater than 10, it is checking. Z is greater than 10, it is checking. Yeah, it is true. Z is greater than 10 is true. So it will print the red. If z is greater than 10 is true, not z is greater than is true. If it is true, print the red, or else it will print the blue. In this case, blue will be printed because that is z greater than 10 is not true. So I'll clear it. Blue will be printed. Now if I make it as 11, then what will happen? Okay, so it is like, so the red will be printed. So this is like this, it is there. So we are done with this. Now the next thing which we are going to do is the last thing here before moving to the DOMs. And DOM we are going to do the okay, two things are remaining here. So DOM we are going to do DOM in your VS Code, DOM in the VS Code. So one more thing is remaining here, which is the switch statement. So we need to do the switch statement. And we'll have a break maybe after not after DOM, after JavaScript itself. We are going to have a break. Maybe at 11 we are going to have. So const color equal to blue we are going to have. Then okay, switch color is there. So switch statements are exactly like the if else if statement. They can be used in the place of that, and at a lot of places you'll see that in React and all we use the switch statements, okay, in the Redux and all. Okay, so Redux I don't take with React, it is external library, so there are some Redux classes also which are there. Okay, so const switch color I am doing, then case is like red, and console.log color is red, big. And there is a default case is also there. Okay, so in this case the blue will be shown, color is blue will be shown. So it is exactly like if else statement. So default statement can be treated as the else part. If nothing matches, then this default case will run. Suppose I have this like yellow, so yellow was not there, so color it is, this color is in green here, and then it is checks. And one more thing is different in this switch statement, which is that you have to give a break statement in each of the cases. Here there was no break statement or else. The moment it was matching, it was going outside. But here there you have to, here you have to have this break statements. You have to do this break statement, so it some issue is there, so it will break it. It will break here, and not some issue is there. It the moment the match has been found, it will break it. It will come from outside from here. So this is how it will work. Okay, so this is how it works. And now the last thing here in JavaScript which we are going to learn before moving to JavaScript DOM, which is like the programming, how we do the, means it is also known as vanilla JavaScript. We are going to do that after that. So so we are going to learn about the functions now. Functions now. JavaScript is mainly a functional oriented language, like a functional oriented language. So there are a lot of ways to do functions in JavaScript. Like in some other languages, there are only one way, but in JavaScript there are actually four ways to show functions. So functions in JavaScript there are four ways, and functions are like if you're going to repeat some code, you generally put it in a function. Never we use like a big program with 1,000 lines of code. We always divide it into functions. Or in the case of object-oriented programming, we divide it into classes. But even in object-oriented programming, there is a concept of function is there. So let us do the thing. Okay, so there is like the method Number one is function declaration. Function number declaration is like function add nums is num1 comma num2 and console.log of num1 plus num2. So this is what our functions are. Suppose there is a simple add num function in which and when you call a function, you call it like add nums like 20 comma 30. I'll call it like this, and I will. Okay, what is happening? So it will show me 50. Simple function. And if you're coming from some other background, other programming language, you might be see the difference right now. So the difference is like that. See this in JavaScript we have this function keyword. We have this function keyword, but in something like Java, C++, we don't have this function keyword. We have this, like we have a return type. In this case, in which we have don't have a return type. In those languages, we use void here in Java and all. So, but here everything is a function. Even if you have a return type or not have a return type. So, what is the return type? Return type is that sometimes you can return the value from the function. Actually, that is a natural behavior. Most of the time, you return some value from the function. In this, I'm not returning any value from the function. Just I'm console logging it. Something is there, and it is also valid function. And the I'm just in functions you have to pass parameters like this add 20 30 I'm passing it is passing it. Why a function is very useful. See, I can do anything like that, like I can pass a 50 30 also, so it will run and different times you can it will okay, anyways it is not what is happening here. This is the JSBin error. So 58 will be done. So this is like this. The functions are there. This is a normal. This way of function is known as a function declaration. So the next way of function which we are going to learn is a function expression. So let me come here and do a function. Method number 2 is a function function expression we're going to do. And before learning function expression, I also want to tell how to return a value from the function. For that, first thing is that I don't use a add num. I want a multi-nums, and it will also be a multi-nums, and it will be a star. So let me see whether it is working or not. Yeah, no, it is not working. So it is working now. So now I don't want to do it like this. I want to return something. Okay, I want to return something. So if I want to return something from a function, I do a return like this. I do a RETU, and this is a very common concept in almost every other programming language. Also, we have this return thing. But in most programming language, what happens? See, I'm returning a integer, means returning some num 20 to 30. In C, C++, Java, you generally write the return type. You will the same function will write something like this integer, because I'm returning an integer. But in JavaScript, it's a loosely typed language. You don't have to write this. These all things are done by the compiler. So this is something like this 20 into 30 I'm doing, and I'm returning this thing. But if I return this thing, and if I run this thing again, it will be done like this. If I run this thing, see, nothing will become, because when you return something, it is like it literally returns something. It it is throwing a ball back, and you have to catch that ball. If you don't catch that ball, you are not able to see that thing. So it is returning something, it is throwing a ball. Okay, so I have to catch that ball. How do I catch that ball? I have to catch that ball in a variable. So how do I catch that ball in a variable? Just like declaring a variable const multi equal to multi-nums like this. And even if I'm catching that ball in a variable, I have to show that thing. So I have to show that to the umpire. I have to show that to the umpire, then only the umpire will know that I have catched the ball. So I'm showing that to the public. I'm not showing that to the umpire, I'm directly showing that to the public. Okay, so like console.log I'm doing. Okay, again the same JSBin error. Okay, so it will be shown like this. Okay, so 600 will be there. So this is how you do it. But these two statements, I can combine these two statements instead of doing it like in a different variable, means creating a variable. I will directly do inside a console log, and it will be okay. So I'll come here and do it, and it will be shown like this. Okay, so this is how you do it. But still I have not yet taught the function expression. This is not a function expression, this is just a return type which I have told a return type. So here I'll come and do a const multinums equal to, and this is only available in JavaScript, because JavaScript is a function oriented language mainly. In most of the language we have only one way to do that, which is a function declaration. Here we have another way, is a function expression. In that I am making a variable equal to a function. I'm making a variable equal to a function. Okay, now it will behave exactly like the same only. A variable is with the function, it will behave exactly like the same. Okay, so this is the method number 2. So now we are going to see a method number 3, which is the most modern method which we use nowadays, that is also known as the arrow function, which is known as the arrow function. Method number 3, arrow function. And here what will happen, first we change this function name to use a different function, modnums, like this. This is not an arrow function, we are going to create that. So modulus is giving the modulus. So now I am to convert to the arrow function. Arrow functions are new functions which are introduced in 2015 in your ES6. We're going to learn ES6 also. So in ES6 today, before React you have to learn ES6. It is very important. It's a modern JavaScript. It was introduced in 2015 because there was some issue, not issues, there is a this keyword in JavaScript, which we are going to learn soon. There is an issue with the this keyword, and it's a bit complicated. Sometimes it don't bind well with that thing, and this keyword we are going to learn in classes. So this keyword is used a lot in JavaScript, but it's that part of the JavaScript which is very complicated and which is not required all the time. So I don't teach it because it is JavaScript is very huge. JavaScript is like very easy to learn but very difficult to master. It is a very good saying in JavaScript: easy to learn, difficult to master. It is not like Python and all, just you learn it out and it is done. No, the deepness of it is way too much, but those deepness are not required in the project. That is not required in the project. And the main aim of our website is to get you a job, and to get your job you have to know that much JavaScript only, which is required for you to do some vanilla JavaScript project and to do mainly the React.js project, not to go too deep into that. Okay, so maybe, but I am thinking to have a deep series also soon, because sometime what happens is, sometimes in the service companies like TCS, Infosys and all, they use those they ask those deep questions in the interviews. In the industry we never use those things. In the interview you ask those deep questions like what is a disk key, what is the prototypal inheritance and all those things. So maybe I will have a JavaScript. See, I always have a JavaScript advanced beginners to advanced series on my channel, which I have previous week 5 days series. So similar to that, I'm planning to have a JavaScript advanced to master series also, in which I will teach these master topics and all. Okay, so that will be there, so in the future. So stay tuned for that, but not today. Okay, so that is there. So this arrow function is there, and today all essentials are there, which is required to get your job. And if I tell which kind of job, mainly job in a startup which only needs pure programmers. See, there is a problem in the industry. The problem is that top jobs require you to learn DS and algo, data structure and algorithm, which is again not used in industry. No Google engineer uses data structure and algorithm as its day-to-day activity. Similar to this, in the service companies, they ask these crazy questions which nobody actually uses. But the startups, which are the most number of jobs, they just want pure programmers. They don't see your background, they don't see your gap, they don't see anything like that. And they are the most easiest way if your person is coming from a non-IT background to get into startups. You cannot crack a Google interview on the first day of your coding. You require some really good programming skills, and before going to DS and algo, please have those programming skills first. And service companies won't even touch you if you are not a BE computers, and if you are, even if you have a 3 years of gap, they won't touch you, and they won't touch beyond BE computers and BE electronics. Okay, that is the problem with service companies. They don't go up, give job to anyone who is not means BE electronics and BE computers only get jobs in a service companies, no one else. And that also you cannot have more than 2 years of gap. So the best bet for all of you who are from non-IT background are startups here, startups, and startups, which wants only pure programmers. So that is there. So this arrow function, so let us go ahead, and this arrow function is there. So in this mod nums, what happens with this arrow function, this function keyword itself is removed, and instead of this function keyword we have this like equal to and greater than, equal to and greater than. This is known as a fat arrow function. This is known as a fat arrow function, equal to and greater than. And the thing is that you should not again give a gap like this. Equal to and greater than is one thing, and this is actually, this represents a function. Okay, if I do it, and it will be like this 10. Okay, so when I refresh it, it is like a 10. So this is what a arrow function is. The thing is that it's bind the this keyword very well, and this is a modern format also. We don't use a function keyword here. The method number 4 is like known as condensed arrow function. Now, what is this condensed arrow function? In condensed arrow function, let us have something else here now. Diff diffnums. It is divided. So again, it is not coming. 1.3 is something will come. So the main thing is not that. Main thing is that condensed arrow function. What happens? This if you have only one statement, just like in above, you have only one statement which is doing a return, which is actually a case in a lot of places. So what I can do, I can come here and even remove this return and the curly bracket. Return and the curly bracket I can remove. Return and the curly bracket I can remove, and it will be exactly the same. Return and the curly bracket I will remove it. So that is what is happening. Return and the curly bracket I can remove. It's a shortcut kind of a thing, condensed arrow function, and it is not even seeing like an arrow function now. And if we can do even more, we can make it even more condensed. Suppose I am passing only one parameter, and I have like 5 here, which is like a hard coded thing, and I have like something like this. Like this I will have. Okay, so it is like 8, it will come. So in this case, what is there, I can even remove this thing, this brackets, which generally show the parameters. I can remove that thing also, and it will be exactly fine. So this is what is known as condensed arrow function. And this, if you're coming from some other background, other language background, you'll not even see that this is actually a function which have a proper return type. So this is what is about the all the things in function. Also, we are done with the JavaScript basic. Now we are going to do into DOM programming, which is actually a way to use JavaScript in the front end. So it is like DOM programming. You can think DOM programming like the, instead of using React, a lot of people will have this question like, why do we use React and all? So you can do it with DOM programming also. But you see that DOM programming is a bit tougher than what we do in React. And this is the thing which have the document.query selector, all those things. And someone was asking yesterday also, where is this document.query selector all and all those things. But this document.query selector and all these things we are going to learn right now. Okay. Because those are a part of DOM programming, which is like a which is a programming which is done for the having the front end of the site. Means you, whatever you write it in React.js app, you can do it with HTML, CSS, JavaScript. This is also known as vanilla JavaScript, but you'll find that there are some difficulties here. So maybe I am here, and with the workshop I will actually put it in the same thing. Okay, so this all these things are there in the GitHub. I have given a link in the description of the yesterday's video. You can find all of them there. Okay, so I'll do a new folder and I'll do a DOM basics here. Okay, so here we'll have an index.html, style.css, And for a JavaScript file, we have a main.js. JavaScript files are with main.js. JS means the JavaScript file. This is how you use the JavaScript file. Okay, so index.html will go, and I will have a not and this, and I will have a DOM basics. I will have DOM basics, and then I will have a link installer CSS is there. Let me have, I don't want to write the whole code, so because we are going to concentrate on JavaScript and all, so I will actually copy this HTML code. So HTML code, what we have a header h1, which is a DOM for beginners, and then we have a section. Okay, and we have a section which have this container and all, and inside this we have a form. So in this form we have like h1, and then we have a div, and one more important thing is that we have an empty div of message here, and then we have another div which have got a label and an input of text, and again a div which have got a label, and again we have a button also, and we have an empty users ul also, and we have ul which we have commented out. We are soon going to use this thing also, so I'll save it. And even I will have the styles for it, because we are going to concentrate on the JavaScript and all, so not on this all HTML and CSS and all. CSS I'm okay, so this is done. CSS is like, again, the normal CSS. Some we have used some forms and all, means flexbox and all. We have made it everything a bit beautiful. So I'll do it, and I will now go live. So to show this nice looking form and all. Okay, so now the first thing is that we need to connect this main.js to this index.html, just like we connected the index.html file with our CSS with this link tag. But we don't connect the JavaScript file in this way. We connect the JavaScript file in the body itself. In the body itself, we'll connect the JavaScript. So in the body itself, how do we connect? In the body, at the end, I'll come and do a script and main.js. Main.js, the file name which is there, I will pass it. Script tag means it's a script, JavaScript, and src you have to give this thing, path, exact path you have to give. But why do I have this script tag at the end? Why cannot I have it at the starting, like in the link tag? Because JavaScript by default, it's a blocking kind of a thing. Means blocking in the sense the HTML JavaScript will run. It will first try to load the JavaScript. The browser will first. Okay, and one more thing, browser only understand HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So first the browser, what the browser will do, browser will try to load the JavaScript file. So suppose the JavaScript file is like a hundreds line. There are 100 lines in the JavaScript file. Okay, 100, not 100. There are like 1,000 lines in the JavaScript file, and so it will try to load those 1,000 lines first. And even computers take some time to load everything. In human eyes, you might see, okay, it is done in a flash. Sometimes it is not done in a flash. You go, you run your website or something in a slow PC, in a slow connection, you see that it doesn't run in a flash. So what will happen if JavaScript is there, and JavaScript is like 1,000 lines? It will run the JavaScript first, then it will do everything else if I put it at the start. But in this case, what is it is doing, see this, everything runs from top to down. This estimate will come, and this will try to, it will first load all the DOM element. Load all the DOM element means show everything here, and then only JavaScript will run. So so will it not cause any problem? No, it will not cause any problem. Why was JavaScript created? Mainly JavaScript is mainly created to have some functionality in this site, like this. I can add something here, then I can click the submit button. How to see that when the submit button is clicked, we are going to see now. So those are event handlers, how to do those things. But let first the site be loaded, then only we can use the JavaScript. If the site itself is not loaded, how can we use the JavaScript? That's the case. How can we use the JavaScript? The site itself is not been loaded. So that's why we first allow the site to be loaded, then to use the JavaScript. That's why always we have it at the end, because JavaScript is mainly used for, was mainly used for interactions. So now the in the main.js I'll come, and one of the main tasks of JavaScript in this case, or in most of the cases, is that what are the user types here? What are the user types here? To grab those things, and when the submit has been done, to take those things and put it to the backend through some API calls and all. Okay, so that API calls and all we are going to look on later on, but we are going to look today only. But the main thing here is that how to get what the user types here. That we have to understand. That is one of the main thing. What the user types here to understand that thing. What is the main thing? How to listen for this click handler. That is the main thing. Later on, we'll learn to do the API calls and all those things. Okay. So later on, we're going to do that. So first thing we need to learn how to grab some element. So we'll do that. Grab single element const from equal to. There are different methods in JavaScript to get different thing. Okay, it is not elements get single element. So it will be document. So document is like a thing which represent the whole DOM. So document dot get element by ID. What is this get element by ID? Get element by ID. Get element by ID is something which, as the name suggests, it will get something by the ID. ID is what? HTML ID, no nothing else. A HTML ID. So here we have a lot of IDs. Like this form, I have an ID of my form. So get element by ID. I will come and I'll do the thing my form. I'll do and then I'll save it. Now, if I do a console.log of form, and a lot of people are asking me for this DOM course and all. See, we are going to cover everything. And if you are not here, please do come. This DOM course have started, or else you can go back and see. Okay, so inspect is there and console is there. See this, my form is been selected. So console.log is my form is coming. Document get element by ID, my form. What is this? My form is there. So the next thing is that okay. Next thing is that grab multiple. Okay, not grab. Sorry, we have to learn one more thing before grabbing multiple element. So besides this get element by ID, we have something known as query selector also. So instead of creating a variable again, let us directly do it in the console.log and document dot query selector. Query selector is a very generic thing. You can pass anything here. So query selector and like this h1 I'll pass, and then the query selector I can pass this container. But since container is a class, it's not an element. I have to do it a dot container. Okay. Then even the IDs. How do we pass the ID? So this suppose I choose this ID, this and I have to give a hash. So you might have understood how do we are doing these classes and IDs. So whenever the classes is the container is a class, you have to give a dot, just like in CSS. Okay, and if you it's a ID, you have to give a hash, just like in the CSS. And H1 is directly choosing a level. So I'll save it and see this. H1 DOM for beginners is coming and section and type. H1 is like this. H1 is this. Okay, not this one. H1 is actually this one, because there are two H1s in this page. So the first one will be chosen. So this is how the like the single element. So now grab the single element. Now we will learn how to grab multiple elements. So here for this we are going to uncomment this thing. Now we will learn how to grab multiple elements. So here we are there. So this thing UL has a class of items and a lot of class of items. So let us see how to grab multiple elements. Grab multiple elements, and here console.log document dot query selector all. Now what is this query selector all? It is like query selector, but this all keyword is there. All is there. The method name is like this, document query selector all dot item. I'm selecting this item. This is like there are 3 item classes. This is very important thing to understand. There is 3 item classes. So actually I will comment this out, because I don't want this thing anymore. Actually, I will comment this also out and I will save it. See, when I saved it, we got something known as a node list. You're seeing something known as a node list, because we got actually 3 items. So it changes it to something known as node list, which is like a array kind of a thing, which is the array kind of thing. So node list is there. In the node list, if you come down, so all the three items have been selected, but it's the array kind of a thing. Okay, we're going to soon come back to it, why it is the array kind of a thing. Similar to this, we have get elements also. Okay, so we'll have a console.log document dot get elements by class name and get elements by, I can have also have a tag name like align. If I save this thing, something known as the HTML collection is in form. HTML collection is in form and document dot get elements. Okay, one more thing is that this is S is there. Get elements by tag name. Get elements by class name. S is there. S is there. Here there was no S. Actually, there is. You can have get elements by ID also. All those functions are there. So what's the first difference is the query selector, we have this dot and all, which we know, and get elements we don't have this thing. And get elements, the name is also self-explanatory. Okay, query selector is always much more generic, because but query selector is something which you should use much more, because see the here also the query, but you can use anything. Here also the query selector can select multiple things, so you can use it for multiple things, but get element by ID only select the ID, get element class name, and you have to understand all those things. And here also you see the query list is this query selector all items dot items, it is creating something known as node list, and rest of this whatever whenever using the get, it is creating something known as HTML collection. Okay, what is this HTML collection? Okay, and get element of class name is item, so this item I'm selecting. What is the HTML collection? HTML collection is again array kind of a thing, but not an array. Why not an array? Let us see why it is not an array. So console.log of an empty array is there. Do an empty array. Okay, and then I will again clear it, and I will where, okay, I have to save it, and it will be run. See, this is okay and all, but if I go here in the node list, and there is something known as prototype. As again I was telling this prototype thing, I'm going to tell more in the JavaScript advanced to mastery class, which I will I am planning to have in the last okay, not last, okay, next month somewhere I'm going to have, because this last week I have to have a React Native. So next month somewhere I'm going to have, and we're soon going to plan to have a good website also, in which all this schedule will be there, because people are confused what we do, and we should give the schedule at the start of the month only, so that people know, okay, what is coming next and all. Okay, so that is there. Now this, so what is the difference between a node list, HTML collection, and a normal array? So this prototype method, it always gives what are available in that thing. So node list, the things which are available are this many functions which are available, entries for each item, key, length, value. In HTML collections, we have even less thing, like items, length, and named name. Only these three things we have. But if we come here in an object, in an array, and if you see its thing, it has got almost every other function out there, and some of them are very unique and very all the items are there or array. And this HTML collection and this node items can be considered as a subset of arrays also. It has got a lot of array features, but not all the features. And even the HTML collection have even got less features, because you'll see one thing, it has got something known as for each. For each we have learned, for each is the best way, that is very best for loop to run anything. We should not use the for loop most of the time. So let us do it, means how to do that thing. Here instead of console.log, what I'll have a const node items equal to, and one thing I know, means the people who are new here in C++, not C++, in HTML, CSS, or web development and all. So till the time they have learned CSS and all, this is all cozy and all. Okay, web development is very easy. Web development is very easy. We can do it. But the moment JavaScript starts, here the problem starts. Here that differentiate a person, a hardworking person, and a non-person who don't have want to do anything. See, most of the people when they do HTML CSS and they find CSS JavaScript difficult, they get stuck in HTML CSS only. Sometime they do WordPress and find a job as a WordPress developer. HTML CSS have only one job actually, only one job, which is a WordPress developer job, and which is a very less paid job. So you do HTML CSS, Even I will say don't do HTML CSS that good. Do WordPress very good. And WordPress is like a drag and drop. It is not a programming thing. And then learn a little bit of HTML CSS. You'll get a job as a web developer. But if you want a job as a web app developer, which is where the money is, which is where the crazy super bikes are, all those things are there. Okay, those things you have to learn JavaScript. First step is to learn JavaScript. Then you have to go to React. That is what I am telling today. Okay, so you have to go through those things again and again. Go through hundreds of videos on JavaScript will be there on your YouTube. All the popular channel from Traversy Media, everyone will have a JavaScript video. So you can watch all of these videos. You're not understanding what I'm telling, go watch their videos. If you're not understanding the language they're telling, go watch a Hindi video, go watch a Code Harry video, go watch a technical Thapa video. I don't know about the channels in the south. I don't. So go with those things. If you're not understanding in the English language, go understand in the regional language. But the main thing is that you understand JavaScript somehow. You have to understand this. You don't have any other option. If you're not for yourself, do it for your family. Okay. So yesterday only someone was telling the chat, sir, I'm not understanding JavaScript. Okay. So you have to understand it. So node items dot for each. I was talking to a founder of a very big company. He's from Indore and he has spent a lot of time in the US. And he was telling me one thing, that he believe in one thing, that software development can raise a person out of poverty, and it can take a person anywhere. It can make them a millionaire also very easily. It can make them a millionaire. Okay. Millionaire, I think all of you know what is a millionaire. In India, people don't know what is a millionaire. Millionaire is someone who have 7 crore rupees, 7 crore CR, 7 CR, not 1 CR or 7 CR. If you're in an IT company and 50 lakh is a very easy salary in 4 5 years. 50 lakh is a very easy salary. So how much years you need to be a millionaire? You need only 12 years, and then also your salary will increase a bit. It is not like that for the 12 years your salary will be 50 lakhs only. It will reach 1 CR also very easily, 1 CR. Okay, so that is like that. And then this node items, I'm there in this node item, this for each. So we are using this for each, and inside this for each I'm going to use this item. And we've seen this how this item works, an item, and then the console.log of item. I can do it here like this, console.log or item. I can do it, and it will actually show me all this allies. It will show me all this allies. It is showing because that was giving that node list thing. Now I'll try to do the same thing with this call items, and it will give me an error. Because it will give me an error because there is no for each function in your call items, which was showing me a HTML collection. So how to do that? Here you have to use a traditional for loop. No other way is there. You have to use a traditional for loop. For let I equal to 0, I is less than call items dot length, and call items I am going to do save it, and it will show me all these things. So this is how you have to do it. Okay, so we are done here, and now we are going to move ahead with the DOM thing. We are going to move ahead with the DOM thing, and let us move ahead. And now DOM manipulations will learn. So const ul equal to document dot query selector items. I'm selecting the items. What is the items? I'm selecting this items. I'm selecting, okay, items. I'm selecting one thing. So query selector I'm using. Now even I can do a, see this thing, I have all these items. So I am selecting these items, and then I'll do a ul dot remove like this. I can even remove this all these things. So this is JavaScript is very much powerful like this. So now the main thing which we are going to learn now is the JavaScript. You can do a lot of things like JavaScript. You can even change the text content, a background color, styling, and all those things you can do. So what are those things? Let us understand that thing. So UL dot first child element, first child element, first no, not first child, first element child, first element child. So there is a lot of things like this in JavaScript DOM programming. First element child means UL I have selected these items. First element child will be this li. First element child will be this li, and inside this li, what I'm doing, text content I'm doing. What is this text content? Text content is the text content here, which is the item one here. So I'm doing this and I'm changing to HTML. See, it is changed to the HTML. Similar to this, we have a lot of other things are also there like ul dot children, us dot children and one is there, and dot inner text is there equal to css. So ul dot children one, I'll do. So what happens in the ul, I will get a children array, like it will have start from children 0, children 1, children 2. What are the children? First children, second children, and third children. So I want to change the second children, so I'm doing this. And what is this inner text? Inner text is something like the text content. It will again change something here. Inner text is something which you see a lot in the code, in vanilla JavaScript code. Okay, so I'll change it. This will change to css. Now we will change it the last child, like this item 3 we are going to change. So this I will change with ul dot last element child I'm going to do, and then I'm going to do the inner HTML. So there is something known as the inner HTML. So what is the actually this is the mostly used, we use mostly this inner HTML. Why? Because in this we can pass the HTML. So what is the benefit of passing the HTML? Last element child will select last one. So what is the benefit? The benefit is that see this, it is now showing it like a bold thing, like a h1 has been added here. So we cannot do the same thing with like here we cannot do this thing with here like in css. I will try to put this thing in a text, so it will show this thing only, it will not interpret it as html. Inner HTML interpret it as html. So this is there. So now the next thing which we are going to do is the we can even we were changing the text content here, but we can change the css also from javascript. Javascript is so powerful. So we'll come here and do a const bpn equal to document dot query selector button. I'm going to select the button which is like this button I'm selecting. And then after this we are going to see the btn dot style dot background. Okay, it is showing something wrong. btn dot style dot background color is red. So see, the background color has become red for this button. We're selecting the button first, and then changing the background color, which is a css property. So you have to write it like this: style dot whatever is there background color, and you are using camel case, not the dash thing. And this will also be in a single quote. So like this, we can have a btn dot style dot color equal to white, and btn dot style dot text transform equal to uppercase. So like this it will be done. Okay, so this is something which we can do in here. Now the next thing, the most important thing which we are going to learn is like the event handling. Okay, event handling we are going to learn now. Event list, then event listener is what? So it was one of the main thing for which javascript was created, event listening. Okay, event listening like means how can I know that this button is clicked? So that is through javascript I will know that this button is clicked. Actually javascript is always running in the background and it's listen for some events. So for listening for these events, I will actually first comment out this thing maybe, or I will make this at the top. Okay, event listener. So this this document dot query selector button is there. So now the next thing which I'm going to do is this. btn dot add event listener. There's another add event listener. So here we are doing this e. So now I have this one. So what I just button dot add event listener. Add event listener is a function. Add event listener is a function. It takes two parameters. One parameter is the type of event it will have to listen. So buttons have a click event. Actually, everything can have button have a click event. What is the user comes and click here? So whenever the user come and clicks here, that event listener will be fired, and event listener is fired means it will come to this part. This part is actually a function. I can write the function here itself also. I can write the function outside also. We are going to see how to write the function outside. But I'm writing the function here itself right now. That e here itself I'm writing the function. And I have to do some. What is this e? E is something which comes with the browser. You can write event also, and with this we get a lot of functionality. With e we get a lot of functionality. Okay, so e dot prevent default is something which is required. Why it is required? I will tell that thing. I go to this console and remove this e. This thing I'll comment it out. And I want to see this. What is the value of the console.log e? If I submit it, see something came, but it is going away. If I click very quickly, you see something pointing event is coming, but it is going away. But it is going away. But it is going away. Why it is going away? It is going away because by default this button is inside a form, and there is a inside a form it is there, and there is some feature of if a button is inside a form which I've told yesterday that it refreshes the form whenever I submit it. This is to do with something to do with the PHP world when we need to submit it to the backend. But nowadays in JavaScript world, it is a very bad behavior. And when it submits something like this, you all the variables in JavaScript goes away. Variables are all temporary, and even this e is temporary. It will go away. So I don't want to have that behavior. So literally, I write that thing. What is the default behavior of the browser? I don't want it. E dot prevent default means the default behavior of the browser. I don't want it. So I don't want the default behavior. So that is there. Now I will do this thing, and now I've just submitted. See this console.log e is been printed. As I was telling, e is a very important thing. It has got access to a lot of things. It has got access to a lot of things. Alt key, client text, client y, a lot of things it has got access. Okay, target and all these things. You're going to see a lot of things we're going to use, and this is known as e. Okay, that is e. So this is the event, click event and all. And if I have a e dot like e dot target is one thing, e dot target I will do. Then when I click here, I will get this button back actually. Okay, so this is like okay, it has got an input style also is there. So instead of doing like this, I'll do one thing. Okay, here I'll move like this here. Let's have some functionalities. So what is here? What will happen here? Now again, this will be item 1, item 2, item 3. But the moment I click here, it will be changed because I'm changing it, like I have put the code inside. So this is how it is there. Okay. So now we'll come to the final part of this DOM, which is the most important part, and which is like adding some functionalities in this form, because that was the main thing that you can treat it as a small project also. I'm going to add some functionality in this form. So how to do that? And again, I will comment out all these things and form functions I'll do. So again, I have to select all the things. Select all the things. It's from a form. Everything I have to select. So let us select those things. So first thing I'm going to select is this thing. Const my form equal to this. Then I have to select this name and input which have this name and email which have this IDs. So const name input is like this. Const email input is like this. Then I have to select this empty divs like this message and message and this user user list UL. So I'm going to show what is there. So this message is this empty div, which is like this const msg equal to document.query selector.msg, and we are going to select this IDs also const user list equal to document.query selector, and it is like the users only. So this I have selected all the things. Okay, so now we are going to have a event listener. So we are going to have an event listener on the form itself. So we have this form thing, so I can have a my form dot add event listener, and then I will have a submit and on submit. So what is the difference between here? So the difference is that first difference is that there is a event listener on the form also. Form event listener are there of type submit, because and it will happen when I click this button. It will also fire at the same time, but this button is a special button because it is inside a form. So this form event listener is there, and the other thing is that I have created a on submit. On submit is what is the function which I'm going to create soon. Instead of creating the direct function here, I can create it outside also. So I'll come here and do a function on submit, and in this on submit I'll have this then e dot prevent prevent default I'll have, and then again. Now the main thing is that I want to see what the user types here and here, whatever the user types, I need to get it, and I can get it by console dot log name input dot value. I'll do now. I will click it, open it, console. I'll come and put something in the name, and then I will submit it. So it will come. It means name input dot value. Dot value is the thing by which I can get it. By the way, by which I can get it, and then we are going to do a bit of validation. And what we're going to do, actually, we have a UL here. Most of the cases what happens, okay, I have to comment this out also. Most of the cases what happens, uh, we take the data from the user, like the Facebook and all. You take the data from the user and pass it to the backend, so most of the times it happens like this, but we don't have the backend logic with us right now, so we're just going to show it here down with this help of this UL. So I'll come here and but first thing I want to do some validation. Suppose the user have entered only one field, or have left another field they have not entered, or they have left anything blank. So I want to check the validation that both of these two fields are filled. Then only the or else I want to show some error. So how to do that? Name input dot value will contain the value whatever is there. So I will have a if name input dot value is like triple equal to empty string, or email input, or this email input dot value triple equal to this, then msg dot class list dot add error. Okay, so what I just did, msg, okay, I will explain it also. Msg dot class list dot add error. So actually we have an class of error. We are not using this css anywhere. This error is there, in which there is some background is there, orange red color is there, padding and margin is there. It actually basically creates a square box. So if we don't enter any of the thing, if you leave any of the thing blank, like any of the thing is blank, like if I enter one thing and we don't enter another thing, it means it will be equal to the empty string. then it will go inside, and it will first, what it will do, it will do the message dot class list dot add error. What is this message? Message is this thing. So message is this thing, class list dot add error. What will happen here? Another thing known as the error, error will be added. You're going to see that soon. And then I'm going to do another thing. The class list is the command by which you can add message dot inner text. We already see what inner text does. Inner text, please enter all the fields. What it will do, it will add an inner text here, please enter all the fields. So let us see this in action. And for that, first thing is that I want to show the element also. I will do a inspect, and I want to go inside the form, and I want to closely see this div. This div I want to closely see, div of class of message. So I will add something. I'll leave the email blank, and I'll then submit it. See that what happens. First, see that here there is a class list of error is added. Means this statement is done. Then message dot inner text, please enter all the fields. So means this is done, the inner text please enter all the field is done. And with that, what happened, see now this div which was empty, now with this error it is showing this thing, square bracket, message dot inner text, it is entered the please enter all the fields is been done here, please enter all the fields. Okay, so this is how we show the error. But to showing the error, is it is not okay. And we actually, I want to remove this error also. I want to remove this error also. Means what I want to do, so this error will be there forever. I want to remove this error after 3 seconds. Don't want to show this to the user for a long time. So what I need to do, I need to do a set timeout. Set timeout is a JavaScript function actually, and this is something which runs after some time. What I'm doing, message.remove I'm doing message.remove. So this message in fact will remove after 3 seconds. 3000 means 3000 milliseconds, which is 3 seconds. So again we'll come here and see this thing. Okay, I will again see this message. This time I will not enter anything, and I will press the enter. The error and the thing has been added here, and it is gone. After 3 seconds it is gone. This is how it will work. So this is the validation done. Validation is done. Now we'll do, if the validation is done, now I want to show the data below it. Okay, if the validation is done, if a user had put both of the things, then I want to show the data where. I want to show the data in this empty UL which is there. I want to show the data here. So I do the else part here, else part, and then here, see, in JavaScript is again very powerful. This UI I have kept empty for a reason. Actually, the li I will create the li from where? Li I will create from the JavaScript. So let me do that. Else and then const li equal to document dot create element li. So I'm creating an element li. Then li dot append child. Li dot append child is there like this. And what I'm doing, li.append child, document.create text note. You have to create some text note. Name input dot value means whatever the user types here, and email input dot value whatever the user types here. Those both things will be there. I'm creating a text note, and I will put it in the li. You have to create a text note, then only you can put it in the li. So what it is there exactly means I'm putting it in the li. Okay, let me do a console dot log of li. So I'll save it. Go to the console. I will add something here. I'll add something here, and I'll submit it. See this. This is the thing which I'm doing right now. Console.log, you can see a li is there. Li has been created, and with this command, li has been created. Li dot document dot create element. I will create a li. Then li dot append child. So first, this internal thing will run, which will internal thing will run, which will document or create text note, which will create a text note containing this Nabendu Vishwas and this thing it will create, and then it will li dot append child means I have to append this whatever is there inside it to the li. So I'm appending it to this like this, and it will show like this. Okay, so after this, what I am going to do, so this li is now something like in the, it is not anywhere, but I want to put this li in this ul. So how to do that? Again I have to use the append child thing. Again I will to do the append child thing. So how I do this? Very easily I'll do the user list, because the UL I have already selected. UL I have already selected here. UL is this, and UL dot append child li I'll do. Now I'll save it. Now I don't want this console, I want this element. Okay, now see this element here, and maybe I'll do an inspect here. Now see this UL. See this UL very quickly. This empty user UL is there. I'll now put here and submit it. See now what happened. It, see inside with the UL will go. Inside the UL a li has been shown. Inside the UL a li has been shown. So that's why we are seeing this here. There is a bit of issue here that even if submitting this is not going up, which is not a good user experience. So what we are going to do, or else the user want to add something else, they have to remove it. So there is a thing which we always do after something like this. Name input dot value is this, and email input dot value is also empty string. So I'll come here and do a like this and like this. Again see this thing, select it and see this has been created and it has been cleared. Okay, so this is like this, it will work. So this is a DOM programming, but this is not enough. You have to do a lot of JavaScript projects. There are a lot of JavaScript projects on our channel, and we soon might have a 10 JavaScript projects in our series. But okay, we are going to have it in, I think in this month only. We are going to have last week of the month. We are going to have that thing. So that will be there, and you have to do a lot of JavaScript projects. A lot of vanilla JavaScript projects are required. Okay, so maybe we will. We'll now take a 10-minute break, and we will meet at around 11, 10, 10:50. We have to do async JavaScript is remaining, and your ES6 is remaining. Before we move to your React, before we move to your React, uh, so slowdown is not possible because we have to cover a lot of things. Slowdown is not possible, or else I have to stay whole night here, so that will not be possible, and we are covering a lot of things here. Okay, so slowing down is a bit not possible here. Although this is a bootcamp, this is a very fast bootcamp, because I am teaching all of you stuff which is generally takes a lot of time to teach. We ourselves take around 3 weeks to teach this stuff, but we are not leaving anything there, and we are teaching everything out there which is required. And you can, maybe if you want to learn, you can slow down, means I think in YouTube also you can slow down the speed of the talk and all, and that you can do. Okay, so either maybe if you are not able to do that, you can go and do that 0.5 pace and 0.5 after all if you want, because this thing you have to go again and again and again. Then only we're teaching stuff which is teaching boot camp, which people, even which we take 15,000 rupees to teach, because we have this thing. Okay, and in those things we can go slow, because those things we have time, but here we're teaching it at a fast pace. Okay, so for that we have to teach fast, because I also don't want to stay here till night, means till night. Okay, so that will be there. And as I've told, we are taking a 10-minute breaks, and then we are going to come back, and we are going to learn after that. So our 10-minute break will start now, and we are going to okay, thank you. Hello all. So we will start now. And one sec. Even before starting, let me give the Google form. So yeah. So I'll give the first attendance. Another two attendances will be there. So first attendance for the day will be given now. So one sec. One sec. Let me find it out. Okay, so the first attendance will be given. Again, another two attendances will be given. One towards the end, but beside that also, again another attendance will be given towards the lunch, and that I cannot tell when it is the lunch, and that depends what I cover. After every major topic, we'll have a 10 minutes break, and at around 1 or 2, maybe we'll have a lunch. Okay, so that is like that. So let me give that. Mark your first attendance for the day here. So please mark your first attendance for the day here. Okay, so that is there. And now what we are going to learn. Let me share my screen because I forgot to share my screen yesterday. Okay, so hope you're all able to see my screen. Okay. Okay, so this is what we are done. Now we are going to learn about async JavaScript, and again we are going to go to our favorite JSBin, but this time we are going to do JSBin JavaScript and output. We are going to do that and have to increase the font size 150. So what is this? What is this async JavaScript and all? So async JavaScript is one of the main thing which you need to learn. But whatever I'm going to teach now means I will tell one thing. A lot of the code will belong to the backend side of the thing. And if just someone was coming from some other background and all, and who is already feeling JavaScript is very tough, don't learn the code which I am teaching first. Only learn the last part we am going to teach. Because right now, if you think JavaScript DOM is tough, then the next thing which I'm going to teach it is even more tougher, and that is async JavaScript. Okay, only learn the thing. I'm going to tell what is the front end thing, what is the back end thing. See, the first aim for everyone to be should be to be a front end developer, and not to be a full stack developer or a back end developer. Those require some other level of programming also. So first aim should be to become a front end developer, and for that you don't require a lot of things which I'm going to tell now. But a lot of things which I'm going to tell now is very much required, because I'm going to tell now something known as promises. And yesterday only someone was asking me about what is promises and all. Are you going to teach promise and all or not? Yeah, we are going to teach promises and all. Everything we are going to teach, but you don't need to know promises to use promises, because in the front end developers, they don't means they know that like, something is coming from a promise and all, but how they use it with a fetch API and all. So the last topic will be fetch API in this. How do we use that thing? That you don't need to know. Okay, so that is there. And why do we need promises on all? See, the internet is like internet works through something known as the API endpoints. Like this, these are some API endpoints and all. This is the work of a backend engineer. The backend engineers create something like this API endpoints. Front end never interacts directly with the database and all. All the data generally are stored in the database. They don't interact with that. They interact with this type of thing. And when they interact with this kind of a thing, it returns a promise. This is not a normal website. See, normal website, you don't see these things. This is not a normal website. This is an API endpoint, which will give you data through this API, and this data is actually stored in a database. So the front-end engineer don't need to know all about this. Only that thing is that they need to know that I will get a data from a API endpoint which a backend engineer is giving me. So when the backend engineer gives it, they have to call this thing, and this thing is not like that a console.log you'll directly do, you'll get the result. No, you have to call it through some special thing known as fetch thing. And fetch internally works with promises and all. What is promises and all? That is something which you should know. Okay, and that's why we are going to learn about async JavaScript now. Async JavaScript is something which we are going to learn now. Okay, let me close this thing. And I have opened the JavaScript and the output. What is this output? Output is nothing. In the JSBin, I have HTML, CSS, console, output. Output is what has been shown in the output. Okay, so that is there. And then, so that is there. And so thing is, we're going to learn first. Asynchronous part of the thing. Okay, asynchronous part of the thing is something which don't comes in language like that only. So this is a part of a different kind of a programming which we are going to learn now, but it is again a JavaScript programming only. What is asynchronous? When we do a API call, just like saw a API, we saw a API endpoint like this JSON placeholder. so an API endpoint. So all the data actually moves like that only. Even you go to your Amazon, all the products they are coming from an API endpoints. Okay, so those things are there. So those API endpoints, when you hit it from the front end, even if you're using a supercomputer, it will take around 1 second. 1 second or some delays will be there. So because the data is stored in somewhere else, from there the data will come. It takes around 1 second. So now we don't know how to do this API endpoint and all. So the first thing which we are going to do is to we are going to mimic this thing. How we're going to do this API thing? We're going to mimic this thing. So let us do that. And I think around 12 p.m. only we are going to start with React.js. So because after 𝐸𝐸.js there is the ES6 which is very much required and which is a very easy topic. ES6 is very easy topic and ES6 is very much required in React. Without ES6, React cannot be done. Okay, const post is there. I have a const post. Something like this. JSON placeholder was also having post. So I am also creating some post like this. Okay, const post equal to everything in, I have told it earlier also, everything in the internet generally moves as an array of objects. So we'll do that. Even the JSON placeholder we have seen, it was an array of object. So I will have a title and this will be like JS basics, and summary is like this post contains the basics of JS, and comma and DOM basic. This post contains the basics of DOM. Okay. So we have an array of object. Now we'll have a function get posts. We have a function get post, and here we'll have a set timeout. We are having this set timeout because I want to mimic the API endpoint. As I've told, API endpoint generally takes 1 minute or all. So we're going to mimic that. So I will have a set timeout like this, and then inside that I'll have this, and it will run after 1 second. 1 second. Here I will have something let output equal to an empty string. Output variable is there. Then I will have this. I will loop through this post dot for each post. Okay, like this for each we have seen a lot of time, for each post, and then I'm going to explain what is this output plus equal to, output plus equal to I am doing, and then I am having this thing, and here I will have a h4 and dollar post dot title and h4 and p dollar post dot summary, and this p will be there. Then I'm going to show this thing console.log of what is this out, what is this output, and to call this function we want to call this get the output of this. We have to call this is a normal function, so we have to call this get post, and actually I can open the console here itself. Okay, or maybe I'll open the console. Yeah, I will have it like this. Open the console here, clear it, and I will run it. Okay, so it is giving me some error is there. So let us see what is the error. Post this post and that output is there. Okay, post dot for each post an output plus equal to h4 post dot summary, post dot summary. missing initializer in const declaration. Okay. Okay, it's coming. There was no error. Only have to refresh it. Okay. So the thing is that what is this? Okay. Let me see. Show it here. So you see that a very big string is coming. Output is a very big string, which have this h4, which have this days basic. This post contain the basics of JS, and then again h4, then again a p. All of these things is a big HTML, and that is we have taken this for a reason, because this thing we are going to put directly in the inner HTML. Inner HTML doesn't need any formatting and all. Okay, so but why we are making this thing? So and how we are getting this? So first thing is that this program will run, get post will come, and then this first set timeout is there. Set timeout will run after 1 second. After 1 second it will run, but it will run. Then after this let output is there, which is an empty string. Then post is there, post dot for each. So I am looping through this. So each time it will get one of the objects. So first object it will get, and the post it will do, and output plus equal to, means output equal to output plus output, which is an empty string at the first go. So output equal to this thing. So it will loop, it will do the post dot title. The first time it will do h4 equal to JS basics, and this post contains the basics of JS. So output will now contain that thing. Next iteration it will come. Next iteration it will output is that. So output plus equal to, it will do this DOM basics thing. So this is how the output contain a big string of all those things. Now it contains this big string. Now what I'm going to do, instead of this console logging, I will directly do it in the document, which we have seen in the DOM basic document dot body dot inner html equal to output inner html body doesn't contain anything here. So document dot body dot inner html equal to output I'll do, and I will run with JS. And now after 1 second, again it is not coming. After 1 second it will show this thing, because the document body dot inner html output, it will show h4 and a p. It will show like this. No issue here. Okay. So now I will introduce the issue here. So first thing which I'm going to do, we are going to have another function like function create post, and it will take a post. But everything is not that much easy. It will also have a set timeout. I don't need this thing. Set time out. Set timeout. Like this, it is there, and then post dot push post, and run after 2 seconds. Then we'll have this create post like this. Sync basic. This post contains the basics of sync. So what I'm doing here, see, a create post function is there, which is actually running after 2 seconds, and it is what is doing, it is post dot push. This post is there, this post array of object post is there. So I'm putting this another post inside it with post dot push. So I'm putting the third element in it. Okay, but one thing to keep in mind here is that it is running after 2 seconds, it is running after 1 second. So let us run it and see whether it is running or not. I'll do this run again and see, this is now showing these two things only. Even if I refresh it, it will show like this two things only. It will not show the third thing. Why it is not showing the third thing? That is the issue here. See what is happening, the program is running like the program is running from top to down, just like any other program. Get post will come, and then suddenly it will see the create post also. So it will run both of them at the same time, because very like little millisecond delay will be there. But the problem is there, it will run both of them at the same time. But when it will come here, it will see that, okay, I have to wait for 1 second. Okay, I have to wait for 2 seconds. So after 1 second, so both of them will be fired instantaneously at the same time. But this have to wait for 1 second, this have to wait for 2 seconds. So after 1 second, this will run. After 1 second, this will run, and this will print all these things. The main thing of this get post is to print all this thing in the output. So it will print both of these things. Then after 1 second is passed, the next this create post will go. Then this create post will go. Then it will add this thing here. It will add this thing here, but by this time the get post is already run. So I am not getting the result of the create post, but I wanted the result of the create post, because right now my posts have contained three things. So to solve this issue, this is known as asynchronous issue. This issue we get on when you do API calls and all also. So this issue we solve by three ways. One is known as a callback way, which is very old way, which is from 1995, and one is the promise way. Promise way is, again, promise method have got two ways. The promise was introduced in JavaScript in 2015 in ES6. There are two methods in it. One is the then and catch block. Then and catch is there, and one is the async await is there. So both of those things we are going to learn. Those who know a bit of JavaScript, they know there is something known as async await and then and catch. So those things we are going to learn after that. So first way is the callback way, and let me make it a different file so that you can have this thing all. I'll give all of the JSBins. Okay, and I will all of you who are attending will get the participant certificate, and I will also post how to get the completion certificate. Maybe I will also tell towards the end. Okay, yes, then, and another two more attendances will be taken. So we have taken total 6 attendances. Okay, we'll take total 6 attendances. 4 are already taken, and you will get certificate most probably by tonight by 12 p.m. because there are a lot of certificates to be processed. Okay, so async JS will be there, and then I will write as callbacks. I will write as callbacks, and here this post is there and all, and this all will be same. But how to show these things? So to show these things, first thing is that we are not going to have it like this at post. We are going to have a second parameter here, which is like this get post, which is like this. I'm passing a function here. So if I'm passing a function here, so means I'm passing two parameters there. One is the object, one is a function. I have to catch that function here. So I can call it by any name, but sometimes we call it by callback name. It is not mandatory. So but we call it by callback name. So what will happen, this callback name is there, then post.push is there, and then I'll call this callback here like this. So now what will happen again? So first thing is that okay, so first thing is that I'm going to refresh it, and it is gone. I don't know where. So now it will show these three things. Okay, async basic, it has been shown. So how it has been showing these three things, let us understand. And this is what the async callbacks are all about. So again, it will come here, and it will, there is only one function, which is the create post. It will run here, come here, and then create post is sending. I'm two parameters I'm sending. One is this post, and one is this get post reference. This is a reference, not a function call. So both of them will go here, and in the runtime, what will happen? This get post maybe like it will replace it with like this get post. It will replace it. Then it will come here in the set timeout. Then it will say, okay, the set timeout will need to run after 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, it will run. So after 2 seconds, when it will run, the first thing it will do, it will push this thing. Line by line, it will go. So it will push this thing. Okay. Then it will go here in the get post, and in the get post it will go again. The get post will run after 1 second. It doesn't matter. So it will run after 1 second, and now when it will run the get post, it will contain the third one also. So this is how the callbacks are been done. This is known as a callback. Okay, so callbacks were very popular and they were used a lot. But callback was having some issues that the code used to get complicated very soon. But now I am not going to show how the code used to get complicated. If you have more callbacks, the code will get complicated. The code gets complicated, then there is something known as callback hell. Is known as, you can Google about it. What is callback hell? So you'll find that what is callback hell. So to solve that issue in 2015, in ES6 a lot of things were added, and we're going to learn ES6 next. So these promises were added, also added in ES6. So we're going to learn the same thing with promises now, and promises have got two methods to do the thing. Okay, so let us do that thing now. Yes, then promises and then and catch, then and catch, promises then and catch. So till this everything will be same, but we are not going to have some callback feature here. We're not going to have a callback feature here. We're going to have a different kind of thing. So promises are what? Promises are actually a thing in JavaScript. What happened in promises? Uh, Promises are like promises in real life. When you do some promise that I will exercise daily, you'll either fulfill the promise or you'll not fulfill the promise. So promises are also like that. When you do some promise, you either send a resolve back or you send a reject back. So for promises to work in this code, what we need to do, we need to wrap everything with a promise. So I'll come here and do a return new promise, return new promise, resolve, reject, like this. So promises are like this. Again, it is taking two parameters, and it will also return two parameters. It take two parameters and it will also return two parameters. So this set timeout will actually go inside it. So what is this set timeout? What did I did? So set timeout will also go inside it. So now what? As I've told, the promise takes these two parameter, resolve and reject. Yeah, and they are not a keyword, but you should use this only. And it also returns these two things. So it will return these two things, but it will return these two things in most projects. What will happen? And one more thing I want to tell: this much will mostly be the Node.js code, backend code. This is something which will be the front end code. Okay, so it in the Node.js code, most of the time, what I'm going to have some complicated logic. That okay, if this thing happens, then I will send the resolve. If this thing happen, I'll send the reject. But I don't have that complicated logic right now. Means I cannot do those things. I'll just do a dummy thing like const, because we're understanding something here. Const num equal to 5, and then num is greater than 4. I'll do the ternary operator and do the resolve like this, and or reject and error, something is wrong. So I have two things. Generally, the reject part you send if some error is there. So I am sending resolve and reject. But in this case, resolve will be shown, will be sent. Why? Because 5 is greater than 4. Or 5 is greater than 4. Now, how I do this thing? Okay, how I do this thing? This thing is done like I have a create post. Then I will have a then. Then I will be there, and then in this then I will have a get posts, and then I will have a dot catch, and in this dot catch I'll have a like this document dot body dot inner html equal to I'm going to have like this. Okay. So let me run it and let me explain what is happening right now. Okay. So I'll get all these things. So how does this happen? Let us understand all these things again. So the program will run. Create post will send this array, send this object here, and the post will run, and then it will come inside, and it will see that way there is a promise happening here, so I need to send something back. Promise is happening, but and then this set timeout is there, it will run after 2 seconds, and then first thing it will do, it will push post, which is this post, it will push it in there. Then it will see this thing, okay, this is there, so 5 is greater than 4, then I have to solve the, throw the resolve here back, throw the, and when it throws back to the function which is calling it, it will throw back. And and the way it is that when a resolve is been thrown, resolve is returned from the promise, it is always cached by the then block, always cached by the then block. It is like that someone is throwing the ball, then a designated person is that he will only catch the ball. So it is like that. So when the resolve is returning something, only the then will be catching that thing. So we do your dot then, so then we'll be catching that thing. And when the then is catching that thing, so after that, then inside the then I have intentionally put the get post I put, and now the get post will run, and the get post will print everything. And this error is like, it is for error. It is actually, it is not mandatory also to give, but you can give it for error. And in error, what I can do, like I can give it like a 4 is greater than 4 is not true, so it will send a reject, it will send a reject, hopefully it will send it. And what will happen, error, something went wrong. Why it is happening? Because it will come to this reject, it will come to this reject first, because this okay, post and all this is done, and 4 is not greater than 4, the reject will run. So when the reject is been sent from here, when this reject is been sent from here or returned from here, so what happened, this catch block, this catch blocks runs at that time, this catch blocks run. So catch blocks is, I'm just doing the document.inner action, whatever error is coming here, so this will come as an error, this I'm showing it. So this is how this will run, this is how this will run, this is how the promises then and catch runs. Okay, so that is there. So now the next thing which we are going to do is that there is a, this thing was released in around 2015, this promises along with the then and catch block. But then in around 2015, they thought that this then and catch block is also very much complicated. And actually, when we have many then and catch block, it becomes a bit complicated. Okay, so they thought that let release something else. This part they didn't touch JavaScript team. They didn't touch, but they actually changed this part. Change not did I did added this thing. So in a lot of code, you see that a then and the catch thing is done. Then and the catch thing is done, and in a lot of code you will see that the your async await or people are using async await. So we are going to see both of them. Okay. So again, I'm going to come here and do a JSBin. Hi Balu. And again, I'm going to copy this and like this. As I've told, this part. Okay, again I will make it this as 5. This part, this create post part, this is not changed, but this part is got changed with the async await. Async await, what happened? I have to wrap everything in a function. Actually, I will have to wrap everything in a function in it like this. I do, then I will cut it. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to call the get post after this. Get post after this, I'm going to call. Then I will call this function like this. Call this function as init. But if I run it like this, again the same issue will come, like the create post will go, get post will go, and it will not the first issue, it will not show that third one. But how to change it like the then and catch? Okay, so we change it like the then and catch with adding a keyword here in any function which is wrapping everything. Async I will add, async I will add, and in this get post, in this thing I will add a await. So await here. So what does that mean? What does that mean? That means that until this is done, this await thing is done, it creates it, and the thing is written, then only run the get post. So now when it will run, what will happen is init will run this thing, this create post will run. So create post will go away, go here, and then the promise and all these things are there, and it is returning resolve. It doesn't matter that resolve, it is returning. Okay, it will anyways, it will come here. So but the thing is that this will run, and this will take 2 seconds to run. Okay, so and that then this will be running 2 seconds it will take, and this will add a third item to this post. Then only after this the get post will run. Then after this the get post will run, it will get the all the three items. If I run it with JS now, again this is a bit, sometimes this JSBin doesn't work. This is not an issue with this. Now it will show the three things. So this is how the async await run. Okay, so as I when I was teaching this async await starting, I told, see, most of the code which I am doing here will be a bit complicated, and if you're not understanding it, it is okay. Most of the stuff here is done for the by the backend engineer, but you should know what is the promise and all those things. Most of the time, as I've told, that there will be something like this JSON placeholder which will be given to you by a backend engineer. You have to hit this API endpoint and get the data. Actually this thing sends us back a promise, and this we have to get the data from here. So when this thing sends us a promise, we just don't directly use the promise keyword and all in the front end code. I will just now tell that pure front end code. You just don't do a promise and all those things. Okay, you use something else, do something else, which is known as fetch API, which is inbuilt in the browser. Actually, this was also not inbuilt in the browser. This came in again in around 2015 with ES6. So this fetch API is there. So fetch API is there. What fetch API does? It does this promise thing internally only, and it has got some type of a boilerplate code. If you understand that thing, it's okay. Or else it is okay. If you don't understand it, just put it like that. The boilerplate code is there for it, and through that we hit the API endpoint and we get the data back. Our main aim in a front end code is to get the data back from the back end. So this API endpoints. So how we are going to do that thing? We're going to do. So in async await, if you're not understanding anything, skip all the things which I've told earlier. Just learn this thing which I'm telling this, because this is something which the front end engineer does, which is one of the main thing. And the thing is that they do it with async await or try or there and catch block. I'm going to tell how to do this thing with async await. So I want to get this data back, this JSON placeholder data back. So how I'll do? First thing is that I will going to have a function async await and fetch. I'm going to do and function fetch posts. I'm going to do fetch post. I'm going to do then like this. I'm going to do, and here first thing is that I will make this function as async, because I have to call something, and I'll call this also fetch posts like this. I'll call it. Then I want to get the data from this API endpoint. So I will copy this API endpoints, and I'll have a const res equal to await, and I have a fetch keyword, fetch endpoint, fetch keyword is there. That I will do, and I have to do this thing, and like this I'll do, and then I don't get the data directly in a fetch API. The problem is that I don't get the data directly. After this, I have to do this const post equal to await res dot JSON, because actually it gives me a JSON back. So you have to, in this fetch API, actually you have to do the promise twice. Okay, you have to do this. Uh, get a data means from the promise twice. You can read all the documents here that why we get a JSON back, and then we have to again do a await thing, again get the data back from there. You have to do this thing. It's a two-part process. It is there, and this thing is always same. This thing is always in res.json or any variable name which you take, it will be like this. Only the thing which will change here is this API endpoint which is going to change, and then I'm going to do a console.log of posts is there. Okay, I'll open my console, and I will run it. See, after some time, after maybe 1 second, I get all the data back. I got all the data back. It is like this 100 post which is there in this API endpoint. Okay. And this is by default means one of the most important code for a front-end engineer. You know this much only, you'll get a job. Only this much you know how to do a fetch a API endpoint. Okay. This is what the front-end engineer does. From from a backend engineer, they'll get this thing and they'll do this. Actually, this is the most important code for a front-end engineer. Even if you're working in React, we're going to see if we're going to do it in React or vanilla JavaScript. Maybe we are not going to see much projects now, but we are going to see in React also the same fetch API you're going to use. React will start by most probably maybe by 12:30, or I'm seeing like that. So because we are going to do ES6 after this, so this is the most important code. The thing is that once I get the post back, then it is up to me. If I using a vanilla JavaScript, then I will show with the document.query selector and all those things. If I using React, then I will show it in a different way. Only that difference is there. No other thing is there. No other difference is there. So console.log post I have done. Now I want to show this data back. So how I'll show this data back? I will show this data back with the same thing which we were doing for a long time. I will show this data with this thing, like this code. Like I'm just taking this code. Okay, so let output will be there. Post is there. Post is output. Post dot title and post dot summary is not there. There is a post dot body is there, and inner HTML is this output I will do, and let us see whether it will run. And I got everything. All the post title it has been shown and the body. All actually there are 100 posts. That was 100 posts, and we are getting all the same 100 posts. We are getting 100 posts. We are getting it. So this is how it works. So this is our async JavaScript is done. So now we are going to learn about ES6. Okay, so one sec. ES6. So what is ES6 and all? So ES6 also. One sec. So let me do some setup for ES6. So ES6 is the modern JavaScript which was released in 2015. So we are going to learn something also. Okay, ES6 is a next generation JavaScript released in 2015 by the 𝐸𝐞𝐻 technical committee. Actually, 𝐸𝐞𝐻 is the like the scientific name of JavaScript. Like the scientific name I'm telling, like all of us must have heard in this your discovery or maybe some classes that everything have got some scientific name. Every animal have got a scientific name. So JavaScript have also got a real name which is like the 𝐸𝐞𝐻 script. And literally JavaScript was named as JavaScript because in 1995 Java was very popular. So to have a confusion in the mind of the people. Okay, so JavaScript was the original name was ECMAScript, but it was named JavaScript. Still today, the people who are from non-IT background and they will see like okay Java and JavaScript. They don't know the difference between Java and JavaScript. This is like totally different thing. Even you will get call from the HRs and all. So HRs are the people who are non-technical. 99% of them are non-technical. Okay, so they will call a JavaScript developer for a Java role and a Java developer for a JavaScript role. Both of them are totally different, and this confusion JavaScript was able to introduce very easily. But the thing is that now they are victim of their own confusion because JavaScript has become 100 times more popular than Java. From the start only it has become. So they didn't realize that one day they will overtake Java and all, like becoming the most powerful language on the planet. They didn't realize that. Okay, they thought that Java is the main thing, but it was not. So let us get started with the ES6. What is this ES6? This is what some new features, because JavaScript was not updated in around 20 years, and there was a lot of issues there, which we have already seen. Three issues, like the var issue was there, and all this is a lot of issues we have seen how to solve that thing, like this let var and const. We've seen that the let was having this issue of this let var was functional scope, but let finally introduce the block scope, and we have already seen what was there. So I'm not going to tell whatever thing I have covered, I'm not going to cover again. So I'm not going to cover this again. So the thing is that okay, so we have seen that let was block scope, but const also we have seen. So const, the thing is that const we have seen like that if we have a variable, we cannot reassign some value to this const again. Okay, but there is something else is there. It is written here, for const we cannot assign a new value to a variable after initial declaration for primitive like integer and string, but we can add value for non-primitive like arrays and object. What does that mean? So let us understand what does that mean. So I will again do a JSBin. So we are doing a lot of JSBin. All of these JSBins you people are going to get in the description. Okay, so that is there, and this console is there. JavaScript console we are going to use this time. So for the first thing is that we are going to learn about const, and this is ES6 is a very easy stuff. Okay, it is not like that asynchronous things. It is a very easy stuff. Okay, so const first age equal to 6. So we cannot do something like this, like first age equal to 8. Okay, this will give an error. This will give an error. This is not possible. But what is possible? So let us come here. Const child ages equal to 5, 6, 8, 10. Suppose I want to add 12 here. So again, I cannot add something like this, child ages equal to like this 12, and if I run this, it will give me error. It is not possible. But it is quite possible to add something with the push, pop, all those array method works here very well. And as I've told earlier also, when I was telling this push, that we generally add something in array through push or unshift. Something is there like that. I forgot unshift or shift. Unshift is there. Through that only we push something at the end of the array or the starting of the array. So those methods are quite possible. Those methods are quite possible. So let us understand that. Okay. So how to do that? So I will just do a child ages dot push and 12 I'm going to do, and then console.log of child ages and let it run it. So it will push the 12, no error. So this is quite possible. In the object we go even one step further. Suppose there is a object like this person object, and name is Navin and scale is base. Okay, so this is there. So in this object I can change a key value pair, or I can add a new key value pair. How? Person obj dot skill from JavaScript, I'll change the skill to React. So what does that mean? That means I am changing a key, changing a value of a key. And even I can do the person object dot profession. I'll add a new profession. I'll add a new key value pair. Profession equal to trainer, and then console.log of and both of them are possible. Already ignore it. This is a JSBin error, but it is coming. See, this skill is changed to React. Profession, and new thing is that. And as I've told earlier, in object the order doesn't matter. So when we see it in the console, generally the order is changed. It is alphabetical. It doesn't matter. So this is there. The first thing which we have seen. Then the next thing is we're going to go through the slide. Fatter function. Fatter function we have already seen. So how to use that function? So last thing we have seen, fatter function. So we are not going to see the fact arrow function. The next thing which is there is the known as the default parameter. Yeah, we are going to see the default parameter. Okay, so what is the default parameters? Default parameters values in which the we use the parameters when no value are taken or passed. This applies to both normal function and arrow function. So let us see what is the default parameter. So we'll come here and do a JSBin like this, and now again JavaScript console I'm going to do, and then here default parameters I'm going to do, and const is equal equal to I have num1 comma num2 like this. Console.log num1 num2. Okay, so it's returning this thing. So I'll do a console dot log. I'll run it and it will give me 10, which is true. So this num1 is 10, num2 is 10. I'm doing it for a reason, and then I'm returning num1 triple equal to num2. So I'm using that. I'm checking that whether conditional operator. I'm checking whether they're equal or not. And you can use conditional operator outside if a statement also, it is quite possible. So when I do this thing conditional operator, it actually means it will return a boolean, either true or false. So yeah, it is true, because 10 and 10 are equal. It is returning me this thing. Okay, but that is not the main thing. The main thing is here is what happens if I don't pass this parameter like this. Okay, since JavaScript is not a very strict language like Java and all, this is quite possible. This is not possible in other languages like Java, C++. It will give me an error because I'm having like this two parameters and I'm passing only one parameter. But in JavaScript, it is quite possible. I'll do it. What will happen? Num2 will go as the undefined. That's 10 will be taken by the num1 and num2 will go as undefined, and it will give me false because 10 is not equal to undefined. It will give me false. That is there. Okay, but no error is there. It is there. But this is not a good behavior. This is not a good behavior at all. And if something like this happens in programming, and this is used a lot in programming, we want something to be passed. We don't like this undefined thing. Don't like this undefined thing. So what we are going to do now? What we are going to do now? Instead of inside this num2, I'm going to do a equal to and do a 20. Equal to 20 I'll do. Now clear it and run it. Again, this is a JSBin error. So what will happen now? I'm not passing anything here. So when I'm not passing anything here, 20 will be taken. Again, now also it is false, but 20 is taken. Now what will happen if I pass like this 10 comma 10 again? Okay, let us do that. Now see this one 10, 10 is passed. Second one is 10 is passed and true. So what happened just now? This 20 is overwritten by this 10. 20 is overwritten by this 10. 20 is overwritten. So this is what the default parameter is all about. Right? Very popular thing and used a lot in programming. And okay, so that is there. Now the next thing is that object literal extension and dynamic fields. Okay, so a sec. I have some water. So both of these things are actually two different things, and we are going to learn about that. Okay, so Okay, so in object literals, we can now have extension of the key of an object. So what does that mean? Or what does that object literal extension means? So let us understand that. Here only we'll do this. Object literal extensions. So what happens? Suppose I have a let obj equal to name, comma, age is name. I have something like this. Okay, I will comment this out and then console dot log of obj. I have a normal thing and I'll run it and it will come like this. Okay, 39 and 11 they will come. So that is there. So that is there, is coming. So now what I'm going to do, I want to pass this value from the outside. This Nabendu and 39, I want to pass it from the outside. So I will make it like this. Let NAMED named equal to this. Let aged equal to this. I'll do this thing. Let name equal to this and that age equal to this thing. Okay, now I will have this named. Now I'll have this aged, a named and aged are something which we are going to have. Okay, so nothing difference, nothing different. Everything will work like in the runtime. This name will be done by this, and this will done by. This is not object literal extension. Now, what is object literal extension? Suppose I make it as not, named is not looking good. I make it as name, and I make it as age, and again I'll do this thing. This is also quite easy. This name is a key. Actually, this is a key, and this is also key, and this name is coming from the outside. Okay, so what is object literal extension? If something like this happens in which the key and the value have the same name, key have the value of the same thing, we can actually delete this thing. Actually delete this thing. I can actually delete this thing and I clear it and I will run it. And now this thing will come like this. Now this thing will come like this. Okay, so this is a shortcut. Object literal extension is a shortcut. When the key value pair have the got the same thing, same name, you can omit this thing. So it actually doesn't even look like an object. It will look like this. So this is object literal extension. Now the next thing is that what is the dynamic fields? What is dynamic field? Dynamic fields is actually something which is very, very important. So let us understand what is the dynamic field. Again, I will comment this out and let have a let age field equal to age is there. Let age field equal to age, and then let es6obj equal to name is 𝐴𝐻𝐿, and instead of this I will have this age field like this, age field and 39. So this is actually even more important than your okay, and this is known as what? This is known as dynamic field. Okay, I forgot to write the name. Dynamic fields. Again, a concept which we use a lot. Okay, dynamic fields, and this console.log. I will have this ES6OBJ here. ES6OBJ here. I'll write, clear it, run it, and see it will come. So what it did actually on the when it ran, when dynamically it ran, this key of age field is there. It changed it to age, and it is actually a very difficult thing to do before ES6. We are controlling the key field from outside of it. Outside of it, we are controlling. So I will do this thing like this. Okay, and do I have this inside? No. Okay, so like this. If I do this, it will change from outside. I'm controlling it. So this is very cool thing which is there in ES6. Okay, this is known as dynamic fields. Very important concept again. Dynamic fields, very important concept again. So this is, we are done with this dynamic fields also. Now, now we are going to look into a very important concept here, which is like two important concepts: rest operator and spread operator. Both of them are actually very important, and both of them seems like same thing, like there is a dot thing is there, but both of them are used in a different context. So rest operator, we can pass argument to function, it gets converted to an array. Rest operators, we passed argument to a function and it gets converted to an array. That is the main thing of a rest operator. First, we will see the rest operator. Actually, spread operator use more. Spread operator, without a spread operator, actually there is no React. React, we use the spread operator like a lot. Okay, so we'll come here and do a like JS, then and this operator is there. Let array function is there. Array function is there, in which suppose the main intention is, suppose something comes, anything comes, and anything will come here, like maybe 4 comma 2 comma 4 comma 2 comma 6 comma 9 comma 7. So anything will come like this, and the parameters can be any length. Anything will come here and it should be converted to a array. It should be converted to an array. That is the main intention. The pass argument to a function and get converted to an array. But with normal way, it is very difficult to do. Actually, we have to write some 10-15 lines of code to do this thing. But with this rest operator, what I can do, I can come here and do a arr I'm going to do, and when I'm going to run it, see, it is getting converted to an array. It is getting converted to an array like this. It is getting converted to an array. So dot is the main thing which is done. Dot you have to do, and it will get converted to an array. And this is not a keyword. You can use anything else also here. So this is all about the rest operator. We use it, but not as the spread operator. Not as the spread operator. Now we will see the spread operator. Spread operator we will see. Operator. Let me write the correct spell. Spread operator we are going to see here. Okay, so here in the spread operator, let's see the definition. A spread operator are the opposite of rest operator, which takes an array and convert it into a list of argument. Takes an array and convert it into a list of argument. Why do we need something like this? First, let us see one example. Why do we need something like this? So I will have a let a equal to like this. I'll have an array, like maybe the same array I will have. I'll have an array, and I want to find the minimum and the maximum of an array. So there is a function in JavaScript known as math.min and math.max. But the problem with that function is that they cannot take an array as an argument. They take arguments as an argument. Okay, so something like that. Console.log, console.log, and math.min, and it actually takes something just like an argument like this. It will take and it will give me the, if I run it, it will, I will actually close this thing. It will, okay, so why it is giving me like this? Okay, I don't want this thing. So again it is giving me error. Log spelling is wrong. So it will give me 2. It will give me this 2. math.min. But how to get the minimum of this array? That's the main thing. Okay, so for that, what I am going to do here, I'm going to pass this array as dot 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 a, and I want to get the max also, and in this max, I'll do the dot 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 a, dot 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 a I'll do, and I will clear it, and I will now I will run it. And again, why it is giving me error? Console.log math.min. Okay, I forgot to give one more bracket here. Okay, okay, I'm forgetting a lot of brackets today. Okay, so see this math.min is also giving me this too. Math.max is giving me this. How does it work? So when I pass this array here, it get converted to something like this list of argument. So as it is telling, opposite of rest operator, which takes the array and convert it into a list of arguments. So that is like that, the opposite of it. So that is there. But we are going to look into spread operator a bit more, because spread operator is very important. And spread operator is used in JavaScript to solve a very important computer science problem, not JavaScript problem only, computer science problem. Computer science, those who come from a computer science background, they might know that there is a problem with computers, not only computers, and there is a problem with computers. How the programming language, that problem is known as a call by reference problem. That's a computer problem. Call by reference. That is way how which, and that problem comes because of electronics part of the computer. What is there? What happens in a computer when we so okay, first let's see the call by value or copy by value also it is known as. Okay, and this is not a JavaScript one, this is a problem in every programming language. Okay, copy by reference problem. Copy by reference problem. Suppose I have a variable like y equal to maybe the same thing. I will take, I will comment this out now. Now I want to have another array which is like a copy of this thing of x. So let y equal to x I'll do, and then y dot push, I'll do a 5, and then I pushed I first copied it, and then I pushed the y a 5 element I pushed. Now I'll see what is there in the console dot log of y. What is there in the console dot log of x? What is there? So let us understand that thing. Both of these things will understand, and I will clear it, and I will run it. See, the problem is this. Problem is this, that okay, both of them 5 are added. So my original value of y is like this, and then I make x is like this, and then I make y equal to x, and then I push something to the y, but the y, that thing was pushed to x also. Why this happened? Because the way computer works, this is not a, I mean, this is where the computer works. What happens in computer, I have explained this earlier also. You make a variable or you make an array, there is something known as a MAC address in the RAM of the computer. RAM of the computer is a very important thing. RAM of the computer, this is something which I'm telling, which belongs to electronics engineering also. RAM of the computer, there are something known as how data is stored in computer. There are something known as MAC addresses. MAC addresses, there are like these hardware addresses, which I also don't know much about. I read it when I was engineering. Maybe we had the basic electronics subject with that. So these MAC addresses are like this hardware addresses, which is of 0 and 1 and all the things. So computer, when it stores some variables or some array or something, it doesn't store the variables like this x equal to something I have done. So actually there is a MAC address. The address of that x will be stored here. Means when I do x equal to something, the first address of that array will be stored there in this y, and then when I do this y equal to x, that address, it is not like that this it started referencing that address. It is not like referencing it, start referencing that address. So both of those things are referencing that same MAC address. Both of those things are referencing the same MAC address. So if both of those things are referencing the same MAC address, so now what will happen? If I change one thing, other will be there. They're like inseparable. They are actually the same thing. They are doing the same thing. This is a very big problem, copy by reference problem. This is there in all programming language because of the how the computer was. But how did we solve these things? We solve these things in all programming language with something known as copy by value. All programming language implement it in a different way, and this is like copy by value. Because in all programming language, when you copy some variable to another variable, we don't want the original variable to be changed. Okay, copy by value problem. Copy by value. Copy by, copy by value solution with spread. The spread we do it in JavaScript. Okay, so let C equal to, maybe I'll have this thing a bit less this time. Let C equal to like this. Okay, then let D. I want to copy again a D, but I will not copy it directly like C. I'll do a dot 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 C. So when I do a dot 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 C, what will happen? It will expand it to arguments. Arguments like 6269. It will expand. But I don't want it like that. I don't want it like that. How do I want it? I want it like this. Okay. I want it like this and like this array I have taken, and then I'll do a D dot push 13 console dot log of D and console dot log of C. I'll do. Okay, so like this I'll do. I'll clear it. I'll run it. See. See this D have this 13 added. C didn't have this 13 added. So it is making a copy of it. It is not making something like referencing that thing, because when you do dot dot C, it is taking that value and it is putting it in some place, and then I'm adding a bracket in it, so the bracket is getting equal to that. So this is how this works. This is how this call by value is there. Okay, and in now this in spread operator, we can also merge two or more array. Okay, so we'll quickly see this merging array with spread operator, merging arrays with the spread operator. So let x1 equal to maybe 42 comma. Actually, if you give comma, we can directly write something like this. Okay, we don't have to give a semicolon. Then we can omit that let thing. Okay, x2 equal to like this 7 5 comma x3 equal to 13 14. I'm going to have, then I want to merge this thing, so I'll have a let d1 equal to, what I'll do, dot 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 x1 comma dot 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 x2 comma dot 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 x3. I'll have these three things and it will be done. Console dot log of d1 I'm going to do, and try. Let me comment these things out. Comment. Then let me not comment these things out. Let it be there. Okay, I'll run it. See, this last one is 4275 13 14. It is coming. So this is how you merge these things. So with again with a spread operator. Yeah, you can use concat and merge. They're very old methods to do this thing. This concat and merge, they were used before ES6 a lot. Okay, concat and merge, this is a very good thing. I think you know a bit of JavaScript and all, so you can use concat and merge. They were used before 2015 a lot. because when I started, we used to use them a lot, concat and merge and these methods and all we used to use. But now please don't use them in, because when ES6 launched, I have a slide also for that. Okay, so this is a very old thing because I'm teaching it for a long time. Most ES6 features now run in all browser as of 2020, with the exception of IE11. I updated it in 2020. I created it. IE11. IE11 was a special case. It used to cause a lot of issue for the developers. IE11, but thank God IE11 is now retired by Microsoft because it was the worst browser in the history. It used to support nothing because it was built in a different way. Now the worst browser crown goes to Safari, if you don't know. Okay, so but even Safari, everything works. ES6 when it was released, it was not working in IE11. So for IE11, we have to go and use this kind of thing, like that's concat and merge, and it used to be a nightmare. So you used to write a different set of code for all the browser like Chrome, and for the IE11 we need to write a different set of a code. It used to be a nightmare in production, and even though 90% of the world population uses Chrome, and those numbers are very important. 90% of the world population uses Chrome. 5%, I think, some 7-8% uses Safari, and 2-3% uses Internet Explorer. Why 2-3%? Because no Windows user ever uses Internet Explorer. They always change it to Chrome. Even today, Edge has been supplied by your Microsoft, but everybody uses Chrome only. But then there are some old peoples are there. Some people are there who used to use that IE11. Okay, and that used to cause a problem for bigger companies. I worked in a lot of enterprise software that used to cause problems. That's why we have to make it compatible, and we have to use this concat and merge and all this. But in today's world, please don't use that. IE11 is not supported, even if somebody have not upgraded their computer. No company can ask you to support IE11 today. Okay, so that is like that. So that is done. Now we are going to do like this. Hope it answered these questions. It was a very good question, in fact. Okay, so JSBin, I'm going to do 10 JS console, and now we are going to see how this spread operator in objects. Spread operator in objects. How to actually it is the same way how it is done in objects. So suppose I've got okay. Suppose I've got two objects. So like this obj1 is this foo bar, and obj2, which we are going to come back to it later on. Obj2 is also containing the same kind of thing. Foo bars is there and y is 13 is there. Okay, so first thing is that I'll do a how to do this how to copy this thing obj1. Okay, and copying is also known as cloning. Let clone obj equal to dot obj1, and so it will contain this thing. And so it is like that copying thing which I have told. But you have to do it like this dot spread it and do it, or as the same copy by reference problem is there. And we call it a cloned object because it's literally a clone. Every term in program is taken by the real world equivalent only. It is known as clone because just like two clone are there, like the Dolly the sheep clone is there. So it will be different from the entity, from the person or from the sheep in from which it is made. Because the clone, even though the DNA is 100% same, they will be behave like two different entities. They will behave like two different persons. So that's why we use the clone words. If even if you're cloning from somewhere which is the exact copy of that other thing, exact copy of this other thing, but it can behave in a different way in the future. And it generally happens, it behaves in a different way. So because no two persons are same. Okay, so they will behave differently. That's why this clone word is been taken. Then I want to merge something. So how to merge something? So let merged obj equal to I'll have this, as you might have seen. So object, we are always taking this curly bracket, obj dot obj2. Now I'll have this console dot log of merged object. I'm going to have, okay, okay, it is showing the old one. So this merged object is coming. This merged object is coming. See one thing again. I'm going to both of these things are done by like this. Foo, foo is there. Here it is bar. It is bars. But I cannot have foo two times. The one of the key property of an object is that the key value should be unique. I cannot have the foo two times. It is an error. You cannot just have it. So it takes the last one. It takes the last one, which is this bars, foo bars, and then x is equal to 42 and y is equal to 13. Both of them are different, so it was taken like this. So that is like this. It is done. So this is done like a rest and spread operator. So now the next thing which you're going to do is a template literal, which we are not going to do because template literal we have already seen earlier. Template literal, this backtick thing we have already seen. Like the, I've given the example, my name is Ravinder and my age is 39-year-old. So that thing, the backtick we can take in the place of array, which we have already seen that thing. Okay, so let me give me one time. We are going to start with the next thing, which is array and object destructuring. Again, actually some of the things in ES6 are like the mandatory things, and some of the things in ES6 are like it is not required. I mean, mandatory thing in the sense they're shortcuts. Some of them are mandatory things and some of the things are shortcuts. So this is one of the shortcuts, array and object destructuring, but this is a very important shortcuts because both of these shortcuts are used in React a lot. And as I always say, we teach in a way in that at the end of the day you should learn React. The main motto is to learn React because that is the only thing to get a job. You go do your research and all those things. React is the only way to get a job. Okay, only way to get a job today, also 5 years from down the line, also 10 years from down the line also, because even though a lot of web3 is coming, the backend is changing, the front end is still React. Okay, so that is there, and backend is changing heavily. I'm following that web3 thing, blockchain thing also a lot, but that is changing so much that it is not possible to even teach that thing right now. Okay, so array and object destructuring is there. So what is this value of bar is doesn't show up? So why the bar will show up means bars is show, the last one will take now. So the last one will take, not the bar will not take, the last one will take, because the both of them have this foo. I cannot have something like that. Okay, I cannot have something like, okay, it is not possible to have. Let me show one thing. Let me try this thing. Let me try this thing. Even if I try this thing, it will give this only. It will give this only. Like the last one, it will take. Okay, I thought it will give error, but last one it will take. See, it is never like the thing is that what happened. The object always contain this unique thing. It cannot have foo two times. The problem is not bar. The problem is foo. You cannot have the same key two times in an object. So what happens if the same key is there two times or more? The last value will be taken. The last one will be taken. So that's why bars was taken, not bar was taken. Go through this again and you'll understand. This is not a rocket science thing. This is just a simple thing. Go through it, you'll understand it. Okay. So that is there. And now we are going to understand this array and object destructure. So because of the object property, okay. Array and object destructuring, as I have told earlier, the array and object destructuring is like a we'll destructuring object. You can extract small fragments from arrays and object. So how do we do that and understand that thing? JSBin. Yeah, we override the previous value. Previous value will overwritten. It is not like overwritten. Anyways, we were combining the values. We are merging the object. We are merging the object. So if something is unique, it will come. But something is not unique, it will override the previous value. Override the first ones. Array destruction will learn now. Suppose we have okay. Suppose we have a array like RGB like this we have, and then we'll have a const r equal to. So the main thing of anything is like I want to have a variable in which I want to have the first value, I want to have a variable in which I have the second value, I want to have a variable in which I have the third value. So RGB of 0 I'll take, and then r, and this variable name can be anything. So I'm taking like this RGB, and this 1 and this 2 I'll take, and then console.log. I'll get all these three values RGB, but I can now, this is a normal thing. What is array destruction? Array destruction means I can remove these three different statements. I can use one statement in its place. And array destruction is very important because in React we're soon going to see that it is used in the, there is a use state hook where it has been used. So I'll make it a const r comma g comma b equal to RGB, like this. This is a different kind of a syntax, but it is a quite okay syntax. It's a ES6 syntax. So I'm having this array kind of things here. So internally it works like this only. So there will be R variable which will take the 0, G variable, again we can take any name first, B variable will take the third one. So like this it will run and we'll get no errors, and this will run like this. So this is known as the array destructuring. And similar to this we have this object destructuring. So object destructuring, we'll see the object destructuring now. So object destructuring will have a, again object destructuring will have a object like this, developer first name, last name, and country. Now in a normal way, suppose I want to show this in a normal way. So suppose I want have a const first name equal to, so I'm taking the same name developer dot first name, this last name, developer dot last name, country equal to developer dot country, and then console dot log out first name comma last name comma country. This is like this. Hear it, run it, and see this. It is coming. But again, I can replace this three big statements with a single statement. Now you see, and this is used a lot in props in React. Okay, so how I can do it? Again, I have to do a const, and this object array destruction will take an array, object destruction will take a object like this. I'll do equal to developer is there, and now if I run it, I will get this thing. So this is known as a object destructuring, array destructuring and object destructuring. So now we are going to look into one of the tough topic in ES6. Only this is the tough topic, but it is very important to tell. And that topic is the classes. We all are afraid of the classes because if you are coming from, if you're seeing this JavaScript and if you are getting scared, like, okay, JavaScript is a programming language, it is very tough. Then once see what is Java, just go through Java and the nightmare will start because of classes. Java is a very tough language to understand. Whenever there is a class, see, the languages are divided into two things. One is, and nowadays the modern languages, what happens, they have both the things like this. In Python, I don't know much of Python. The Python, so I think I have, it has got classes and functions both. But and the industry is also divided. Like some people will say classes are very easy, it's a must, and functions. So this object-oriented programming language like Java and C++ have this classes concept. There, the big programs you divide it with classes, and in JavaScript is mainly a functional programming language in which we divide the big program with functions, as I've told. But in 2015, JavaScript introduced classes through ES6. So classes were introduced in JavaScript. So again, they thought, okay, let's compete with Java again, and they'll have these things. But this thing is again not gone well with the community and all. React and Angular were first to pick up the class concept, but the classes actually don't work well in JavaScript internally. Okay, so there was an issue and React is moving away from the class based thing. But at least then also, when I will teach React, you'll have to learn a lot of class based thing also. So you should know the classes. But one thing I'll tell, the classes in JavaScript is not that complicated as that is in Java and all. Java, you have to understand a lot of things like polymorphism, inheritance. If you are come from a IT background in computers, you have learned a lot of theoretical concept like those things, inheritance, polymorphism, all those stuff, function overriding, and method overriding, and all those things. But we don't have to learn all this stuff because we don't use that much. And React also, we use classes. Angular also we use classes, but not to that extent we use that like that. You have to understand all those crazy stuff of classes. But then also we have to learn classes. So let's learn classes now. I'll try to tell it in the most easiest way. If you don't understand, you can miss, there are a lot of resources from which you can understand what are classes. Okay, so let us do the classes. JSBin. And if you're coming from a Java or C++, you see, it will like a piece of cake for you to understand what is a classes. Okay, so classes, yes, 6. And I will also tell the classical car example which is taught in all engineering colleges or everywhere, the car example. ES6 classes with constructors. ES6 classes with constructors. I'm going to do. So I will have a class of create room. I'll have a class of create room. And classes are always like given in Pascal case. What is the Pascal case? See, this C is capital. So that is like that. And you have this, and then we'll have a constructor. Constructor. Constructor is what I'm going to tell soon. Constructor name is there, and then this dot room. What is this dot room? Okay, let me tell about this dot room. This is one of the most complicated topic in JavaScript, and it is considered a very difficult thing to master. In fact, that this keyword is so much complicated that there is a set of 4 books. See, if you want to learn JavaScript by the React way, you can do whatever I'm teaching. You can learn from there, and even I will have some master concept there. But if you want to master JavaScript, it will take you 2 years, 2 years, at least 2 years it will take you to master JavaScript, because you have to go through some books. Okay, and that books is, and that is not taught much in the YouTube world and all. Nobody teaches that much. You don't know JS. This is a book, series of books. You don't know JS. And okay, this is not a pack of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a pack of 6 books. It's a pack of 6 books, and this you only do on your own risk. And I have also not done this, but I know a lot of this advanced stuff also, because I've done from YouTube here and there, and I have my own thing. and we are soon going to have that on the channel. You do it on your own risk. If you want to master JavaScript, I'm telling you, it will take you 2 years, but for then also you have to be very very good in JavaScript. Okay, this book is one of the highest selling book. Want to master JavaScript, you have to know this thing. Okay, master means like ninja. You have to become you want to become a ninja. Like I am also not that much ninja, so you have to learn from this sixth book and see. And one thing is there. Okay, one thing I will show you here. Seeing you see this book, this and object prototypes. There is one whole thick book. It is actually a very thick book dedicated to this keyword. Why dedicated to this keyword? Well, this is actually a very complicated topic. Although I have some even in on my YouTube channel, I have some videos and all on this, but then also it is a complicated. I might okay. Let me do one thing. Let me in my channel, I have some very okay. So like this keyword. Okay, it is not showing. One sec. Under oh, it is not showing. Maybe I don't have this thing. No. Okay. Okay. I have this. So in my, if you want to go deep on this, so not that much deep also, understanding. And I'm going to have soon a JavaScript advanced to master series also, maybe next month. I'll tell some of the concept. Okay, understanding this. So you go to this and you'll understand that this keyword and all is there. Okay, so that is there. But okay, so let us go and I will try to explain what is this code. See what happens, a class is generally a combination of constructor, some other functions are also there. So what happens, I want to access some function. Okay, so let me write the complete thing, then I'll tell. So I'll have after this a clean room, and I will have a soap, and I will have a console.log of cleaning dollar this dot room with dollar soap. Okay, like this. See this keyword, I'm using it inside a constructor also, and inside a function also. So if I use var also instead of that, var is a functional scope. I cannot use that var also here and here. All the different places I cannot use. So this keyword, the benefit of this keyword is that you can use at a lot of different places within the class, and it is used mostly in the classes only. You can use this some variable. See, room is a variable. I cannot, if I do a var room, I cannot use it at a lot of different places. But if I do a this dot room, and I can use it at a lot of different places with this keyword. I can use that inside a constructor, inside a clean room, a lot of places I can use. So that is there. Okay, this keyword, and now this is a structure of a classes in which we have a constructor, and in which this clean room is a function. So we have a function like this function we have. So now in classes we create objects of the classes. This is different from the JavaScript objects. We create object like this. Okay. Const after ES6 we'll have a 10-minute break because ES6 will go another 15-20 minutes, and we'll not have a lunch break. We'll have a 10-minute break. A lunch break we'll have it at 2 only. So after that we'll start with React new, or 2 or some other time, 2 or 2:30, create room, and nothing do like this. We have now let me write something first, then I will tell what I'm doing, how this all works and all. Domex. As I told, this is some tough stuff. If I run it, and it is not even showing if it is running it now. Okay, it's coming. Okay, so let us go through it. Why it is coming like it is showing in a Windows room and all. So when we create a class, and we are creating a class like this, and when we create an object of class, an object is like this. Objects of a classes are a bit different than, as I told, the JavaScript objects. These are also known as objects. Okay, so objects of a class I'm creating, I have to create it with the new keyword. New keyword I will create, and I have to pass this class name, and then I am passing some variable here. So when this thing is happening, what is happening? This constructor, it will go here, and the constructor will be called. Constructor will be called, and this name will go here, and this dot rooms is a variable in which Nabendu's room will be stored, and then here Shikha's room will be stored. In the third, Hriday's room will be stored. So that will be done like this. Okay, so why it is done like this? So, and what are the classes exactly? So let me take the typical engineering explanation, which is taught in all engineering colleges. So classes are like a blueprint like maybe of a car. We have a car factory. So in a car factory we have a blueprint of a car, and that blueprint is given to a computer. That is how car factories are, and that computer have those robotic arms, which you might have seen. Those robotic arms make that car. So each car is a different, so each car is an object. So this is, suppose this is a car. This car will get access to its own value, own variable, own everything here. So in all classes also these things happens. What happens in a classes, when you create an object, it gets its own copy of this whole class. Second object, whole own copy of its own class. Third object, whole copy of this own class. Own class in the sense means it will have its own constructor, like this dot room. It will have its own variable. A different space in the memory will be created. Like this dot room will be there, and in this dot room, when this room will be there, and it will have its own function also. So when I do naps room dot clean room and domex, so it will know that okay, this is cleaning this dot room. These dot rooms belong to this Nabendu's room is coming. Domex is something I'm just passing it here, and it is showing it here. So that's why this is how it changes it. Just room, reverse room, and all those things. So you have to go through this concept again and again. Then you are going to understand. So it's a complicated logic, but not that much complicated also, because we're not yet come to inheritance and all those things. We are not even doing those things. Java, it is just, if you do Java, it is just the beginning of this thing. Okay, after that a lot of other things are there. So this is how this all works. And the problem with this object oriented approach, which a lot of people have find out, that is that when you create an object, it creates its own copy of this class. Own copy of this class. Three times it's created its own copy. So when it creates its own copy of this class, so a bit of memory is allocated there. Definitely a memory will be allocated. And memory is what? Memory is the RAM of the PC. A memory will be allocated there. So for this, a single this dot room memory will be allocated. This a memory will be allocated. So two memories are already allocated. Again, I will do this. This two memory will be all allocated. This two memory will be allocated. And because of that, understand this thing. Because of that, Java is a very slow language. And because of that, I'll tell you one more very important thing. Very more, not only story, I'll tell you very important real fact. A lot of you, almost all of us, even I also use an Android phone. All of you know the Android phones get slow after 1 year or 2 year. Okay, 1 year or 2 year, the Android phone gets slow. Why does Android phone get slow after 1 or 2 years? 1 or 2 years, Android phone gets slow, but Apple never gets slow. Apple, iOS never, iPhone never gets slow. Okay, iPhone never gets slow, but the Android gets slow. Okay, I'll give my LinkedIn. Uh, Android gets slow because it uses Java. It uses Java to create. Those who know, Android apps are been created using Java. using Java. Earlier it used to be created using Java. So when it is created using Java, Java does all this nonsense thing. This is actually people have now understood that object-oriented programming language is not good. So what it happens is it create those empty variables, a lot of this empty, like every time an object is been created, it will create this empty variables a lot. And then Java have something known as garbage collection. You learn about that in Google. Something known as garbage collection. So it destroy this thing. But garbage collection is a slow process. It takes a lot of things, and that memory destruction and all these things means it is not like memory destruction. It is the RAM of the thing. See, computer, it is okay. Computer can have 32 GB of RAM, 64 GB of RAM, but a mobile cannot have that much of RAM. So mobile get affected by that. You remove the memory and all those things slowly, that garbage collection get over. So that is the reason, that is the only reason, because of the Java language your Android phone gets slow after 1 year. Because of this thing, because of this class stuff, it gets slow after this. Everything is technical. And what does iOS use? iOS used to use something known as Objective C, not C++, Objective C. It doesn't have a class concept that much. It has a functional thing. I like that. So that's the reason. Oh, and Android have some other issues are also. It is not as polished as iOS. On all those things are there. So that is the reason. So let us get ahead and all. So we have done this thing, and now the next thing which we are going to do is this array helper methods. We are going to do array helper methods. Okay. So these are very important. For each we have already seen for each map, filter, reduce. This is the four many other array filter methods, but we are going to see only these things because these are the one which are used the most. Array filter methods. Okay. So 1 minute. So array filter method. So first we are going to see the for each loop. What is this for each? Actually, we have already seen something related to this for each, but let us see again. So for each why it is required, let us first see the classical for loop. We are going to see the classical for loop. Let languages equal to Java, comma, Java script, comma, C, comma, okay, C plus plus. Why it is giving me error? Because I forgot this thing. Okay, so like this it is there. Now I want to loop through it. I want to show each one of the languages. So traditional for loop for let I equal to 0, I is less than 𝐿𝐴𝑁-𝐠 languages dot NGPH I plus plus is there, and console.log of languages, and I have to show like this. A lot of logic I've written, and it will show like this languages I, because languages dot length will be 1 2 3 4. It will be 4, so 0 and 0 to 3 it will show. So language 0, language 1 2 3 it will show, and it will show like this. Instead of this we can use for each. For each we have seen a lot of other times also. Just I'm going to quickly go through it. So it is like for each we use the arrow function languages dot for each is there, and here we are going to have a lang. We can write anything, item or lang or language, anything you can write. I'll write lang. Who will write language? Such a big thing. Okay, and I'll do a console dot log of lang. I'll do, and this is done. And so again, it will be shown like this, the classical for each. And now we are going to have the map. So we're going to see the map now. Map, I think map we have not seen yet. So map we're going to see. And first we're going to see the map use case. Use case we're going to see. Actually, it is used a lot in React. So we're going to see in React also how it is being used a lot. So map use case. Suppose I have a let numbers. I have a numbers array like this 6, 8, and 10. I have a numbers array like 6, whatever. Okay, 6. Let us have something more easy. 6, 8, and 10 I have. Suppose I want to get another array back in which everything will be multiplied by 2. 6 into 2, 8 into 2, 10 into 2. So it will be multiplied by 2. It means it should be double. So I want a double thing. So in a normal, without the map, how I will do? Without a map, we do it like this. Uh, let and before, actually I used to do like this before 2015 because I'm using JavaScript for the almost 12 years I'm using. So we used to do it before that, double before the ES6 came, before everything moved to React. Doubled, that doubled I'm going to have, and then the empty array I will take, and then for let I equal to 0, I is less than numbers dot th I plus plus, and double dot push, and numbers. So how does this came? This is very easy. Like I have this empty array, then numbers dot length. I'm looping through it, and numbers 0. Suppose number 0 into 2 I am doing. So 6 into 2 I am doing 12, and then that 12 I'm pushing to this double, which is this empty array. We use this trick a lot. Before 2015, we used to use this trick a lot. Then second one it will come 18 into 16, it will push there. 10 into 2 it will do 20, it will push here. So this is how it will done. So but map, it is very easy to change it to a map. So I will do a map. I'll do a const UUVLTD PS6, or else it will give me error, and numbers dot map, and I just have to write num, maybe num or number or whatever I want to write, num into 2. So all this complicated logic and all, it will be handled by dismiss. Internally it might help work like this only. So what it will do, it is basically saying take each of the element and multiply it by 2, and then it will okay, one more thing, it returns us a new array. So I'll do a console.log of double ES6 and clear it, run it, and again I will get the same thing. I will again get the same thing, means again, so only 2 lines I have to write instead of all this so many lines. Only I have to write the 2 lines. This, it will go to each one of them. 6 into 2 it will do, and it will do. And one more thing is very important, which is different from for each and a map always return a new array. Okay, and for each doesn't return anything, means it's like a normal for loop. But all these methods are known as array methods because they works in array only array they works. So that is how this is done, and this double thing is done here, and this will do like the map will be running like this. Okay, so and one more thing is very important. Okay, I will tell when we'll do the filter, but let me tell that. Okay, so in a map what happens if you give a array of length 3, you receive back a array of length 3 only. And this is a, although this is a new array, you'll receive back a array of length 3 only. So that is there. Now the next thing which you're going to see is the filter. Filter, we are going to see filter. filter use case. First we are going to see the filter use case. As I have told, like everything in the internet moves as an array of object like this. Even Amazon you'll get from there. So Amazon API endpoint I cannot see, but there is a fake API endpoint, fake store API. It is like Amazon API endpoint only. So like this, if you go here in the products, you'll see like this. Raw data pretty print. Okay, it will see like that. It is like this array of object is there, which will in which we will get all the data like ID, title, price, and images and ratings and all these things. So we are not going to take such a complicated thing in Amazon. And also what happens when you when you go to the home site and you homepage and you go click on computers, it will show you computers. So earlier it was showing you everything. So those things in the Amazon front end side, some Amazon engineer have written some front end code. Okay, for and they are getting some very big data like this, and then they are showing only something. So we are going to see that how to use that thing. Maybe we are not going to take such a big thing. We are going to take a like a small thing like this. Products is like I'm going to take something like this. Product is like name, category, and all these things. I'm going to take like this. But see, one thing is important is the categories are different. So suppose I want to choose only the smartphone. Suppose the user have clicked on the smartphones and they want to see only the smartphone, not the laptop. So how we are going to do it? So we're going to come here and do a, this is the old way. Let filtered equal to again an empty array. We used to take this empty array concept a lot earlier. Okay, empty array, and then I'll do a for let I equal to 0 and I is less than products dot length and I plus plus. If products I, products I will be what? So each of them is an object. When I look through it, products I will be like product 0 will be this object, 1 will be this, 2 will be this, 3 will be this. So products I dot category, products I dot category triple equal to this smartphone. So products I will give me the whole object, dot category will give me this thing, smartphone. Okay, then if it matches inside the for loop I have a if statement. Then if it matches, then I'll do this filtered dot push and products I. Okay, now I will have a console.log of filtered if I have. So I have this only to this smartphone. This array of object contains only these two smartphones. Okay, so this is there. This is how the filter works. Okay, not the filter works. This is how we filter thing. And see, I'm only pushing this thing. So for the laptops, the category will not be laptops. So these two laptops are not being pushed. So now the same thing we are going to do it with the filter. Filter we are going to do it. And again, you might have tested. We are going to do it with the single line. Let filter ES6 equal to products dot filter, and let me write product this time. Product and product dot C category equal to, let me take laptop this time. Laptop I'll have and console.log of filter DSF is there. See, only the laptops are being shown. So what is happening here? Like the same thing which is happening here, but here what happened in filtered, whenever it comes here and it checks, so whatever is true here, it will go loop through it again, and whatever is true, it will add that only in the new array. So it is also returning us a new array. It is returning us. Okay, so this is whenever this is true, only that array will be added. So that is there. But the difference between filter and map, there is a difference between filter and a map. Map, as I've told it, if you give an array of length 3, it will return array of length 3 only. Filter, it is not like that. I am sending an array of length 4, I am getting an array of length 2 only. Even I can get a array of computer, I can get an empty array also. Okay, so like this it is there. So this is known as a filter. So next thing, which last thing which we are going to do here, after that we'll have a 10-minute break, and we'll meet at around 1 maybe. Okay, so and then we'll start with React. Okay, most important topic. So now we'll use the we'll see a use case of reduce. Reduce is actually not used that much. People used to think that reduce is a very uh, good thing, and reduce is actually very powerful, but it is not used that much. So we'll see a use case of reduce, and you'll see that you can do it with other things also. I have a let numbers a number set. I want to get the sum of these numbers. It might seem okay, it is very easy, but it is not that much easy to get the sum. Again, we have to create a variable like sum of 0. Then we have to for let I equal to 0, I is less than numbers dot length and I plus plus, and this is the normal way I'm telling sum plus equal to numbers I am going to do, and then sum plus equal to numbers I means sum equal to sum plus numbers I, and then console dot log of sum. If I do, give me 90. So it is running like this, numbers dot length. So each time number 0 is so sum is equal to sum plus number size. So 0 plus 20 is 20. Then it will come to the next loop. So numbers sum is 20 now. 20 plus 30, then 50. 50 plus 40. It will come like this. Okay. Hi. So now we will do this with reduce. So we will now do it with reduce. Reduce, anyways, the use case is not that much. And if you're new here, please do like and subscribe. We are doing so long live stream now. It is like yesterday we did 8 hours, and more than 8 hours I think we did 8.5 hours. And today also it seems like it will go like that. Okay, so that, so reduce is there. How do we do this reduce? So const sum reduce is there equal to numbers dot reduce. Actually, reduce takes two parameters. One is known as ACC and one is known as cur. Accumulator and current, they are known as. Okay, you can give the complete also, and then I'll do a return. And actually, we use a long form here. Okay, so return in all the map for each also we could have done this thing. So return accumulator plus current, and I'll do a comma 0. Now I'll do a console dot log sum reduce. I'll do this, and it will show me 90. So how does this works? How does this work? How does this reduce works? That I have to tell how does reduce work. So reduce is taking two parameters. One is the accumulator, one is this cut. This accumulator is like this sum. So what does happen? It will also iterate 3 times. So the first time when it will come, the accumulator will have the value of 0. Have the value of 0 because this is the initial value. I'm taking it here. 0, and the current will be the current, which is the 20. 0 plus 20 equal to 20 to do. Second time it will come, 20 will done. 20 plus the second iteration 30 will be there. It is like 50. Now the third iteration will come and 50 will be there. 50 plus 40 equal to 90. It will be done like this. Okay, that's a 90 come. But if I have a 10 here, if I have a 10 here, then it will be shown as 100. Okay, so like this, initial value we can change. So yeah, so we have done a lot now, and so everything is done in JavaScript. I thought that JavaScript will be over soon, but okay, so JavaScript is taking some time, and we are going to meet in 10 minutes. As I told, I have to take a break, and then we will start with React. Okay, we will start with React after this, and React will again take it generally takes us 4 to 5 hours to do React, but Maybe it will take around 4 hours, and it will take mostly it will take around mostly it will take around 4 hours. Okay, 4 hours more. 4 hours means, and we'll have a lunch break later on. We'll have a lunch break later on, not right now. We'll have a lunch break at around maybe around 2. We are going to have a lunch break, 2 or 2:30. We are going to have. So let me start the timer. So, hello all, and welcome to the React now. So, we're going to start with React now. And for React, the thing is that you need to know a bit of a sec command line. Not that much, but at least a bit you should know. Not that much, but yeah, command line is required as I'm telling. So, let me wait sec. Let me open some things are not there. Okay, and what is React? React is a JavaScript. I don't want to take much of all of it through too much of your theoretical part and all. So React is JavaScript library. If you want, you can find it out why is React used and all. React is used because it happens that in you cannot mix a very big project with vanilla JavaScript and all. So React is very much scalable. A lot of teams, a lot of person in the same team can work in React. Okay, so like that they can do. Okay, so for React, let me also share my screen. As I've told, for React, you need a command line and all. You need a command line. You need to. I'm using a Mac, but it doesn't matter that you're using a Windows. You cannot use. I used to use a Windows a lot of time, and if possible, install Git Bash. What is this Git Bash? Git Bash is a command line in Windows in which you get a Linux kind of a feeling. Linux or Unix, which is the like Mac is based on, so that it will get that feeling. So here I am in this folder actually. Okay, so this same folder. So React is created by Facebook and all. React is created by Facebook, and you need to use React. The browser only understand HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And if you want to put React in that, you have to use it through some tools, which is again created by Facebook, which is known as Create React App. Create React App. You have to use it through that. Okay. So one sec. So what is this Create React App? Go here. So as you can see this, and React is totally open source. React is totally open source, and it is also known as a library of JavaScript. It is not like an Angular. It is not like a complete framework like Angular. So one sec. Let me also open my. I need to see what you are all typing and all. Okay. So okay. So for React, the main thing is that you should have Node.js installed on your system, Node.js and npm installed on your system. If you want to install both of them, go to your node.js.org, node.js.org, and download it. So for Windows, you're going, it will show you for Windows. So you download it, recommended for most user. Exe file will be there. You have to just install it. Okay, so that is there, and you need to have that. So if you come here and if I do a node minus v, it will give me the version is 1600. It is more than enough. And npm dash v, npm is also npm is a package manager which is used to install React, and it is this package manager is like it is used to get all the different packages. React is a small library, very small library. It has used to use a lot of external libraries. So this npm packages are like these small packages. Because of that, this open source is so much popular. Open source, people like students, people like working professional, they create these small packages, open source packages, and they become very popular because of that. This the small packages and all these things are there. So that are there. And even the create app, React app is a package. Create React app is a package which you have to install with something known as npx. You have to install with that. So I will do. And so what is this npx? Npx is the advanced version of npm command. Npm is a node package manager. So npx create React app my app. My app is the app name. You can give any name here. My app I'm given, and I will give the enter. And it will take around 2 to 3 minutes to install this React. Install the React, and in that 2 3 minutes. And one more thing, it is it is showing here. Okay. Yeah, in that 2 to 3 minutes, I will give the second attendance sheet. So this is a day to second attendance. After that, final attendance is remaining, which we are going to give towards the end. And I don't want to know when the end is there. Don't ask when the end is there, because I can tell after 1 or 2 hours because how React is moving, because everything is moving a bit slow and all. Means I thought that JavaScript I will be able to finish by 12, but it is gone till 1. So after this, we have to do the React and all. So React has got two parts nowadays. Okay, so that is there, and I will not take much theoretical and all, but then also I have to do a lot. So see, it is done. So, and then let me increase the font size. So it will show something like this. Okay, so it will show this thing like CD to this thing, and CD, and make this a bit smaller, and you don't need this anymore, and it'll tell me that CD to my app and npm start. So I'll do this CD to my app, and I'll not do the npm start. I will do what? I'll do code and dot. The VS Code should be installed on your path. So when you do React, you need to know a bit of command line also, CD and all these things. So I'll do this code, and actually VS Code is installed on my path. So nowadays I've seen VS Code is always installed on the path. What is this part? If you do Control Shift P, you see this shell command install code on path, so that you can control it from the command line. So after this, I will do the npm start, and it will open it in the Chrome. It will open in the Chrome. Let me have it small only. It will open in the Chrome, and see, you have to get this thing, and it will open in the localhost 3000. You don't have to do anything like hot reloading or something in React. It will open it in this localhost 3000, and it will show this famous React logo. So it will open like that. Okay, now let me take it through this thing. Okay, how this has been shown, and why this has been shown, and what is this? What I tell every time is this browser understand only HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So that does understand those things. Okay, let me. So for that, we'll go through the structure of React. But just like we go through the structure of HTML, we'll go through the one sec. We will go through the structure of React first. So React, that npx create React, have actually installed a lot of things here for us. So okay, so there is a readme file which will contains everything. What is the Then there is a package.json file, which is a package.json file is actually, am I audible and all? Okay, package.json file is actually very important file. It contains all the dependencies. Which have been installed here, especially this dependency. So React DOM, React Script, and a lot of these things are installed. Especially the React and React DOM are very important. The version numbers of React is actually very important. The React version number 18, React DOM version number 18. React has recently released version 18. Before that, 17.5 and all this were not much difference was there. But React, the thing is that React version 16.8 was the important version. React gained popularity around 2015. So from 2015 till 2020 mid, the versions whichever was there, in that the class-based component which we have learned in ES6 was the main type of component. React have two type of component. One is a functional component, which we are going to see soon, and one is a class-based component. In 16.8, what happens? React started moving towards functional component, because class-based component were causing some issues in React, and it was also a bit complicated according to them. React always tries to be the most easiest framework. If you try Angular, you will see how tough Angular is. Angular there is on my YouTube channel. Check them out. Check the videos out. Okay. So React always try to be easy. So that's why React is moving to the functional component. So functional component also started having some complicated topic of class-based component, which are known as state and lifecycle methods. We are going to see all of them, but first we are going to see class-based component. Why? Because class-based component are still something which you have to learn, because without class-based component you cannot learn functional component, how the hooks are there. React hooks are very important, that you won't be able to learn those React hooks and all those things. And there are other things. A lot of companies also still today use class-based component. It is not eliminated and all. So those class-based components are still there. So that's why you have to learn that. So let us get started and all. So these are the dependency. If you do something more, install something more, it will add it here in the dependency. But where does this revolving atom thing is been shown from? This is actually just like any other project. This HTML is the main source of anything. HTML is the main thing which is served. So if I come to this index.html, actually this is something which has been shown here, but not exactly. So it has got a lot of comment. So I can remove these comments also, doesn't matter. Okay, so if you see here in this file, index.html file, we have this thing like this only is been shown here, like a HTML file is there, some link meta tags are there, and title is there, which is written as here as React app, and the body is there. In the body is with the div of idea fruit is there. So title React app, it is written. If I just like the title of any other app, I will change this title to maybe, okay, I'll do one thing. I'll remove this thing. Okay, it's better to remove that thing. So React app is there. So you see the React app is coming from here. So if instead of that I will write learn React, remove this thing, this will be shown as learn react, it will be shown. And then there is a div of id of root. Actually this is very much important. We have seen the DOM thing now. So DOM thing, we know there is a something known as document dot get element by id and all those things. So in the body we only have a id of root is there. So means in this id of root something is happening, because or else how I am seeing all these things. Actually this id of root, React is index.html is cert, but React project starts from the index.js file. Index.js file it will start. Okay, so what is happening in this index.js file? We have some React stuff here, React DOM and all these things are imported and all. And then in this root I'm creating a root, React DOM.create root, like that, create element and all. Document.get element by id, document.get element by id root. What is this? This is the same thing, get element by id root. I'm getting this id, and this is something which we don't have to understand that much. And this strict mode also I can remove because it causes a problem nowadays. Okay, so what is happening after that, it is having some render means to show something. Root.render app, it means that take this id and render here the thing which is there in the app is a file. App is actually file. If I go here, app is actually file. App is from where? App is also here only. App is a file. So it will show this thing. And if you see closely in this app.js file, this is something which is get means shown. Image logo is been shown. Edit, this has been shown. Learn React, this has been shown. Actually this app.js file only is been shown here. So in React what happens, whole of this app.js file get in this id root and it has been shown. So this is how the internal working of React. So we are not going to use any more index.html, any more index.js. We are going to work in the app.js file also, and we'll treat it as the starting point. Treat this as the starting point of React. Okay, so that is there. And then okay, so as I was telling, there are two kind of components in React. One is the functional component, one is the class-based component. And React, everything we change it to a component. It's a all component based. That's why React is so much popular, because the different components can be given to different people, and 10-20 people can work in the same projects. Okay, so that is happening. Even in Angular we have everything as a component, so that's why a lot of people can work in the Angular project also. So that is like that. Now what we are going to do here, see, this is also functional component. We are going to look into the two types of components. One is the functional component, one is the class-based component. Let us first look into the functional component, and how we in React we always remove this generic data which comes with React app. We will remove this thing. Okay, I'll remove this. And between this is all React is a bit different. See, if I put it back, this is a JavaScript file. This is a JavaScript file. Inside the JavaScript, I'm putting a HTML. This is different than the DOM programming on all which we see. Inside a JavaScript file, I am putting the HTML. So this type of file is known as JSX file. JavaScript XML. JavaScript XML. It is known as JavaScript XML. And this is something which people were scared of earlier, that how can we show inside a JavaScript file a HTML file. But this is how React is there. And it is much more easier than, you'll see that you'll find it much more easier than DOM projects. If you do DOM project, you'll find it much more easier, because I'm writing the plain JavaScript here. Although there are some changes are there which you're going to see soon. Some changes are there which you're going to see. But then let us get started. And we are going to change everything. Like the CSS is like normal. CSS is like normal CSS file is only there. Okay, there are some other ways are also there which you are going to see. But the main thing is that we are going to change this header and all is there. I'm going to remove this all, and I'm going to put my own thing. Okay, I'll save it and I'll do it like this. So a blank page will be shown because I've removed everything. Now I will create components in React. React is totally component based. So you create different components here. So I'll come here, and where do I create a component? Generally, the industry standard is like inside the SRC folder, you create a components folder. But this is not hardcore, means you have to do, you can do according to your project. So I'll do a components folder. I'll do, and inside this components folder, I'll create my files. So inside this component folder, the first file which I'm going to create is the greet.js. I'm going to create. And in this greet.js, I will write a functional component first. And there are actually two ways to export. We're going to learn that also. So import React from React, I will do first, and then export. See, all React components are what? All React components are different from each other. That means they're isolated. So we have to export them to be used in some other component. This greet component, I'm going to use it in the app component. So export const greet like this. I'm using an arrow function, but you can use a normal function also. See here, if I come, this is a normal function. Arrow function, normal function, anything you can use. Then I'll have a return. Just like a function, we have a return here, and return I will have a maybe a h1 hello world I'm going to have. So I'll save it. Now how do I show it here? I'm importing React because it's a React component, so I have to import the React, and I'm exporting this thing. So I want to show this thing here. So I'll come here and do a greet here like this. And React components are like HTML like the component only. HTML elements are also like that only. So like this HTML element is there, which is the starting and the ending. But most of the time, React components, you'll do a self-ending like this. Although you can do a complete ending. Okay, instead of this, I can write something like this also. Like this also, it is completely fine. But we generally don't do it like this, and we do it like this. Right, like this I'll do. And if I save it, you'll see this hello world. Now this hello world is coming from this greet, because h1 I'm passing it here, h1 I'm showing it here. So hello world is coming from there. And one more thing to notice here is that, see this greet is there, and in this greet I am importing it in a different way. Actually, there are two ways to import and export. Okay, one is the default export and default import. One is the named import and the named export. So this is the named import and the named export. Named export, I'm exporting this thing, and I'm importing it with like this curly bracket is there. Very important is that in the named import. So this kind of import is very popular to, if I have multiple functions in our project. And for that, but it is not used much. It is used only 5% of the cases. Mostly you use something like this default export. What is this default export? We are going to see soon. So let us see how the multiple thing which can do here. So multiple things, by multiple things I am telling this. Suppose I have I have and I've seen this been used in the utility class. So you have a utility class, we have which are 4 5 common functions, then you have to going to use this. So I am, it is giving me error because this have to be different. React greet and hello React. I'm going to do save it, and then I'm going to show it here. So how do I show it here? React greet. I will come, and then I can show it here. React greet like this. It will be shown. Save it. So hello React is also coming. So one more thing to notice here is that from the same file I'm exporting 2 times to different thing. It is not required that the same name should be same. 2 times I'm sending to different things, and also I am importing it within this curly bracket. I'm importing it within this curly bracket. So that is very much important. So that is there. Now this is not the main way to do it. The main way to do it is through the something known as the default export. And what is default export? We're going to see it soon. Okay, so we'll create another file so that you all will get this file for your reference. So greeting.js I'll do greeting.js, and here we are going to again not going to write the skeleton code. In HTML we have already seen. Okay, so that if you want to pass the if you want to see the skeleton, you give a knot and the tab, it will do all the skeleton. But in React we don't have anything in VS Code like that, but we have those again, like the live server. We have some extension like this, and that extension is this extension E7 React Redux React Native Snippet, and this you have to install. This you have to install it from here. Okay. You will get the install exactly like this. You have to install it. Okay, then I'll come here and I can use the shortcuts, and there are 2 3 important shortcuts which you should actually remember them. The name, the shortcut to create a functional component is RAFCE, and then press the tab, and it will give me the shortcut. It will give me the shortcut of a functional component, arrow based functional component, which have a export default. See this export and see this export. It's a bit different. I'm doing the export here and not using the default keyword. The problem with this kind of export is that you can use the export once only, means you can use it once on, and that is not a problem because we generally do the export only once and we use it for only one functionality. So this is how you will do it. Okay, so and return we can have this practice also. H1 I'll do, and greetings from React. Save it. Now it will not show here because I have not imported it yet. So I'll come here and do a greeting like this. I'll do it and I will now show it. See, one more difference is that the way we import it, the way we export it is also different. The way we import it is also different. Import is like this. This curly bracket will not be there. This curly bracket will not be there. So greeting is coming like this. Greeting will come like this. Okay, so that is there. And now the thing is that we'll see the class based. Okay, we'll see the class based components, and in the class based component we'll have the welcome.js. Functional components are very easy, like their function, but its class based component is something like it has got something known as classes, the ES6 classes which we have seen. And again, the shortcut for it, I'm not going to write the everything. The shortcut for this is RCC, and that shortcut is a bit not right, means you can do export default like this also, but generally people do the export default at the end. So I'll always change this to export default like this, welcome. So that is there. Now inside this we have this render and welcome to React. I'll do it, and nothing will come right now. So again, the showing will be like the same only. I'll have a welcome, and it will show like this, welcome to React. It will show like that only. But the thing which is different here is like it's a class. It's not a function. It's like a class, and it is extending from somewhere. Extends component. What is extends component? And I'm also taking it from it. Extends component is something which is given to us by React. And what is this extends between? If you're coming from a Java background, you know that what is this extend? Extend is the inheritance. So we are using the concept of inheritance. We're inheriting from React. We're inheriting from React component. We're inheriting from there. React component we are inheriting. Okay, so we are inheriting from there, and while we're inheriting from there, React classes have gets the ability to have the state and lifecycle method, which you're going to learn soon. And another difference between class and functional is that there is a render method here. There is only a return method here. We'll not see this one from now onwards. So return only is there. There is something render which actually runs multiple times if you change the state and all. We are going to see that later on. But we call it like the same only, like this we'll call it. So this is the class based thing is there. Okay, so that is there. Now we are going to learn about, okay, we're going to learn about props first. But before props, there is one thing which I want to tell. This the way, as I've told, this div returning writing this inside a JavaScript HTML I'm writing, this is known as JSX. So there is 2-3 differences with the JSX with the normal HTML thing. See here, I have a class name. I have a class name instead of a class. In a HTML, we have a class, but we cannot have a class here because class is a keyword in JavaScript. Class is a class name. Class is a keyword in JavaScript. So that's why React team came with the idea to use the class name here. So you have to use the class name here. Similar to this, we have something known as a label. It's something known as a label, and I think we have learned it yesterday. Label is combined with the IDs. Label comes with the it goes to the IDs. So label have something known as a for element for. So instead of for, we have HTML for. If you're going to use it, we're going to see it later on. HTML for, we use it. Okay, so that is there. And there is on click is there, which I think we have not seen. On click, it is camel casing and all. So those things are there. Now we are going to look into a very important, actually React have got 3 important properties only. One is the props, one is the your state, and one is the lifecycle method. So we will learn about props now. So props are what? Props are the way to pass data from a parent component to a child component. So how the data, see, first I will comment this to out. Okay, commenting in React is also a bit different. So but the thing is, the shortcut is the same. You select something and then you press the control and the backslash at the same time, and this is how you comment in React. I will comment in React. Here it is same. I will comment this welcome also. I'll save it. So okay, so this greeting from React is there. Now what we're going to learn? We're going to learn about props. We're going to learn about props. What are these props and all? Props are a way to pass some data from the parent component to the child component. They're a way to pass data from the parent component to the child component. What is the parent component? App is the parent component. Greeting, greets, all of this with the child component. So we're going to pass the data from here to there. So greetings. If I do this greetings 3 times, greetings from React will come. And now I'm going to pass some data here. So I will write a name equal to Java. Land. So I've written this thing. I'm passing the props. You pass the props like this. Your name is not a keyword. It can be anything. And this is the string which we are actually passing. Actually, we want to show this thing. We want to show something like greetings from Java, greetings from Golang, greetings from JavaScript. We want to show something like that. We want to show something like that. Okay. So okay, so we are passing it, but we are not using it right now. So how to use it? So there are 2 different ways to use it. Not 2 different ways. There actually we show it in a different way in the classes. We show it in a different way in the functions. Okay, so we'll go here in the greetings. Now I want to show it here. So how it is shown? Actually, there is something known as a props which comes in. Props. This keyword like in a function component, something like props come. This is a keyword. This is a keyword now. Okay. Now I'll have a console dot log of props, console.log of props I'll do. Console.log of props I'll do and inspect it, console it, and I will save it. Now see this console now. Okay. Object is been sent. Object of name Java, name Golang, and name JavaScript. So from here, I'm passing it a name Java, name Golang, name JavaScript, but a object is coming. But a object is coming in the props keyword. A object is coming, which is containing this thing. Now, if a object is coming and I want to show the Java, Golang, and JavaScript, what I will do, I have to show it here. How I will show it? Props.name I will show it. But if I write props.name here, props.name here, so this will be a string. This will not be shown. So how do I show it here? How to show a variable here? This was a variable. You use this curly brackets. Use this curly bracket to show variables in React. So variables in React. So I'll do this props.name. I'll save it. See Java, Golang, and JavaScript. So whenever you want to show some variable inside, you have to do it like this. Okay. So this props.name, it has been shown like this. So now the next thing which you are going to learn here is that there is something like if I want to, and the case which I'm going to tell, it is used hardly 5% of the time. So if I do something like this JavaScript, and if I again do it like the greetings which you have seen earlier, and if I do this language of the web, if I do this thing now, see closely here. Children, language of the web is coming. Language of the web is coming. So it has got a third thing. It is got a second thing which is getting passed in the third one, which is the language of the web. I have not written this children. So it means that if I pass something in between these two things and I expand it, if I pass anything here, it becomes a children. It goes like that. So it goes like that means I can show it back with props.children. So let us try to show it with that. I'll take a P and I'll do a props.children and pause the children I'll do. But I'll save it. But I got a big fat error and it is showing the error here also. Adjacent JSX element must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. Do you want a JSX fragment? Yeah, we want a JSX fragment. The thing is React, what happens, we cannot have something start with H1 and end with P. We have to wrap it with something. We can wrap it with a div also if the error will go. But we, as they are telling us, we should always wrap it in, not always, but most of the time, if it's not a style constraint, we should wrap it with this thing, empty thing. So what does this empty thing is? This is the moment I've moved it inside, my error is gone. Okay, so like this, my error has gone. So this is a JSX fragment. This is known as a JavaScript fragment. Okay, and it doesn't means anything. Means it doesn't take a space like a div or a section, but generally we wrap it with this. So if I save it, and I want to so the language of the web is even shown because the props or children is this thing which I'm passing. So in the last one it has been shown. I want to show one more thing. So what is this fragment here? So but the props or children, I think you might have understood. So if I inspect any one of them, see it show me everything like H1P. H1P, I am not seeing this fragment anywhere. But if I do it a div will also not give me error. Div, span, fragment, they're all used to divide some large logic into one. And React, it is very much required because you cannot start with H1 and with the P. So like this, I'll do this thing. Like now I put a div. So now this div is actually it is wrapped by another div, H1 and P, H1P. And what is the bad thing about it? See, it causes a lot of problem in the flexbox. So flexbox and grid, which Mausam I taught yesterday. A lot of time, if you want to give a flexbox, then it started to become a children. So which can cause a problem. Okay, so that is like this. So we will never do it like this, and wherever possible we will take the fragment. So fragment is there. So now the next thing which we are going to do here is that how to do it in the class based component. So let us do the class based component here. So here the class based component is this. So after this, I'll open this. Horizontal rule I'll do, and this welcome to React is coming, and then again I'm going to pass the data like pass the props like this. I'm passing the different thing, and here also what is there? Welcome is there. I will pass the same something else. This time I will not pass a string and all. I will pass a something like a button. So you can pass a but anything you can pass. You can pass a button. Save this thing. Now how do I use it in a class-based component? See, class-based component don't have this parameter, so I cannot use it with props. And here the concept of this comes into picture. This comes into picture here only. So again, we might face the same issue. I want to show the children also. So I will again wrap it in a fragment. And here we don't have your props. So here we use the concept of this dot props dot name. These are props children. Now I'll get to both of these. Welcome to Kotlin, welcome to Flutter, welcome to React Native. I'm getting all these things. So this is how this work. And the children is also coming. See the children, the React Native, the children is coming. So this is how you do it in here. Do it here. Okay. So these are props are there. Now the next thing which you're going to learn is the concept of state. See, concept of state is very much important. As I've earlier told that there are only three concepts in React: props, state, and lifecycle method, which are very important because props is like same everywhere and it will not change anywhere in the hooks and all. State is something which is like the main concept in React, even more than the anything else. It is the main concept in React, and there is a way in which it has been used in your hooks based concept. So that we're going to see later on. But let us first understand state from a class based approach. Because right now, whatever we're going to do, you're going to do it with the like the class based thing. Okay, like the class based thing we're going to do. So let us do that. And here I will come and I'll come here in the component. I'll do a counter dot js. I'm going to do, and then I'm going to have a rcc for default counter. I'll comment out all of this thing. Counter. Is it not showing? Counter. Save it. So this counter will be shown like this now counter. So now let us have the all the concept here, and Now we'll also have the constructor. See, in classes the ES6 we saw the constructor. Here also we'll see the constructor. Constructor is something which is not required, but you can use it. And state it is mandated. It is required to have a constructor. So here we have a r const like this. Const will write, and it is a shortcut for constructor, and constructor with some state. Constructor with some state is a shortcut. Okay, so like this, I will have a first state like count, and again that this keyword is there. So let us learn what is there. This constructor has got something known as props, and this has got something known as super props. So if you have worked with inheritance and all, you know that when we have a constructor, we have to pass the super keyword because we're inheriting from somewhere. So super props has been done because we're inheriting from React component, we're inheriting from there. So this super props we have to do, it is required to do this super props. And then we have this dot state is there. This dot state is there. In this we have an object. So as I've told earlier, this keyword is used because if I use the var state, I cannot use it at different places, but I can use it at different places because var also is a functional scope. So this dot state I'm doing, this dot state equal to an empty is equal to an object. See, this is an object. This is an object which have a count variable, and this is known as a state variable, count variable, which is like a key value pair. Count is of empty string. Count is of empty string. Now I want to show this thing. And now I want to show this thing. So how do I show this thing? I'll come here and hello H1. This dot state dot count. This is state dot count I do. Why? Because this dot state is the object name, and dot count will give me access to this thing. Okay, and this will not be empty string. This will be 0 actually. Okay, so I'll save it. See, counter 0 has been shown. Now this counter, my main aim is in this counter project is to increment this counter and show this, like there will be a button through which we'll increment the counter. So we'll have the button now. So button, and it will be having this increment, and then I will have this on click equal to this dot increment. This dot increment count. This dot increment count we are going to have. So what is this dot increment count? This is the function. Oh, again, one more thing. This on click in React is having like this camel casing. Everything is camel casing in React. Okay, and this dot increment count is what? So you will see that we are using a lot of this keyword here, and that is something which we are going to see. We can omit in the hooks based thing. Nowadays it is always say that if you are going to create a new project, you should always start with a hook based thing. But if you're going to work in a project which is even 2 year old, you'll get to see a lot of class based thing. Okay, so that is there. And now this button on click is this dot increment count is there. Now this increment count is what? This is a function which you're calling like this. So I'll come here and do a increment count, and like this, a function which I've seen we can do it like this. And now we are going to actually update the state. Okay, updating the state, because see what I want, the moment I click on this button, the button is there, this should be changed to 1. Again I click, this should be changed to 2. Again I click, this should be changed to 3. Again I click, this 4. Like this I have to. So I have to do it through this. When I click this button, increment count function will run, and this is something like this dot set state. I'm going to tell more about it now. This dot set state, it is what it is doing. This count is there. Count is like this dot state dot count plus 1. I'm doing this dot state dot count plus 1. I'm increasing the count. This dot state dot count plus 1. So you might be thinking why we are doing like this, why we are not doing like this. This dot state dot count is equal to this dot state dot count plus 1. No, we cannot do like this. We're going to see why we cannot do like this. This dot set state is required. Okay, so let us try to do this, whether it is working or not. Actually there is a bug here which we need to fix first, then only it will work. So I'll go to this inspect and go to this console, and I will close it, and I will save it, and I will do this. I will go to this I'll go to this. I'll now click on this increment. click on this increment, and you'll see I will get an error here. An error here I will get, and this error is not because of React and all. This error is because of JavaScript. Actually, what is happening here? This keyword is undefined here. This keyword is undefined here. We're going to see it is also saying something like cannot read properties of undefined. This keyword is undefined here. So to fix this issue, we have to do some things, and soon means after 4 5 minutes we're going to see another way to fix this issue. Like there are some ways in which we can fix this issue, but how we are going to fix it here? uh, there is a bind function in JavaScript. Okay, so bind in JavaScript, find out the bind function in JavaScript. One of the major function, okay, again it's a bit a complicated thing, I will not going to go deep into this. Maybe in my JavaScript mastery class I can go into deep a bit. Preserving this keyword is a bit of issue in JavaScript and in React. So to preserve this we have to use it. Although I'm not going to use code like this because we're using React, but with this we can preserve the value of this. Actually in this instance the value of this should be this class, but it is not happening. So how to preserve the value of this? In the constructor I'll have this dot increment count equal to this dot increment count dot bind this. If I save it and if I do this thing, and if I now click here, see the increment is coming and it is not, no error is getting, I'm getting increment. It is showing like this. Okay, and now this is coming. But back to the question that why I'm using this dot set state. Why cannot I use something like this dot state dot count equal to this, and we will have a break at around I think around 2. We'll have a break at around 2, and till 2:20 2:20 or 2:25 we'll have a break, then we'll meet again. Okay, so this dot state dot lunch break we'll have at 2. So this dot state dot count is equal to this dot state dot count plus 1. Why cannot we have like this? Why cannot we have like this? Or we'll have a break after the state thing is over. Whenever it is over, maybe it will be over in 5 minutes. This dot state dot count is this dot state dot count plus 1. Why cannot we do like this? We're going to see. Okay, and now we'll also do the console here. Console dot log is like this dot state dot on, because there is an error, we cannot show it like this. I'll save it. Now I will click here. Actually this dot state dot count, the value of count is actually increasing, but see here nothing is happening. And this is what the magic of React is. This is what the React is all about. This is what this set state is all about. What happens when the set state is run? When the set state is run, it not only update the state, because we're updating the state here like this, it will also rerun this render. And when the render is rerun, when the render is run again, then it will show me the updated state. This is something known as the virtual DOM in React. This is how actually the React works. See, when it will updated only, this will be shown. In JavaScript, if you try to do the same thing, it will be very complicated, that to change the value like the event listener and all those stuff you have to do. So here you don't have to do all the stuff. Here only you have to do this, like this dot set state, you are doing like this, state is being changed and it will come here and render. This render function have to run again, so you'll get the updated state. So you can never do like this. Okay, this dot state like this, you can do it, you cannot do like this. So I will comment this out and I will save it, and now I will again increment it. So 1 2 3 4 5, incrementing fine. But since we have opened the console, we are seeing one more issue here. See, this is 9, this is 10, this is 10, this is 11. Why this is happening? This is happening because React is actually very fast. The moment it sees this dot set state and the next line is console.log, it will not go here, it will directly go to the render and change it. So console.log will always be one step behind it. Console.log will be always one step behind. it is not an issue that console.log or something is one step behind it. But sometime in React, what happens, we want to run, okay, we want to run some code before even this render is done. I've seen that in a lot of in this production projects, we have to run something, okay, before even this render is been done. So sometimes we run some functions and all. Okay, so in this case, what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut it, and we're not running some functions or something like here right now. So here, this set state takes a second parameter. I'll do it like this, and I'll do like this, and then I can do this console. So what will happen right now, this function will run first. After this set state is changed, this function will run, then only it will go to the return. So let us again see this thing. Counter 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. So whatever it is done, the number is the same. So the next thing, the last thing in the state, and this is a sort of a special case. This doesn't happen all the time, maybe 1% of the time. And the other thing which we are going to see, it is also special case. It happens hardly 5% of the time, and when it will happen, then you need to fix it. So now we are going to actually have another, okay, so we are going to have another button here, and this will be button will call increment 5, and this on click will call a different function which will be this dot increment 5, a different function increment 5. We're going to come and we're going to do the increment 5 like this, and whenever we create a new function, we have to add it in the bind. This dot increment 5 is equal to this dot increment 5 dot bind. This I have to do. And what is this increment 5 will do? It will actually call this count 5 times. So this will call it this dot increment count. Increment count, it is calling it the 5 times. So now let us see whether it is running or not. It is calling it 5 times. So this increment is working fine, but I click this increment. See what happened. It only changed to one more. It's going to change to 1, but it is actually running 5 times. It is actually running 5 times, so it is 5 times showing. What is happening here? See, React, what happens? React, when this set state is run at a very quick interval, at a lot of time, this React tends to do some optimization. Why? Because React small project is okay, but in big project, when your project become like 1 lakh lines of code, so what happens, this if the render runs a lot of time, your project gets slow. That I have seen. I have worked in a project in which we work for 2 years. After 1 year, the project start becoming slow. You don't want to run the render a lot of time. So React also does some performance optimization. What it sees that if you're calling the set state uh, at a quick succession, it try to optimize it, and it will update it only once. Here I'm calling it set state continuously for 5 times, so it is doing this performance optimization. But in this case, we know it is not an error. We don't want this performance optimization to be done. So in this case, what happens, we use a different form of set state, in which instead of taking the state, we take the previous state. And this complete means complete structure syntax is different. So here I will have this priv state, and this is not a keyword. Priv state is not a keyword. I can use a priv count also. Okay, so like this I can use a priv count also, and generally have like this. And here it will have this count is previous state dot count plus 1, means it is taking in counter the previous state, and we don't want this anymore. And this is already a complicated thing. So now if I click here, it will run like this. If I click here, see, it is incrementing 5 times, 5 times, 5 times. It is that. This is a special case, only use 5% of the time, and you should only use it if you get the error. If you get the error, then only you should use it. Okay, and now we are done with state, and we have a lot to cover in class base also. Then we have to start with the functional. Okay, so now we will take our second break, and second break is a lunch break, so we'll have it a bit more. We'll have it for 25 minutes. We'll have it for 25 minutes, this lunch break, and then we'll meet, and then we'll complete everything. Maybe we'll complete by 5 or 5:30. We'll complete it, and that is there. I will complete by 5:30 as I'm telling. And thank you. Okay, I'll write. We have a 25 minutes lunch break. Will continue with React. After that, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So we will start now. So we'll start with the React where we have left. So enough of lunch break. So let's start it. So the next topic, let me share my screen. Or yesterday I forgot to share my screen. I was talking for 10 minutes. Okay, we will start now. Let's start now. So what we are going to do now? So we are going to do first. We are going to do about learn about destructuring. So what is destructuring? When I was telling this object destructuring, I told that in ES6, I told that it's a very important thing. This object destructuring and all, and it's really it's a very important thing. This object destructuring. So we are going to use that in React. That ES6 object destructuring we are studying. So let me actually we are going to again see this greetings and welcome. Okay, so this thing I'll comment out this thing counter and counter. I'll comment out this thing. Um, Greetings and welcome. And again, this will be there. So what is destructuring? Destructuring means like this here in the greetings. I'm passing these props. I'm passing these props here. But instead of this props, I can use props is an object. We know because props is an object. We have seen that from the console.log. It's an object. So instead of this, what I can do here, directly destructure it like this, and I'll do a name, comma, and the other thing is CHILDREN, children, name, comma, children. I'll do, and I'm going to remove this thing. And instead of this props.name, I can use this name. So this is not mandatory thing destruction, but it is like it helps a lot to save a lot of code. You do it like this, and nowadays no error will be there. So this is one way to destructuring. Actually, in functional components, there are two ways to do destructuring. This is the one way. So what is the other way to do destructuring? Let us see the other way. You might have guessed this is object destructuring we are doing. Okay, the other way is like I will have that props like this one, but I'll have the const this equal to props. I'm going to have this is a proper object destructuring which we have seen, and now nothing else will be there. I mean, it will be same like this only. Okay, it will be same like this, and okay, so it will be shown like this only. Okay, so nothing is there, different is there. Now we will see how to do the destructuring in a class-based component like this welcome. So it doesn't have any of your, like, we don't have any arguments and all parameters and all. We don't have any class base, so we cannot be we will rule out the first way. So we have the second way only, this thing. So how do we do here? We'll come and it is always done inside the render. Okay, but there is no props. There is like this dot props. Okay, so this I'll do, and then I will actually remove this thing. Then I will actually remove this thing. These two things I will remove, and like this, save it, and now it will come. It will show like this. It will show like this. Okay, so here it is actually even more better because I'm removing two words from here, so it's become smaller. See what happens in bigger project, there are like 50-60 places in which I have to use this name, children and all. So I cannot every time write this dot prop dot name, this dot prop dot children. So that's why destructuring is used in almost every project. You'll see that destructuring will be used in every project wherever you go. So now we are going to do one more thing. We are going to do not one more, a lot of things we have to do. So we are going to learn about the event binding. Event binding is what? So here, let us go back to this counter example. Here we have seen one thing like this bind this thing, and actually there are four ways to do this, and we don't even use this bind this thing now, because bind this thing is a very old way to do this thing, solve the this keyword problem. This is a very old way. This is actually in 2015-16 we used to do this thing. After that a lot of things has been changed. We can do it today also, I'm doing it here, but there are more modern ways and more easy way to do this thing, and we are going to do this through those modern ways. We're going to learn there are four ways to solve the this keyword issue in React, and let us do those four ways. Okay, so I'll come here and I'll create a new function, like new component, like event bind.js. I'll do this event bind.js, and then I'll do a rcc, and then I'll do a export default event bind I'm going to do, and like this is there, and we are again going to do some same issue like this counter issue. Not counter we're going to create, we're going to see some same issue like this. Okay, first let me save it, and then I'll go to the app, and app I will go, and all this code I will be providing. Okay, I will provide it in the same GitHub in which I did yesterday. Okay, so this event find, let me put this event bind, save it, and I will comment this out. Okay, so event bind has been shown. Now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to have here again a div like this, and I'll come here and do h1, and let us have a constructor first. So our const, it's like I don't know, this dot state dot I will have a message. It's like hello world. Hello world. Hello world is a very popular thing in every programming language. The first thing you learn is the hello world, so it's very popular. So again, this h1 I'll show this dot state dot message I'll show, and then after this I'll have a button, and it will be click, and on click equal to this dot handle click. This dot handle click I'll have, and then in this handle click we are again going to have this hello message is hello React. We're just going to change the message, but we know this will fail. Because we've seen this in the counter example also. This will fail, and this will fail badly. I will change it, and they cannot. But why this failed? As I told, this is undefined. Let us see that why this is undefined. Okay, I will comment this out, or it will fail again. And console.log of this. I will only do this keyword. Okay, so like this I'll do, and like this I'll do it like this, and I will select it, and see it is showing as undefined. It is showing as undefined there. Okay, so that means it's an issue. Undefined it is showing. It should actually be equal to this class. Actually, this should be equal to this class. Okay, so I will see how to fix it. So there are four ways. One way on already we know, this bind way we already know, but beside that way there is another way with the bind, in which what happens here, instead of binding it in the constructor, I'll do the dot bind this. Here only I'll bind it. Okay, I will save it, and I will also uncomment this out, because we will not get this error anymore. And now I will clear it, and run it. See, hello React has been shown, and this keyword is now the event bind. What is this event bind? Event bind is this class. event bind is this class. So this event bind has been shown. So this is like this, it has been shown. So this is the method number 1. Now we'll show the method number 2. Method number 2 actually we have already seen. Method number 2 is this method. Okay. So for this, let me do a method number 2 is like, let me comment out the first method. Method number 2 is like this, handle series will be there, and then I will have a this dot handle click equal to this dot handle the bind this. I do this thing, and then I will comment out this thing, and then I will click here, and it will be there like this. We already know this method, but now we're going to see two new kind of a methods. And the last method which we are going to see, actually that is the one which will be used most. So let us keep the best method from the last. And now also this which method I'm going to show, that is also used a lot of times, at least 5% of the time. And we never touch these two methods nowadays. You will never touch. You can find this method in the old code if you go in a company which have a project which is 10-year-old, like that. Not 10 year, React is not that much old, maybe 6-7 year old, like that you'll get to find that thing. Okay. So like this, it is something like that. I got to know sometimes the HR people, they don't know how old something is. That they will ask that we need React.js resources with 10 years old experience. 10 years React is not 10-year-old. Okay, so that is something like that. React is not 10-year-old. So that is there, and nobody have 10 years old experience. Even if React is 10, I think it was released in 2013, but then also it got the momentum after 2015, and I was lucky enough to start in React in 2015. Okay, so that is there. And so uh, okay, so the another method, as I've told, the arrow functions, when I was teaching the arrow function, I told that the arrow function have got this keyword. It binds this keyword very well, arrow function. So instead of doing all these things, what I'm going to do, I'm going to call it like a arrow function, like this. Arrow function, like I'll call it through. I'll call it through an arrow function like this. Okay. I'll click it. Hello, React is on, event pad is on. So I'll call it through arrow function. But this way of calling through an arrow function is also not used that much. This way we'll do if I'm going to pass some parameters here, then we are going to use this way. The way which we use the most in React, means 95% of the time nowadays we use, which that is like, I'll again have this. So this dot handle click is there. Will not do anything here, not do anything in the click. We will make this function itself a arrow function. So golden rule, from now onwards, don't use ordinary function, normal function in a class or a function anywhere. You don't use a normal function, and you'll never get this error. You'll never get this error. So I will make this function itself a arrow function. I'll do this, and I will click here, and I click here. It's an arrow function. It is going correctly fine. So these are the 4 ways to do it, and always do the last way most of the time. Okay, so that is done. So now the next thing which you are going to do, yeah, this is a very good thing. We are going to look into the third way. So this is known as the method as props. We are going to learn about something known as method as props. So what is like this method as props? Okay, so in React, what happens, we have passed data a lot of times like this. We are passing data means passing data through props. We pass data through props, through like this props. This is known as props, passing data through props. And greetings, the so the thing is that this app component is a parent component. Greeting is the greeting, welcome, all these things are the child component. We're passing through the data to child component. But in React, what happens, to pass data in the opposite direction, from the child to the parent, it is not that much easy thing, not that much tough also, not that much easy thing. And we use a trick here. We use the method as props, means we'll pass methods. Functions are also known as methods. We'll pass functions in the props, because in React there is no straight way to do that thing. In Angular is a big framework. Angular have like two-way data binding, all those things it has got. So in Angular it's not an issue, but in React it's an issue. So we're going to look into that issue, how to do that thing. So here we'll come and do components, parent component.js, and RCC. It will be RCC, a parent component, and export default parent component, child component .js, child component .js, RAFCE. And the child component will be a actually a function. We don't have a state. So whenever we change some state or something, we use the parent component. Okay. Functional component are also known as dumb component. It used to be known as dumb component because it used to not have the concept of state in it. Okay. Earlier functional component were also called dumb component because the state concept was not there in it. But now through hooks, after class base is complete, we'll do the hook based functional component. Hook based functional component. It's a different thing. So you will introduce the concept of state and a very important concept of life cycle methods. Life cycle methods also soon we are going to learn. So life cycle methods also we are going to introduce there. So like this it is there. Now after this, what we are going to do here. So we are here. We are going to have a parent name. Is Robin. And this, and now I have a function known as greet parent. Then I'll have a alert here. So I'm just having an alert here which is showing this parent name, but this grid parent we are not going to call so easily this grid parent thing. So okay. Here what I'm going to do in the child component, I'm going to have a button, and on click of the button I will going to show this. Okay, grid parent I'm going to show, and here inside this I will have the child component. Like this I'll show the child component, and here also I'll show the parent component. Parent component I'm going to show and save it. So the parent component is being shown here. So that is there. Now parent component is showing this child component. The thing is that we want to pass some data from the child to the parent, and as I told you, it is not that much easy. So the first thing which we are going to do is to pass this, is to establish a communication between them. So I'll have a grid handler, a prop known as grid handler. You can name it anything, and I will have pass here this dot greet parent. I'm passing a function. So this is a very important thing. I'm passing a function here, which is a very important thing. I'm not passing something like value or something. No. I'm passing a function here. Greet parent. Then I'm passing a function here. I will get a props here. Okay, get a props here. Okay, so this props will come, and the props will come, and then here I'll have a on click as props dot greet handler. Actually I'm calling back the props dot greet handler. So this is something which we have not done. I'm calling back the props dot greet handler. I'm calling back it props dot greet handler. When I'm clicking on the button, I'll call back the props. And when I call back the props, what will happen? This is, in fact, it is calling the function. This alert will happen. Do this. This alert is happening. Hello, Robinson. And actually what we just did, we created a communication channel in the opposite direction, from the children to the parent. We have created a communication direction in the opposite direction, from the children to the parent. But we have still not passed the data. Let us pass the data now. How to pass the data here? So in our previous event bind, we've seen a method like this method I'm talking about. When I've told that we can pass some data, we use this method only when you pass some arguments there, and we are going to use that method here. Now we are using like this method, but now we are going to pass some argument here. Okay, so like now how I'm doing going to do like this, and here I'm going to have this, and now I can pass any argument here. Okay, like I will ask so the thing I'll do now, I'm passing something here. Okay, so now I'm passing something here. You don't have to do anything, but here I'm getting some variable, so I will have a name. Anything I can do. Okay, from column name, I'll save it. Now I'll do a grid parent. See from so this thing is coming from child component, so our opposite direction is established, opposite communication direction is established, and we are also getting the data back. We are also getting the data back here. Okay, so that is there. Okay, so this is done. Now what we are going to do next, we are going to do the list rendering now. So we are going to learn about list rendering. So what is this list rendering and all? List rendering is, see, in React what happens, the main way to show something is through maps. So maps is the main way to show in React. For each and all, we don't use that much in React. We use maps the most, and filter also we use sometime, but maps are the preferred way, and we prefer in React to get something in a array, something in array we prefer to get. So let us do that thing now. Okay, so I will close this thing, close this thing, close this thing, and in the app.js also I will actually close this thing. And here I will have a list post.js. List post.js I will have, and it is okay to have a functional component RFCE I will have. So something like this. Then, as I've earlier told, one more thing. See, everything in the internet comes as a array of object, and where we are soon going to learn how to do this API call also. But since we are not there yet, I'll go to this post thing again, and we will get the data from here. This is like the array of object. Everything as I put comes as array of object. Let us get the data from here. So I'll do C, and I will have a variable const posts equal to like this. I want to have this big thing, and now I will have, after this I'll have this thing, and let us remove something like user ID, user ID, user ID. Let us remove some of the data because we don't have space here. So that is there, and maybe I will make this data is a bit smaller, and make this lorem also smaller, make this lorem also a bit smaller, make this also bit smaller, make this also okay, a bit smaller. So like this I'll make it. Now I want to show, so this is how we get the data from the API endpoint also. Now we want to show it there. So we have seen how we do it in the JavaScript world, but now we'll see how easy it is in the React.js world. Okay, so here we use maps, and if you have less than one statement, we can directly use what? We can directly use the like one return statement. We don't use that. We don't needed this thing. So post dot map, I'm going to use post dot map. Then here what I'm going to use post dot map, and post, maybe I can use a post word post and arrow function, and then I will show maybe h1. I'm going to soon change this thing. Okay, h1 I'm going to show, and h1 in the h1 I will show this dollar you need why I'm using dollar. So I am going to use the post dot title, post dot title, because it will iterate over each of them, and I will get the object back. I'll get the object back, and I'll get the object back, and I will show the title only of it right now. we're going to show something more also. So post the title I'll do, and so this is how easy it is to show. Okay, so then I'll do a list post I'll do, and like this I'll do save it. So see, all the titles are coming fine, all the titles are coming fine because we're looping through it and only showing that thing. So this is how we show it through the React and all map. But there is some issue here. If I inspect it, console it, I'm getting some error. Like, let me refresh it again. Each child in the list should have a unique key prop. See this for more information, whatever is there. So React expect us to provide a unique key for each one of the item of a list array. They're telling it as list. So there should be unique key. There is a unique key means for internal purpose React, what is some performance optimization is required, or else you'll get this big warning. It's not an error, it's a red warning, which means that it's a bad warning. Okay, so it's meant a bad one, or else it would have been green warning. Okay, so here what we are going to do here, come here and do a key equal to host dot id. I'll do so because id is a unique thing, and all the time when you get some data from the database, some unique things we raise for you. So id is this unique here. So I'll do this, save it, and I will refresh it, and I will not get the error. So it has been shown. So one more thing, most of the time what happens, we want to style something, and we're going to learn about styling and all those things here later on. So most of the time I can do this thing here also, but most of the time whole of this object we pass it to a different component and then we show it. So we are going to see that feature, and we are going to also style it in the style it after that. Okay, so mostly what we do, we don't do it here only. We create a different component, like maybe I'll create a different component, like it will be called list item dot js, and it is like again rafe, and here it is there like this. And now I'm going to call this list item component here, list item I will call here, and I will pass, first thing I have to pass the key. So I have to pass the key as post dot id, or else it will give me the big fat warning. And the next thing which I'm going to pass is the post. So I will name it post only props, and I can send the post, means this post I'm sending. And what is this post? Each of the objects. So if I do something like this now, see the list item is called 3 times. It means the 3 times it has been called 3 times because there are 3 items here, so it is called 3 times. Now we have to just use it, and we'll use it. Maybe I'll destructure it here, or else I have to use the props word a lot of times and destructure it with the post. That is what is the prop name, post. Then I will come here, and then I will do this, and I'll have a h1 here, and I'll have a id is post dot id is been shown, h3 title is post dot title, and key post dot body. See, this is one of the way in which all the real world applications also work. Amazon and all those things, you get the data from some API endpoint, and in some other endpoint you to show this. You can treat it as a some post thing, like a post data is coming like this. Okay, so blog of posts are coming, and I'm showing it like this. So now the next thing which we are going to do is, okay, so next thing which you're going to do is how to style in React. How to style in React. So the basic way of styling is React is the most common way, which is just like I have a CSS file, and I will just show the CSS file. Okay, so this is like how we do it in React. And the other ways, let us see the other ways here. And for this list item, I'll come and here. So let us first create that that way we are going to see. Okay, that way we are going to see, and that is like I will come here, and I will have a list item dot css I will write, and then I can have a like this. Instead of this, I can have fragment. I want to style it. So I'll have a div and class name equal to container, and would have, and then this I will save it, and I'm going to come to the container and come to the dot container, and maybe I will have a background color as light blue. Other is blue. Okay, and whatever I did, it will not reflect here because I have to import it. Import. Save it. So save it. See, this is then even the border radius has been done. Okay, so that is okay. And let us have some padding also here. Padding is like 5 pixel. It is going very close, so it's better to have a margin bottom of 10 pixel. Save it, and the margin bottom is there. So it is looking quite good. So this is one of the way to give the style. Okay, so the other ways are like the inline css. We all know the inline css in html. Okay, so but in react we do it in a different way. Not in that way, we do it in a different way. How we do that thing? So let us see that how to do the inline css, internal css, all those things. So for that I'll have some thing like const header style equal to, see, it's a object. Header style equal to object is there. Then I will have a background color is this, and color is this, padding is like this. Okay, this message is open. So one thing you notice that this is an object. So how to use this thing? I want to use this thing in this h1. So I will have this style, again style tag here. This kind of thing which we have in HTML also. So style kind of thing we will have. Then I will have this thing, and then I have to just directly do this thing. Save it. It has been shown like this. A background color and a color. Okay, it has been shown like this. And so there are three things which you should understand here. First thing is that it's an object. In the css it is not an object actually. It is not an object actually here. Okay, it is like, it seems like an object, it's not an object, and we have a semicolon after everything, it means it is not an object. And another thing is that here background color, this dash is there. Here, see this thing, background color is what? Background color is camel case. Another difference is there. Here I have to use a single quotes or a double quotes in the everything. Literally even in the padding I have to use everything, I have to use that. And the comma is there because it's an object. So that's the main difference. It's an object and I will have to do it like this. That is there. And now we are going to see how to means do this. Like generally we use this thing, we use a lot of this inline styling in react, but we don't use it like this because we don't create another object and something. We actually use it directly. We use it how? We use it directly, like style equal to one thing you will do. So instead of writing this thing like a variable here, what I will do, I will copy this thing and I'll paste it here itself, and it is done. It is done. Let us change the style a bit. Like the, I don't want a background color, I don't want a padding, I want a color only. Maybe it will be dark red. I want that. I want the uh, maybe font weight is bold. I want only those two things. I will save it. It will do this thing. That will do like this. And we generally don't show it like this. We generally have it in a one line. Okay, here. And as you might have noticed, if I give more than 2 3, it will not look good. So only we'll do this like this. Okay. So this is how this works. And there is some other methods are also there, like which is very popular in React, like there is CSS and JS libraries that is used something, and you can check that out. That is known as styled component. There is something known as styled component. I have some videos also on that. That is also sometimes used, but not always used. You see in projects mainly you use like this one. But style component also you can use it in your own project. Check it out. What is style component? Something you have to do it on your own also. Okay, style component, like how to use that thing. But as you can see, React mostly the styles and all they're like ordinary only. It's how we do it, and this is how we have done it. Okay. So now the next thing which we are going to do is the control component. Why the and what is control component between? So what happens in React? One of the most important thing in React also is how to show the forms in React. So forms in React are like not that much easy to show to get the data. It is like, and it is a bit different than HTML form. See, forms are always an issue in everything. Means I know Angular. I teach Angular also. Sometimes it is on my channel. Angular have actually two different kind of forms, like reactive form and template driven form. Okay, so it is not like the, and they are quite different from the HTML forms which we see. React also the problem. The thing is that it's React actually behave a bit different from a normal HTML JavaScript. So the way we use form, it is also different, and the form are also known as controlled component. Why controlled component? Because they are used in a different way. You want to see. So let us do the forms now, and I'll come here and I'll do the component. I'll write a demo form.js, demo form.js I'll do, and here I'll do a RCC demo form and demo form, and here I'll show this demo form here. Save it. So this demo form will be shown. Now let us show a form here. So for form in React we need a state for that. So we need a constructor for that. So I'll do a const like this, and I'll do a user name equal to this empty thing is there. Okay, a username thing is there. Now, okay. Instead of this, I'll have a form tag. See, it wraps it with the form tag. So we'll have that form tag, and then inside this, I'll have a div, empty div, because I don't want to style and all those things so much. So what I want to have a div so that it goes in a different tag. Then I'll have a label. A label. See this. Okay, this is HTML for is. I was going to tell this thing. Here we have the HTML for instead of the for, because for is a keyword in JavaScript. For loops are there. So use the HTML for. So here I'll have this user name, and here it is a user name. After this, I'll have input type text id equal to user name, id equal to username. And here in React the name is not important. Name is important in HTML. Name is not important here. Here we have something known as a value, which is very important here. Value equal to, and this value will be the state value, because this is how React works. So this dot state dot username, this is state of username is there. Okay, so these things are there. I will save it, and this username and all these things are there. Value is there. So but the problem here is that if I come here and if I try to type anything, see, I'm typing my keyboard very fastly, but I'm not getting anything. I'm not able to type. And this is again to do with this render problem of React. See, if something is not rendered, it will not come in React. So to solve this issue, what we do, okay, we do something. Okay, I will show one sec. I'll show one diagram. See this. This is there. Yeah, I'll make it a bit bigger. This dot state some email we're showing, and then we'll have some change handler, and then it will come. We'll come back to the diagram again. So what we are going to do here, we are going to solve this issue. We need to have an on change handler. On change handler fire once. When does the on change handler fire? On change handler fires whenever we will write something in the input box. So on change handler will fire at that time. On change equal to this dot handle user change. This dot handle user change is a function which I am going to create. I'm going to call, and this dot handle change I'm going to call like this, and handle user change I'm going to call, and I will going to get the e in it, and event. We learned about this event earlier, so we're going to get this event. And event what will happen? This dot state that state username is e dot target dot value. So what is this e dot target dot value? E dot target dot value will contain whatever the user types here. Okay, so that will contain, and now I'll save it. Now if I type anything here, I will be able to type it. So why I'm able to type anything which I want to type, I'm going to be able to type it. So why it is something like that? It is something like that because see what happens here. What happens here? See this thing, something like this happens when I will have this state like username is a, so when it will start, the username will be an empty string, and the value of this dot state is an empty string. Okay, like that. The moment the user types, like I type n here, the moment I type n, the on-change handler fires. On-change handler will fire and all this thing, and e will be there. E dot target dot value is that n which I have typed first n. So such state username will become username will become n. So when the set state is run, we know when the set state is run. So this is render components run again. So it's like a cycle. Render components run again, and render components will run again. And now this dot state dot username is what is n. So it will be shown as n. Again a I will type again. It will go. So it will go in loop and loop and loop like this. It will. So this is how the main concept, how these components run, how this is known as control component, how this runs. So rest of the thing is easy, like if you have some more thing like maybe we'll have a text area now. So how to do a text area, like a div I'll have, and like a label, maybe a label HTML4 comment comments, and text area id is comment, and text area never ends like this. Text area always have like text area comment. Okay, and one more thing, this comment, every time I have to have this here also. Comment is like this. Okay, so like this I'll have, and then I will have this id is there, and then I will have again the same song and dance value equal to this dot state dot comment on change equal to this dot handle comment change from here, and handle comment change equal to e like this, and this dot set state comment is e dot handle dot e dot target dot value. So as I told, the same thing we have to do again and again. So I'll save it, and now I can type it here also like this. I can type here also. So this is like how the comments will also work. Okay. So now we'll see one more thing. Actually, all those things, radio boxes and check boxes, you can see, and that they will happen in a different way. But that is something which you can see. We're going to see one more thing here, which is the drop down buttons. Actually, you should see all those things, radio boxes, check boxes, and all. I'll show another thing, which is the drop down thing. Okay, so I'll do a div, and I'll do a label, and HTML for is 𝐸𝐠 language equal to 𝐸𝐠 language, and I'll have a select like this. Name, where is name coming from? Name we don't use. ID is like this. Language value is like this. This dot state dot language. This dot state dot language, and on change equal to this dot handle lang change. This dot handle lang change over there. Okay, lang change. Okay, and this language also we need to have here. And here, see, I'm going to have this language in a different thing. Okay, I will have a, like here inside this I'll have React for a reason. I'm going to tell that. Okay, so after this I'll have a, inside select we have option. This is like HTML stuff. Option value is React and Vue and Angular. Again, I'll have this view actually on the top. So this is React. The value is React. This is this React. Okay, this is this React. Okay, but on change handler and all will be like this only. So now this, after this I will have this thing, on change handler equal to E, and same thing like E dot set is language, and E dot target dot value will be there. Okay, so that is like this. It is there, and save it, and it will be like this. It will come. But see here one thing. The first one is view, but the React is, React is coming because that's the reason. It's React is coming because I've given it language as React. Okay, so default value is this. So Angular I will choose. So now all this thing is done, but now how to submit this thing in React? Submit is this thing is that again we are inside a form. So we inside a form we will also create a button of type submit, or input of type submit. Anything is okay. So I'll have a button of type so PMIT submit I will type, and it will be of type equal to CDMIT. Type equal to submit. Undo and type equal to submit button. This has been done, and all. That is done. Now, where do I add the on-click handler? I can add an on-click handler here also, but it will be a wastage because what is there in this React thing? This form. This form is there. So inside in this form we have a on submit here. On submit handler here. This instead of on click I'll do on submit because it is a form. We should always do it like this. This dot handle the MIT. This dot handle submit. I'm creating this dot handle submit. Now I'll go here and do this handle submit here, and handle submit is equal to E, and then E dot prevent default will do, or else everything will be refreshed, because this is a button inside a form. If I don't do this e dot prevent default, everything will be refreshed. Then I'll just right now we see in most of the cases what happens, we need to send this data to the backend. So from here we'll do some API call, post API call, and we'll do it. Console.log, this is it. I'm just going to show it in this console.log and all. So if I comment it console here, and here I'll do something. When do this is good, and React maybe view I'll choose, and I will submit it. So this is good, and it was not even refreshed. So this is how it has been done here. Okay. So the next thing which you're going to do is a very important thing actually, and now we're going to learn about the life cycle methods. So what are these life cycle methods and all? We're going to learn about them. It is very slow. It is very small. Okay. So let us first go through these slides. What are these life cycle methods? And then we are going to see example also. Means we'll go halfway down. And so what is the life segment? Actually, React, the control passes in a way. We are going to see that means when a React component starts, especially a class-based component, because uh, uh, we are going to see this life segment in hooks also. But right now in normal functional component, it doesn't have. So in a class-based component, the things, the control of the function goes in some through some phases. So there is a mounting phase when the instance of the component has been created and inserted into the DOM. It happens. We'll see what is the mounting phase. First, we're going to see the mounting phase only. The mounting phase is actually when the component is just loaded and we don't interact with it. See, updating phase is when the component is re-rendered as a result of change in either its props or state. Props state, how will we change, will interact with it, will like click some button, write somewhere, we change the state in the previous form, we're writing it and the state got changed. Okay. Unmounting we are going to see, not now, we are going to see unmounting, we're going to visit again when we are going to see this hook things, we're going to see that again. Other handling we don't do nowadays. Okay. So now this some method names are there. And see, one more thing I want to say. Half of the methods are not being used. Half of the methods are not being used nowadays. Okay, and we're going to not been using that because nowadays the hooks are the main thing. Hooks, in hooks we actually change all of these things with one hook. You're going to see this thing that is amazing. Like mounting lifecycle methods, we have this constructor. Then static get derived state from props is there, and then the render, and then the component one. It means in this order it will run. We know the constructor is, we know the render is, but we don't know what these two things are. We're going to see that thing. And then the constructor is a special function which is called whenever new component is created. We know that thing. Constructor is perfect for initializing state and binding event handler. We know that thing also. Yeah, this dot state we do, this dot bind we do. Don't do HTTP request in the constructor. Yeah, we will not do it. Need to call a special function called super props. This is regard to access to this dot props in a company. Yeah, this is the reason why we have access to this dot props. Okay, that's it. And can set state directly with this dot state only in the constructor, nowhere else. Everywhere we have to set the state with this dot set state. Okay, that is mounting a derived state from. This is a rarely used experiment. Actually, I have not used it anytime. Anytime in my means 7 years of using React, I have not used it anywhere in the production and all those things. It is used when the state of the company change or changes in the props over time. Okay, whatever is there. We're not going to see much of it. Then the render is the render is the only required method. Even if we it is like that, we don't want the constructor, we don't have the constructor. Okay. Read props and returns, read props and state and returns JSS. And don't do change state or interact with the DOM. Child component lifecycle method also executed after the render. Very important. Then the component did mount, and this is a very important method. Component did mount. This method will be called only once. This method will be called only once. It has been invoked after the component and the child component are be rendered in the DOM. This is very important stuff. Okay. And we're going to learn about it. And when we're going to learn about it, I'm going to tell about it. It is involved after the component and its child component are be rendered in the DOM. Perfect place to interact with the DOM or do HTTP request. HTTP requests like this API calls. Those API calls are known as HTTP requests. Those we are going to do with this component did mount. We're going to see this soon. Okay. Child component lifecycle methods are also executed after render. So okay, updating lifecycle method we'll do later on. So this much you've done. Now we are going to, what we are going to do, we are going to create a new file and all, and we're going to see the mounting lifecycle method first, and then we're going to see the updating after that. So here I will have a, I will close this thing. I'll have a new component. I will have a new component known as parent life cycle .js, parent lifecycle.js, and here it is RCC is there, and export default and parent lifecycle like this. I'll have, and we'll have all those lifecycle methods. Okay, so r const and here, then this dot state will have a name, and it will be parent lifecycle and have a console.log Parent lifecycle console. We'll have a lot of console.logs because the main thing which we're going to learn now is how is the data is flowing. How is the data is flowing? We're going to learn that thing. Okay. So then we'll have a static get derived state from props. It works like this. And here again we are going to have this console.log get return null. It have to return null or else it doesn't work. Okay, then we have a component did mount. Here also we'll have a console.log that it is like this parent component did mount, and this is like this. It will be there. And the next thing inside the render also we'll have a console.log, and it is like the parent lifecycle render is there. And then inside this like this I'll have a h1, and in this h1 I'll just show the this dot state dot name, like this I will be having. And now we'll come here in the app.js, comment this out, parent lifecycle. I'll have this is imported, save it. So this parent lifecycle has been done. Okay, let me refresh it. Now you'll see the order in which it will run. So constructor is run first, then get derived state from props is run. Constructor, where we have this thing, constructor, actually it is very small, so it's okay. You might the constructor get derived state from props is run. After that render is run after, and we'll see this lifecycle matter again. We are going when we're going to look into hooks. Then this render is been run, and then this component did mount is run. Component did mount is run after that. Yeah. So this is like this. See, this order doesn't matter. So it is always in like constructor, then get derived state from props, then the render. At the end, the component did mount is run. Okay, component did mount ran at the end. This is very important to see. Now we are going to have a child lifecycle method also. So which is like which will be actually a copy of this thing. So why not make a copy of this thing? Copy and paste and rename child life cycle. I copy and leave. And what I'm going to do here, and change all of this thing to child life cycle. Same methods are there like this, only the your console logs also changed. Okay, so that is there. And now we are going to call this, after this we're going to call this child life cycle method also from here. Okay, I'll come here and I'll call this child life cycle from here like this. I'll call it and I'll save it, and I will actually run it like this. Okay, so see, now the order you see, parent lifecycle constructor is run first, and get derived state from props, then the render, then after the render the child constructor, child get derived from the child render, child component did mount, at the end parent component did mount ran. So actually the parent component did mount is the perfect place to do the API calls, which is the like those in the JSDOM async JavaScript. We see how to do the API call from JavaScript. We're going to do that API call from here also. But in React also, what happens, like it should be done at the last when all the components are been rendered. Same thing, like we put the script tag at the end because we want everything to run first. So component did mount also runs when all the component is been mounted. So we will always do the API call through component did mount only. because let first the data been loaded, then only it should be done. As you can see, first everything is been loaded, then the component did mount is done. Everything is been loaded, then the component did mount is done. That's why the component did mount is a very important thing. Now the next thing which we are going to do is like the this updating lifecycle methods. Let me again start the slideshow. So updating lifecycle methods are a bit different. See, get derived state from props is there, but there is no constructor is not there, component did mount is not there. Get derived state from props is there, should component update, render, get snapshot before update, component did update. No component did mount, no constructor. What does that mean? That means that if I change the state, they never runs. Then get derived state from us we know. Should component is update something, again we don't use it at all. It used to do performance optimization, but now we don't use it. So that is the render we know. Again something which we don't know, don't use, but the component did update is very important. I will tell you what are the functions which are very important, which you should always know, because there is something which will go to the your uh, functional components also. Hook based functional component did update, this is a very important method called after the render is finished in the re-render cycle. It is the equivalent of component did mount, but it runs in the re-render cycle. That's the most important thing, and can be used to do HTTP calls. And this I will not see right now. So that is there, and let us now change it a bit to contains all those things. So we'll have some more functions here. After this component did mount, we'll have this should component update will have. Then we have this console.log parent lifecycle manager should component update return true is there. Then we'll have get a snapshot before update will have, and this will also have this console and returner. Then we'll have this component did update we are going to have. Okay, like this we're going to have, and it will also have this console.log component did update we're going to have. And actually we are going to have all these things in the child also. So let me have all these things in the child, and again we have the control F, and parent lifecycle method we're going to change it to child lifecycle method. So we're going to change all these things we are going to have here also. But the thing is that how to change the state. See, this new methods runs only if the state is changed. They are also known as the updating lifecycle phase. So how to change the state? To changing the state only we kept this simple state name like this. Now we'll have a button to change the state. It is not do something fancy, but it will like this. Button is there. Then change like this. On click is equal to, let us change the state directly like this here, and this dot set state is like name is web dev. And please, if you have not registered, please subscribe. Please do subscribe. We are doing almost, we are going towards the 16 hours. Yesterday it was 9 to 5:30. Today maybe also like that. Okay, so please do like and subscribe. Okay, so we're doing so much, okay, for the community, for everyone. Okay, so yesterday Mosam almost did the complete thing. Today I am doing the almost the complete thing. Okay, so it is not easy to do 8 hour streams. Nobody does that in YouTube. Nobody does that. It continues 2 hours. You can check out all the other channels. Okay, so that is like that. And we are giving something which people give in Udemy for free. So please do like and subscribe, where it can reach to more people, so that we can also have something. Okay, so that is like that. So now again we will come here and I will refresh it. So the first time what it runs, whatever is running, it is the mounting lifecycle methods. It is running. See, again the component demand and all is running. So what happens when I don't touch anything? When the first time everything is loaded, this thing will run like this. But when I interact with the state, like this, I will change the state. Now the methods which are run, they're like different. Get derived state from props run first. Should component update run? Render runs. There is no construct. Construct doesn't run the second when we change the state. No component did mount. Then child life segment get derived state from props is run. Child life segment should component update. Render get snapshot before update. Then it comes to parent get snapshot before update. Again it go to child component did update, and the last it is going to child parent the component did update. It is saying the component did update, and again this is the component did update is the last method to run. Again this is a very good place to do the API call and all. So this is the thing, and as I have told, we are going to revisit this again when we are going to do the hooks, because and hooks we are going to see a real example, not like this console.log example. We are going to see real world kind of, not real world, like a example in which we'll interact or something like that. That we're going to do again, because in hooks lifecycle methods are run in a different way, and that is very important. As I've told you, if in 2022 you're going to create a project now, or you're going to work in a startup, 90% chances are there they will not use class based component. They will use hook based component also. When you're going to see hook, you're going to see how easy it is, hook based component. So the main features of state and lifecycle method, which was earlier not there in the your functional component, it is there now from 2020, mid of 2020 it came. Okay, so that is there, and you see that now the next thing which we are going to do, wait a sec. The next thing which we are going to do is the refs actually. So what are these refs? See, in React, what happens most of the time, you might have seen this code. This is like a different kind of a code. Okay, this is not like your we're not interacting with the DOM or all. We don't have this document or query selector and all those things. So this kind of code is actually a known as this. What we're interacting with is a virtual DOM. It's not a real DOM. But sometimes React is like only 7 years old, but this real DOM, like this E thing, which is also that E dot target dot value. Actually, real DOM has got a lot more features than what React has. Sometimes we require to use the real DOM, a lot of features there, and we need to access that. And in React, to access that, we need something known as refs. It is not advisable to use refs because React works in a virtual DOM concept, but sometimes we don't have any other option than to use the refs. Okay, so we are going to see how to use the ref, and in your project also sometime you'll face this thing. Okay, like this. Okay, I have something, I have to use this refs, then only you should use this refs, or else you should not use this refs. Okay, let us see. But there is some very good use case of refs. I'm going to say, and I've seen people using refs for forms also. So let me open these things. Okay, so now the ref are very easy to use. Okay, so first thing is that I'm going to comment this out. Then I'll have a refs demo.js here, and in that I will have a JC I'll have this refs demo here. Refs demo is done. Refs demo has been shown here. Okay, so now what we're going to have here, we're going to have a input box here. Input type equal to text, but we are not going to use it through the control component way. Control component way is sometimes way too much. Means you have to do the value, you have to do the on change and all those things. Although React doesn't recommend to use this thing, but I've seen a lot of people using this thing, and there are some features in it which you have to use it. Okay, we're going to see that thing also. Suppose I want to change something, like I don't want to use the control component, I want to directly use it. So don't want to have the state and all. You don't even need to have a state in a rep. So how do I use this reps? So here you come here and do the, I need a constructor here. Okay, constructor I need, but constructor I don't have this. Okay, so we don't need the state. This is not a state we don't require. Okay, so we'll have something like this dot input ref is equal to react dot create ref. This dot input ref is actually a variable. This dot input ref is a variable which we're creating through this react dot create ref. Now I want to, I will just add a ref equal to this dot input ref. Save it. I'm able to type everything. I don't need to have those concepts like state, change the state, and all those things. I can directly write it there. So I have seen a lot of people use ref for this reason also, but there are some other reasons also. Okay, like this. Suppose I want to have, this is not a keyword. Suppose I can have like this, this dot age ref. It will react dot create ref, and I will have a input type is maybe number, and ref is equal to this dot age ref. I'll have, and now how to get the value of here, how to get the value. And there we have, we know that this dot state we have done and we got the value, and here we can get the value even easier. Means again, let me do a form here. I have a button of submit as button of type will be equal to submit, like this, whatever, like this in demo form we have. So I will have like this, and this on submit will be there. Maybe on submit will be there in the form, and then I will have this handle submit will be like e, and it will be e dot prevent default. Let's see, I'll have a different kind of logic. This dot input ref dot current if you need to have current dot value is dot current dot value will have, and I'll save it. And if I come here and inspect, and if I go to console, and this is like window and 39, I will submit it. See, it is coming. So compared with this logic, it's a very less logic, but React team says, okay, don't use this thing. When should we use this thing? We want something special here. Or we want something special. There is a thing by default which is there in the DOM only, which is like that. If when the page loads, if my cursor is blinking here, I will have one step less. Like the user can directly go here. So how this is done actually? How this is done? This is done through a thing known as focus, which is there in the DOM only. Okay, so I want to do that. When the components load, I want this blinking effect to be there. By default, it will not be there. So what I will do, when the components loads completely, I will have my component did mount. Component did mount. See, the first use case of component did mount. When a component is mounted, then what I will have, this dot input ref. I want it to be in the input ref dot current dot focus. Now I will refresh it. It will always be here first time. See, I will refresh it, always be here first time. Then I can write, means it is much, it's a much more good user experience. It is there. Okay, so that is there, and submit it, and it is there. So this is the refs are there. We learn the refs. Now the next thing which we are going to learn is the context API. Context API also inbuilt in React, and we're going to learn about the context API. So what a context API, why it is required, and after this another topic in class-based component. Then we'll take a 10 minutes break. Then we'll start with the functional thing. Okay, so functional component, and that will last thing. Maybe it will take 1 hour only. Okay, copying the address, and maybe we'll get finished by 5. get finished 5 today. Okay, so that is there. Okay, so what is this context API and all? See, context API means it's a way, means it is not required, but sometimes what happens, and this is something related with props. See, suppose I have an app component, I have component A, B, and C. I want to pass some data. I want to pass some data from the app component to the C component. That data, component A and component B doesn't require. But since they are coming in between, I have to pass through them. This problem is also known as prop drilling in React. Suppose not two components, there are 50 components between them. I have to pass through the 50 component. And it's a waste of code and all those things. So to solve this issue, React, it's a very big issue. There are actually two ways. One is through context API, which you're going to learn now, and one is something a big thing, which is known as Redux, which is a topic in itself. And I teach general Redux in 5 hours, and I have some separate playlist also for that. Actually, React knowledge is sometimes it is incomplete with Redux, and you should know Redux concept also, because in all big projects, sometimes in nowadays context API is also very powerful, but then also sometimes in big project the Redux will be used. Nowadays you can do context API is a bit a new thing, so you can do a lot of things with context API which you can do it with Redux. And in small and medium level projects we use context API only, we don't use Redux and all. Okay, but Redux is very much required. You should go through my playlist. I don't have time to have a live session again, but I can give that Redux playlist. Okay, so that is actually a external library which you have to add in React and all. Okay, so that is there. Now we are going to look into this context API thing. What's the issue? We know what's the issue, but how we solve it through Redux, how we solve it through context API, and we will not pass it directly like a props. So let us do that thing. Let us solve this thing, and I'm going to, again, this time we are going to have 2 3 components, like, okay, we're going to have 2 3 components. And the first one which we are going to have is uh, child.js I will have, and this RCC, and we're going to revisit this context API again in the hooks also. It is there in the hooks. Every concept of here class base is taken in hooks also. So this is there like this. I'll have a h1, and I'll have a child like this. Then after this child, I will have a parent.js. Parent.js I'll have again a RCC, and this parent.js, not like any other parent, it will actually call the child. And it will call the child like this. It will call the child. Okay, child it will be called, and then I will have a grandparent also. Grandparent.js also will be there, and then it will be RCC grandparent.js RCC, and for default grandparent is there. Then this is like this, and then here I'll call the parent. I'll call the parent like this. I'll call the parent, and like this I'll call the parent, and then how to use it, okay, now, okay, and the app.js, instead of this ref demo, I will have like this. Grandparent I'll call, and grandparent, if I call, it will show the child, because child has been shown, grandparent is calling parent is calling the child. Okay, so it has been shown like that. Okay, so that is there. Now the thing is, I want to pass the data from directly from the app to the child. I want to pass that. This is how I should pass it. I don't want to pass it through props like that. So for that we use context API, and context API is a bit different than the things. We can do the context API here also, which we are going to do in hook, but we can create a different function also. Right now we're going to create a different function. We are going to create a different function like user on text.js, and here I have to import React from React first, and const user context equal to react.create context we are going to have, and then const. So context have a concept of provider and consumer. User provider, user context of provider, and const user consumer, user context of consumer, and export. We are going to have an export. We are going to have a user provider and a user consumer. We're going to have. So see, we are doing a named export here. So context have the concept of provider and consumer. What is this concept of provider and consumer? From wherever we want to pass some data, we will wrap it in a provider, and from wherever we want to consume the data, we'll consume it to the consumer. But consuming to the consumer have actually got two ways. We're going to see that. First, we have to pass the data from the app.js. So what we are going to do here, we have to wrap this grandparent in the user provider, and like this. The user provider is done like this, and we have to wrap it. Wrap it means it will go as a children like this. It will go like this. You have to wrap. And what now? Whatever value we want to pass, we're going to pass. But here we'll write the value equal to a value. So here we are passing the value by like this. Okay, and here one more thing is there. Here in the props, the name was not a keyword, but here this value is a keyword. And I want to pass the props kind of thing like this. This thing I'm going to pass. So I'm going to save it. Now, how to get the data here in the child? How to get the data to child? To get the data, we will have to use the user consumer. So let us use that. But there are two methods to do this thing. The first method is a bit complicated method, but we should know how complicated is. It's a complicated method, but we should know this thing. And this is a render props method. This render props is actually a old kind of thing in React. There were some earlier, there were some very complicated logics in React, like render prop, higher order component. They were used by external libraries a lot, like Redux, React Router, and React Router is also something else which you should learn. That is also on my channel. Okay, so that is there. And so these are the external libraries which comes with React, which I generally don't teach in the main React thing, but they had been taught somewhere. So now I will do a user consumer. I'll do, and then here first I'll remove this thing. I'll first remove this thing, user consumer. Then I'll come here and do this thing, and then this is like this, and then I have to have a user. User I'm going to have. I'm going to accept. I'm going to have a user. Then this is like this. User I'm going to have, and then user is something which you can take anything. User I'm going to have, and then the return I'm going to have. See, this logic is a bit complicated. Okay, not complicated. The structure is not good. Structure is not good. And then child component we're going to have, and the hello user. Hello Nabendu. So I'm able to use a Nabendu part with the user. So this kind of pattern you have to use. Okay, and this pattern gets complicated if you have more things. But again, this one is also a very complicated pattern. We don't use. There is an easier pattern to do this thing, and we're going to see that. But for that, we have to also do a default export of the whole of the user context. So we'll do that export default and user context we're going to do. Now we're going to use it, and we can use it in the child, but we're going to use it in the parent. Suppose that anyways we are going to go through grandparent, but we again we are going to directly use this Nabendu value in the parent we're going to use. Okay, so let us do that. And that this method is actually very easy. Here what we have to do, you don't have to use that complicated curly bracket and all those things. Okay, so import user context from this, we are going to import, and then export default. I can have this export default later. It doesn't matter. Export default parent. Okay. So then what happened here? I'll come here and static context. But here one thing is that everything is a keyword. Static context type equal to user context. I have to do. And then here I can directly use it like this. Okay. I can directly use it and like this h1 like parent component. I can directly use this as this dot context. Actually, there are a lot of keywords are there. When we are going to use hooks, we are going to find out that it is even more easier in hooks. Okay, so this is a context I'm going to do and see this up in this line. So this is all about the context API. Okay, so this is all about context API. So done with the context API. Now we are going to look into the most important concept in React, and that we are kept for the last, which is how to do the API call. As I told earlier also, doing the API call is the one of the most important thing in like JavaScript, React, anything. So how to do the API call? How to hit this, maybe this JSON placeholder, same thing. We are going to hit how to hit this endpoint. So let us understand that how to hit this endpoint. It is a bit different than, but the and we are going to use okay, we are going to use fetch API. The same thing we are going to what we have learned earlier in the JavaScript. We are going to use like same. We are going to use like same and same. So let us use that. Okay. So this is the last topic in the class list. Okay. So I'm going to comment this out, and I'm going to have a new thing like SSC component is like the post list dot js, post list dot js I'm going to have, and here again rcc and export default post list I'm going to have, and save it. Here I'm going to have command. Actually, in React there is another way to do the API call at it, and that is through Axios, and that we are going to see when we are going to hook based thing. Fetch API is very good, but Fetch API has got one problem, that is got sometimes it is complicated because it has two-time await we have to do. Sometimes people don't like that thing, but the main thing is that you don't have to install anything. Some people like it for that only. You have to not install an external npm package. We're going to see that thing. Post list is done here. So now how to do this thing? Okay, so first thing is that in React, to show something, you should fetch this API into a state, and then you have to loop through it and show it, and loop through it, show it. We have already seen how to do that, how to do this looping through, and how to show that thing. Okay, so maybe we'll do one more thing. We'll do one very crazy thing. Okay, so we'll combine the code. That will be very good. Okay, r const I'm going to do, r const I'm going to do, and like this I'm going to have a post, and it will be array. So why I took it as array? Because see, this is mainly it is giving me a post, array of post. So array is there. So I take an empty array here, and when I'm going to fill it with the API endpoint. So API calls in React, we always do through component did mount. We have learned this thing that component did mount is loaded after everything, after the DOM is loaded. So we do it through component did mount. Okay, so where is my code? Like API call code is there somewhere. Okay, not this one. Oh, okay, this one might be having. Okay, so actually we got the. Actually, I wanted to show this thing. Okay, not this thing. I want to show something here. Exactly the same code we are going to use. Exactly the same code we are going to use. So let me copy this thing. Okay. But we don't have this document.query selector and all those things, blah, blah. We don't have in React. And as I was told, one more thing that the thing, this first thing is that I'm going to remove all these things. We don't have these things in React. But these things like this we have. Okay. And we don't have this like we call it through component did mount, and the component did mount is async here, so we'll call it through component did mount, but async component did mount. And then we are going to call this, then get the data back and get this, and we're going to get the data back in console.log. We know this thing, we are getting the data back here. Okay, so now what we are going to do, we are going to set it in a state. We are going to set it in a state. We are going to do the this dot set state equal to what? Post, only post. why I'm going to do, I'm using a shortcut actually. Why? Actually this post should be like this, and post, and we have learned this thing that when we have both of these things as same, I can remove this thing. So like this I'm going to do it, and these are status posts. Now this post will contain all of this thing in this array and all, it will contain all of this thing. Now I want to show it. So now again I'm going to not show it here, I'm going to use another component which we have created. I could have okay, so now the thing is that the post list is there and all. So let us use some other thing because it will be better. Okay, so h1 is like list of posts is there. Actually I'm going to use another component now. Okay, so how we are going to do it like this, post. So now this post array have got something, post dot, actually that list, that thing is also, I'm going to take it from list post and list item. We have these two things. So list post, what I was doing, I was doing this hard coded thing and all. Okay, I will actually copy it from here, so it is much more better. I'll copy it from here, and like it will give me error because I have to wrap it in this thing. So like this it will do. And now this list item, I'll just call this list item here. In this list item, we know it is taking all this thing, post and id, title, body, it is showing. Okay, now I will save it, and posts is not defined. Why I am getting this error? Because this post is actually not there. This is like this dot state dot post. So instead of writing this dot state dot post, I will actually again use one of the thing like const post. I will again use the destructuring is this dot state. Save it. Now the data, not only 2 3 data I'm getting. Here there were 3 data. I'm getting all the 100 data from a real website. So this is how it is getting. This is how you can use the reuse the components also. So this is how I'm getting everything. I'm getting everything here like this. So this is like the API endpoint. So instead of this hard coding this thing, I'm getting the data from real endpoint too, and I have to use the async component did mount here. And there is actually another way to do it, like try and done and catch, that you can find it out, but this is the most easy way to do it. And we've done with this thing. And now the next thing is that we have to do your react with functional component, react hooks we are going to do. Okay, so we are going to take a 10-minute break, and we're going to come back, and I'm going to start with, so we will start with hooks in 10 minutes. Okay, we'll start with hooks in 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. We'll start with hooks. Also, let's get started with hooks now. So let me just share my screen. So as I told, hooks is one of the most important thing right now. Any new project you're going to create, you are going to create with hooks. And hooks also, I've created a new project with the same command like npx create data hooks, and then I have to do the cd hooks, and I'll do a code, and I'll do a, will open it in VS Code, and I'll do a npm start. I'm going to do. It will open here a brand new React project. It will open. So it will open a brand new React project here. I hope you're able to see my screen and all. So now get started with hooks. So hooks, what happens? The functional component get those superpower of having your both concept of state and concept of lifecycle matter. Concept of state, they got through a hook known as use state hook. So here React team has created some small programs through which they have given this functions to this. So use state hook gives a state concept to your functional component, and the life cycle methods are also been changed by only one hook, which is known as use effect hook. So these are the two most important concepts in the hooks, and we're going to learn about both of them, and these are the things which take the most number of time. And so let us do that. And for hooks also, what we are going to do, how I teach it, means we are going to see a class based component first, and then we are going to convert it into hook based thing. Okay, so new folder, components. I'm going to do components, and inside this I will have a class counter.js. Class counter.json. As I told, we're going to make a class based component first, and then we're going to change it to hook based with the state concept. Okay, export default. I'm going to do export default and class counter, and we're going to do that. And then I'm going to come here, and here I'm going to have a constructor or const. I'm going to have this will be count, and this will be 0. This, and so here beside this is there, and I'll have a button here. I'll have a button, and in this button I'll show this count. Count is, as you know how to show this count, this dot state, not set state, this dot state dot count. This is state dot count is how we show it, and actually I'm showing this count inside the button itself. So actually, so let me do one thing. Let me first show this counter in this app.js. I'm going to show app.js. App.js as always have a lot of things. So I have to remove these things, and I will go to this okay, and show this class counter. I guess I'll show this logo. I'm not using it. I'll remove it and show this. So class counter will show this count as 0, and I already show. So now I'm to change this thing. So how do I change it? I can change it easily like this. Here I'll have on click equal to. I'll do it right directly here only. So I'll have it like this, and like instead of calling a function, you can do it directly like this also. Okay, this dot, because the function itself I'm calling here, this dot set state, and here I'll have a count is this dot state dot count plus 1. This is state dot count plus 1. Save it, and now I will click it, and it will increase it. Okay, it will increase like always. Have it a bit bigger. So no difference is there. It is like doing it. Okay. So now, but the thing is that, okay, so let me have it a bit more. Okay, so that we don't have much here, miss. Okay, so now we are going to change this thing in a hook. How to do that? Hook based thing. We'll introduce the class concept in a functional component, and this is how nowadays people work. So we'll have a hook counter .js. We have a hook counter.js, and then again a RFC. So it will be a class-based component. It will be a functional component. Now what? Now how to have this state? We don't have a concept of this dot state or something like that. Okay. So one thing we'll do, I'll have this on the side, and we'll create it now. Okay. So have it even bigger. So here what happened? We use the array destructuring. Oh, it is giving it me right, but we use something known as that array destructuring which we have done, and generally we use the use state from here. We import the use state. Use state is a function, sort of function like the component. Use state is also a function which the React people have created. So count and set count. Count and set count is two variables. See, I'm using array destructuring here. So means count is equal to this 0. Count is equal to this 0, and this is there. So this logic I have actually converted to this. So count, a variable count is equal to 0. Here also a variable count is equal to 0. But one thing is very important to know here. Here this dot state was an object. Here this dot state, there is no this dot state or all. And even the state is there. This is not an object. This is like a normal number. Okay, that is a very important thing. We are going to face some issue because of that later on in hooks. Okay, not big issues, but it is there. So this is there. Count is there. So count is like this dot state. Now, where is the set state and what is this set count? Actually, this set count is only the set state. Set count is only the set state, and let us convert this now. Now, this I'll have this button here, button, and button will have a hook count. It's like count, directly count I'm going to have, and in the on click, I'll have like this. I'm going to have, and this the set count is like count plus 1. Now you might have understood what is this set count. Set count is nothing but the set state, which is here in the class based counter. Set count is something exactly, not something, it is exactly similar to what is set state. It actually changes the state, and because of this, this return function runs again. This, whenever I click this thing, this set count will do the count plus 1, because this is not a state, this is not an object. We don't have to do all these things. In the set state, we were passing an object and we're doing this thing. So all these things also we don't have to do. Directly we're incrementing the count. Count plus 1 will directly increment the count. So nothing else is there. Directly we can increment the count and all those things. And one more things I want to tell it here, that so how do I have more variables here? In the class based state, if I want to have some more variable, like a name variable I need to have. I'll have a name, and this like this I want to have like this empty string. Here what I will do, here I will have a const name and set name, like this I will have, and then I can have it. So here if I have 10 thing, I will have 10 thing. Here I will add it inside the set state. Okay, I'll remove this thing. Okay, I'll remove this also. Save it now, and it will work like the same. I will add this thing here itself. Yes, hook counter. Save it and see this. Count is also increasing fine. So this is how it works. Okay, so that is there. But the thing is that let us deep dive into this state through this hook count. Let us deep dive into it, and it has got again some not issues, but something which we should know, and that comes because this is not an object. That comes because of that. Let us see some examples and all those things. So we'll have a new file like here, hook counter 2.js RAFCE will have, and I'll have a const initial count equal to 0 and const count, and set count is the user initial count, and we always have to import it. Actually, I always forget to import it. We have to always have to import it, and then what we're going to have, see, initial count I have taken from the outside. So here I'll now come and I'll have a h1 is count is count, then I'll have a button, and it will have a reset, and on click equal to set count and initial count, and the thing is increment set count is count plus 1, and decrement set count is count minus 1. Save it. So now let us show this hook counter to here. So counter 2 I'll show. Save it. So see, it will come like this, and it will work like this. So this is a good way to do it. But now we are going to see that same problem. If I'm going to increment 5 times, then what will happen? Again, we know that the same issue will happen here also. Let us see that same issue. So I'll have a button, and here increment 5 I will do, and on click equal to, there is no this keyword here. Okay, so that is a very cool thing. Okay, in functional component we don't have this keyword, so a lot of problem is solved. Okay, increment, we don't have that complicated this keyword. React team also didn't like that this keyword. That is why they are moving here. This keyword, although we do a lot of tricks, this keyword is really a impossible thing. So increment 5 we're going to have, and then const increment 5 equal to this I'm going to have, and then this I'm going to have, and then I will have a for loop here for let I equal to 0 and I less than 5. That count is count plus 1 I will do. Again we'll have the, this will work, but is again we'll have the same problem, that is incrementing 1. Again the same thing, this performance optimization thing is that, so we'll have to use the previous state or previous count, whatever you say. So here it is, the syntax is much more easier. So pref count I'll do, pref count is pref count plus 1, and now it will increment by 5. So it is like this, and if I am using it here, I can generally use it here also, because I should have the consistency. Minus 1 to show it, and all of these things are working fine. So this is one thing which we should know. Now there is a one issue here. Okay, so issue in your use state or use state with object. See, use state with object, we are going to do one thing now. Again, a hook counter key.js I will have, and here we are going to see that issue and how we solve it. RFCE, and here we'll have a const name comma set name equal to use state, and we'll have an object this time. Okay, we'll have an object this time, and which is the first name and the last name. We'll have an object this time, first name and last name, and use state we have to import it. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a form here, and inside this form I'm going to have a input. I'm going to have type text, and value is equal to name dot first name, and we need to have a on change on change equal to, directly we'll have it here e and like this, set name. Set name is, because it's an object, I have to do the first name is e dot target dot value. E dot target dot value is the first name. Okay, like this I'll come here and do the control V and first name, and then it is a last name, and then actually we'll face some, let us have this counter 3 here only. Okay, so this is like use state. I'm using an object here, so it has some issues. So like h2 first name, is like name dot first name, and last name is name dot last. We are going to have some issues there. So for that, what I'm going to do here, see what happens in React and all. I'm going to return this thing. So I want to console log something, but I want to see what is that. If I don't do console log, instead of that, I can use something in a JSON.string file to see that string. I want to see actually this name string, because there will be some issue in that. You'll see that. So I want to see that what is there in that string. So JSON, and this is a very good way to see inside the return, because inside the return is coming here. So with this JSON the string, if I trick, you can see that I see the name. What is in the name? As I told, we have an issue here. I'll do this name. The first name and object is there. Suppose I type something here, Nabendu. I'll see the first name I'm typing. See this thing also you see. Last name is gone. Nabendu. Okay, here I should type Vishwas, and the first name is gone. If I come here and write Kumar, the last name is gone. So this is the issue. When I'm typing something, the first name, last name is gone, and from the object also we can see that okay, the last name is not been, it has been removed. Why it is happening, and why if I do the same thing in a class-based component, it will not happen. Why it will not happen? Because in class-based component, what happens is merging is done automatically. This merging thing is done automatically. So this merging thing is done automatically. We don't have to do anything, because by default in a class-based component we have seen this is an object itself, so it will not happen. This issue will not happen there. Okay, so here what we are going to do here to change it, we're going to come here and do a dot name. So that's the reason I was telling the spread operator is very important. We're using the spread operator. Here also I'm going to do dot name. The spread operator is very important. I'm going to spread operator. So what will happen when I'm writing the first name, whatever is there earlier, it will be merged in that thing. So if I go here again, and now I'll write a pain. You see, last name is not going anywhere. This was, it is not going anywhere. So this issue we solve in this way. So we are done with the this dot set state. Now we will learn the other hook, which is the most important hook. So this is how the state is changed and all in React. Means in a functional component we have the state concept like this. Now the other main topic which is there in the class-based thing, which was not there in a functional before, is the lifecycle method. Lifecycle methods are actually very important, because they are also used to do the API calls and all, like the component did not. But I will tell one thing: there are only three lifecycle methods which are very much important. And constructor, by default, constructor is not there here. Constructor is something like it runs first. Uh, And the three lifecycle methods which are only important, which is like the component did mount, and render is something like return only, means return only is running. So component did mount is very important, component did update is very important, and there is something known as component will unmount. Will unmount is also very important, which we'll see now, which we have not seen earlier. So these three are only important. So what React team understood that, okay, these three are the only thing which people are going to use. So we are going to make a hook which will actually use all these three things. And that hook is, sometimes people will say that, okay, I will directly want to learn hooks. With the directly learn hooks, it is very difficult. It is literally very difficult directly to learn the hooks, because the lifecycle matters you don't know. It is a replacement of use effect hook, is a replacement of component did mount, component did update, and component will unmount. And we use it in a different kind of configurations to use that. So let us go ahead and use that and see this thing. Again, we're going to start with the class based component, because we want to see, means how this is been done and all. Okay, so again, and this time we're going to see some good example of lifecycle methods in the class based also. Okay, so we'll go here, and I will do a class. Okay, let's do one thing. Let me remove this thing. I will change this one only, because we have, like, I have too much things are there. I'll do one thing in this class counter only. I will change it and I'll add something. Okay, this class counter is there. So button is like count and all this. This is good, and I will have something like count times. I will have click 0 times. I'll have. So this is okay, and I'm click 0 times. I'll do it. It will update it. That is okay. But what I want this React app we are seeing here also the count to be shown. So how to do that? First thing is that I should have this count after the component is mounted and all. So for that reason, what I'm going to do, I'm going to have it inside the component did mount. I want, because we should always have that thing after the component did mount, uh, because we are going to use something from a JavaScript world. Component document dot title equal to clicked this dot string dot count time. So we're going to have this thing. So what will happen if I save it? See, instead of this title, I am going to have clicked 0 times, because I'm using it in the component demand. I want it in the component demand because I want first whole component to be loaded and then it will be shown. But if I click on this, see, this is increasing, but this is not increasing. Why? Because we know if we change the state, then the component did not doesn't run. Component did update run. Component did update, and after that, because the second time onwards the updating phase, component did not don't run. So we have to use the same code in the component did update also. Component did update. As I've told, this is a very real world example, and component did update have this like this piv props comma save state. This thing actually it could have, and we'll have the same thing. Okay, like the same thing we're going to have here. Okay, save it. Now let us see whether it is working. Yeah, it is working fine, because on the first time this will run, second time onwards this will run. Okay, so this will run, and this is how it will work. This is work. So now we're going to change the same thing in a hook thing. Okay, so hook thing again we are going to change. Again, it's much more better to we have this. I have hundreds of things. Like the hook counter we already have, because that also we change it from there. Hook counter we have, we are going to change it here only. So we have this thing like, instead of this hook count, I will do click Should know it is hook. Click hook count times, maybe like this. Okay. So this time I will actually remove this. It is much better. It like this, and it will show click hook times, and I have to refresh it actually for this to go. I don't have that logic, so it is like it is increasing. It is increasing fine. So now I want to have something like a component did mount and component did order, which I obviously I don't have in hook counter, but because it's a class, it's a functional thing. But I have something like again like a use state. I have something like a use use effect hook I will have, and this I will have this use effect again. You have to import it, and this has been taken in a different way. So use effect will give like this, and then this it's called a function. Then inside this I will have a document dot title. This time I'll just have it like this. Okay, so now see this first time click 0 times system means component did mount kind of something ran. This is also updating means component did update also, right? So what does both of these things mean? It means this hook up, okay, use effect you have to use in some different configuration. Actually we can pass a second parameter and the configuration will change. So use effect in its most basic configuration, very important to understand. Use effect in its most basic configuration runs as component did mount plus component did update combination, most basic thing. Okay, so it will run in the mounting phase also, updating phase also. I'm not doing, just you have to do this thing. Okay, so that is how the user will run. You don't have to learn this thing. Okay, this is how it ran. So this is the first example. We're going to use a lot of use effect things. Okay, so the next thing which we are going to do here is in this only. Actually I'm going to change it in this only. How do I use it in this? So I will have a another variable here called like name. I'm doing it in the class counter first. So new I'm going to have. I'm having another variable. Now I will have a console log here because I want to say show something. Console.log and updating document title. Updating document title I'm going to have. Now here I will have this your input box, just a simple input box. Just wanted to show something here. Input is there and type is text and value is this dot state dot name, and on change is equal to p this dot set state name is e dot target dot value. E dot target dot value is there. Save. Okay, so okay, so again I will add this class counter here. Save it, and I will open the inspect here, show something here. So if I click it, updating document title is coming, which is perfect. Updating document title is coming, which is perfect. Okay, but if I write something here, then also updating document title is happening, which is not perfect. Which is not perfect. Why it is not perfect? Because my component did update. Component did update should only run when the title is updated. I'm not doing anything for the input box here. It should not run. It should not run for more time. Actually in a small project it is not an issue, but in a big project it's an issue. It's a performance issue. The component did update is not dependent upon this your name and all name. It is not dependent, but even if I changing the name it is running, which is a bad thing for a performance optimization in a class based only also. So in class based, how you used to solve this thing? is like we are going to have a if statement here. If statement, see, it is taking this script props and previous state, so we are going to use a previous state. And component did update give us access to the previous state. So if prev state dot count not equal to this dot state dot count, then what is there? So now first let me do it, and then I will explain it. See, I will now click it. It is updating. This is coming. Fine. This is coming. But it is at 11. But I'll write my name. And it is not updating. Why it is happening like this? See, this previous state.conf. What is this previous state.conf? It is always take care of the previous state. Suppose my previous state is now, and previous state.count. Only the count variable. My count is 11 right now. And then my current count. This is what state. When I'm writing something here, means count is not increased. Current count is also 11. State.count is also 11. So it will not go inside. But if I click here, so what will happen? Previous state is 11. Current state is 12, which is not equal. Then this will run. So this is how we do it in a class-based thing. Now the same thing we are going to do it in a hook counter. So now so counter will have again the name. I'm going to have const name comma set name equal to use state like this, and then we are going to have another console.log use effect and updating document title. I'm going to do, and then input is there, type text is there, and then value equal to name comma on change is equal to e set name is e dot target dot value, e dot target dot value is there. Okay, so like this is there. Again we'll have the same issue here also. Means if I click here and it will be there, and click here and it will be there, same issue is there. So now how do we fix it here? So we don't have to do all those logic like this. Actually use effect takes the second parameter here, and I can have a just like a count here. What does that mean? See, that means that whenever the use effect will run, whenever some change in state is originally the like the component did mount, it will run. But when it will from the next time onwards, it will run only only it will run. See, this will run, but it will only run. I'll write anything, it will not. It will run only if the count is updated. So only you have to take this array kind of thing and you do this. And this is used a lot in productions and lot in apps. Like you can have a dot, comma, count on a lot of things you can have. So like that you can have. If you have 10 states and you want to change it to only 2 states, you can give it with comma. So this is the another thing is there. So now the one more thing is remain, two more things. Use effect have got a lot of things. Okay, and we have done enough of this counter thing. Now we're going to look into a different thing, because there are some other things are also there. So we are going to see into a, we're going to create a new thing known as a class mouse. But use effect is still not over. It's still a lot of things are remaining in use effect. So class mouse we are going to do, and again RCC and export default class mouse, and come here, and I'll come here and do a R const like this, and super props and all is there. x is 0, comma y is 0. Actually, there is a thing known as a e dot client x and e dot client y. What does these two things do? These two things give us the position of x and y. So we're going to use that thing here. Okay. So h1 I'm going to do, and x is this dot state dot x, comma y is this dot state dot y will be there, and then we'll have this component did mount. Okay, so now what we're going to see, we are going to see how to run use effect in a component did mount way. What component did mount? I only want to run it once. I don't want to run the component did update. Okay, I don't want to run that. So like this, a component. First, we're going to say class based thing. Component did mount is there. So there is a window dot add event listener is there, and mouse move I'm going to have, and I'm going to have a this dot log mouse position I'm going to have, and then this why I'm using it in the component inbound. I want the event listener to be triggered only once. We don't want the event listener to be fired multiple times, because event listener, once the event is fired, it will keep on listening. I don't want it to be fired multiple times. So log position will go, log position is equal to e, and like this is there, and arrow function we're taking because we don't want to mess up with this thing, and this dot saturate e dot it is not like not e dot, there is something known as client x and e dot client y we have. So like this we are going to have, okay. So client x and client y is something which comes to the DOM. So what will happen now, see, this event listener will run one times, and whenever the mouse position is changed even by a slide thing, this will change this thing and we'll see a new mouse position. So we'll come here and do a class mouse and class mouse, save it. So now attendance will be taken towards the end, maybe towards 5:30 it will be taken. Last attendance, two attendance are already taken. So yeah, so class mouse is there, and now if I come here and see, the mouse position is moving fine. So this is how the class mouse is there and it is moving fine. And now we're going to change. So this is how the component model. We're going to create something like this in the hook system. So I'll come here and hook mouse dot js I'm going to do, and RAFCE here. First thing is that I will have some state variables like this, const state set x, like this I'm going to have, and then inside this hook is directly the x, comma y is directly the y, is directly the y. Let us have this mouse here, mouse mouse mouse, save it, and see, it is been shown like this. But now I'm going to change it. Okay, so for that, again we are going to have a use effect log hook use effect called, then window dot add event listener, and mouse move log mouse, we are going to have it now again here. Then log mouse position const log mouse position equal to e will be there, and we'll have this set x and set client by. But if I use it like this, see what will happen. uh, Use effect is called in the component did mount and component did update both way. I don't want to do that. I want only to be call it the component did mount way. And for that, we what we do, we pass a empty. This is very important stuff. We pass a empty array here because we are going to soon learn how to do the API call. How to do the API call, and for API call, we always need the component did mount. We don't want the component did update. So if I do like this, it will run in the only the component did mount way. Okay, so run in the component did mount way. Okay, so it will be called only once and it will run in the component did mount. It is not calling again. So this is there. Now there is one more thing which is remaining in use effect, which is the use effect with cleanup. So here we'll also learn about the component will unmount, which we have not learned when we are doing the lifecycle methods. So let us do that. So here, now what we are going to do, first let us we'll learn in the class mouse here. So we'll come here and in the we are going to create one more file here, and that will be like mouse container .js, and here RAFC is there. In the mouse container, what we'll have this const display comma set display is equal to use state. It will be not false, it will be true. All this. Now we'll in this I'll have a button, and this button will call the toggle display, and then here I'll have a on click equal to like this set display, and it will be not of display. Not of display means it will change the display. Okay, means if this is true, it will make it false. False, it will make it true. And based on this toggle display, actually this mouse container is something which we are going to show now here. Now here, depending upon the display variable, I'll show the display, and I'll show the class mouse. For the class mouse, actually I have to change something here in the class mouse also. Go to the class mouse. We just have to add a log here. Okay, this component did mount and all is okay. Console.log class mouse component data, and console.log of class mouse log mouse position. Okay, it is okay. So we'll have these two things, and I will actually cut this thing, and I will do this thing. Okay, so what is happening when it is running first time? Okay, so it is true. So this class mouse is shown. So then the class mouse is shown. So if you come here and see, my class mouse component did mount is running, and then the class mouse log position is running. It is fine. It is fine. So now what I will do, I will do this toggle display. I'll remove this thing. So when I do this toggle display, what should happen? This should go away, and this has gone away. This has gone away. This class mouse has gone away. It has not been there. it is unmounted. But whether it is really unmounted, okay, so I'll come here. So this class mouse position is still showing, which is the console.log from here. This is not a good thing. This is also known as memory leak in React. Also known as a memory leak in React. This thing. Okay, so how to solve this thing? So to solve this thing, what we have this component will unmount. Component will unmount we have. So component will unmount is the lifecycle method which we have in a class-based component. What we need to do, we need to remove this event listener in the component will unmount. Component will unmount, and component will unmount is console.class of component remove event listener. We are removing this event listener. Save it. Again, we are going to check this out. So class mount component did update call, and close this thing, and again like this, and it will do. But see, I do the toggle display. Class mount component will unmount this call, and now it is not even there. So this is the perfect code. This is how we have to do it. Component will unmount is generally always run when the component is unmounted, and we should have the code which is required to clean up functions. These are also known as a cleanup function. So now how to do this thing? The same thing. How to do the same thing in the hook? Okay, how to do the same thing in the hook based thing? Let us do that thing. Okay, so I will have this now, this hook mouse here. Here I will have this hook mouse, and I have the appropriate okay, I'll have a console log here also, console.log here also, and mouse log mouse position is called, and this is there, and so this hook is there, and it is calling. Again, I'll do toggle display, then also it will be there. So this is the problem. So how we solve the problem here? So we should have something equivalent to your component will unmount. So what is the equivalent to component will unmount here? So here the equivalent to component will unmount, we have it in the use effect only. Here we'll have a different code, like the return is there. A return will be there. There's a special kind of a return which will have something like this, and then inside this I'll have this console.log hook use effect cleanup code, and here I have to remove this. This is how the component will unmount kind of a code runs here. So I'll save it, and now I will again refresh it. This is done. Do it. Hook user cleanup call, and it is done. So this is how this is done. Okay. So this is done, and now it's time to do a very important thing here, and we will learn how to do the API call from here. API call from here means hook based thing. How to do the API call here? So let us understand how to do the API call from here. Let us do one more thing. Let us do the same code. We'll see what is the same code. Okay, so okay, I'll have it in the text. Okay. Okay, I want to show the means how to do the API call here. This is one of the very important code. Okay, so API call, we did it from post list. We did the API call. So now we're going to change this API call to a hook based thing. So let us do that thing, and that for that you have to use the use effect and all. Okay, so for this I'll do the like maybe post list only, post list dot js. I'm going to do post list dot js. Then okay, so then I'll do a RAFCE post list is there. Then instead of this dot state and all, I have to call the const posts and set post, which will be a empty array. Okay, empty array it will be. So like this I'll do, and like this I have to do the use state and all. So the next thing is that we don't have any component did mount here, but we have to do it through use effect. We have to do it through use effect, and we are going to do the fetch API and all also. There is a access also, we can do it through that, but we are going to use the fetch API. So we'll do the use check like this. And first thing first, I want to use the component did mount. A component did mount I want to use. So I have to do a this like this. So it will run in the component did mount. Then I want to use this async kind of a thing. Async kind of a thing. Async kind of a thing. Here we made the component did mount as async. But what happens in use effect? We cannot make the use effect as async. So we have to do a small trick here. So we have to use a const fetch post equal to like async. I have to do like this, and we have to also call it from inside only fetch post. Okay, async we have to do make a function and call it from here, and the rest of the things will be like this only. Like this, we'll have this. Okay, so I'm calling this JSON placeholder like this, and post will be done like this, and then we have the set post as post. Set post as post we are going to do. So this is how it will work. Okay, so like this only we have to do, and then we don't have like this state and all. We just directly can use the post and all. Okay, so again, which we are going to easily do it with. Maybe we'll have this same thing like list post, not list post, list item we are going to have. Okay, so list item we're going to have. Okay, list item not JS and list item not CSS. So list item I'm going to paste it, and just like here the post list, just like here we have to call this thing, and we don't have any render or something here, directly call it. And post.map and list item and all is like, okay, why is this list item not showing? So I'll call this thing, and okay, post.map we can directly do. We don't need any state and all, because it is directly like this. I will do, and I'll save it, and we'll come here and do this post list, post list, and post list. Save it. Okay, use effect is, we are getting an error here that use effect is not defined, and I know because I always forget to do this thing. Use effect, I'll do, save it, and see list of post has been done, and we got it. List of post, all of this is done, and this is how we do it with use effect. Okay, a bit different, but this is how we do it with use effect. Very important topic. So now we will look into the topic of, there are two topics which are remaining, maybe another 15 minutes will take. So we will again look into the topic of the context too. Context, okay. Context is again, it will be almost similar to what we have learned done earlier, but we need to see that also again. Okay, so let us do that. Context API. Again, we have the same problem which we have earlier. So, but this time we are going to create a lot of functional components. Okay, so functional components we are going to create. So let us do it quickly. So I'll come to the component. I'll come up child.js, and it will be RAFCE child.js, and this, then parent.js, RAFCE, save it, and this parent will call the child, grandparent.js. This RAFCE, grandparent will call the parent, and just like that we want to directly call from the app this thing. Okay, so app will call the grandparent, will call directly the grandparent. Okay. So yeah, the child has been called like this. Okay, so that is there. So now we will have the context API kind of thing. So context API, here we created a different like user context, but this context API thing we can create in the app.js also. It is not like that we cannot create it here. So we'll directly create it here only. So here we are going to have a export const user context equal to react.create context. We're going to okay, one more thing is there here, react.create construct. Nowadays React doesn't is not there, so import react on react is a must, and then we are directly using the user context here. Okay, so we'll use it like this, user context dot provider value. I don't want to have something like this complicated, like just similar like this value, and even value is not required like this. Okay, directly in Ubuntu I can pass like this, and then I will do the user context of provider. I'll do like this, I'll save it, and so it is similar to that what we have seen earlier like this, where we have, so like this we were doing it there. Okay, so here also we are going to do it like this. So the value is in pass. So now the value we want to show in the child component, again we have to do the same issues will be there, like the render props thing and all. So let us then also see how the render props thing is there. So here I want to do this like this, and then the user context dot consumer we're going to have, and then we can directly show it like user like this, and then an h1 user like this. Okay, child component user. So we'll see this, and now we can directly, if I go here, see this the window is coming, but this render props pattern is again a complicated pattern and all. Okay, we don't want to have that complicated pattern. So here in the parent.js, as we have used this context kind thing, we are going to use something which is even more, okay, even more easier way, even more easier way than this. Okay, we are going to do that thing. Okay, so that is done like here this parent is there, and then here we had a lot of keywords, but we are not even going to have some keywords and all those things. Okay, first thing is that I want to have this again like this. Again I have to import it, so I can import it again. So now I can directly use a const user equal to, there is a hook known as a use context hook. Again this is created by Jack, use context hook, and there we have to just pass the user context. Now I can directly use it. Now this user will contain that thing, I can directly use it here, like dev and move it here like this, and move it here like this, and h1 use context and user. I'm going to do save it, directly getting this. So this is how the context have made it so much easier. Means use context have made it so much easier. Now we have come to the last part of the thing, and it's like the use ref hook. We have already seen the means how the use ref was used here. Means where is my refs demo? So like this refs demo we have seen. So this thing actually I want to comment it out because this is the important stuff. Now we're going to see how the use ref is used. Exactly same way we use it here, and exactly something like this. Okay, we're going to convert this only into this. Okay, then I will have a something uh, like again let me call it refs demo dot js. But how to do it with hooks? We are going to see and RAFCE, and let's see how what's the difference is here. I'm going to come here and do a refs demo like this, save it, and refs demo will be shown like this. Okay, refs demo is showing. Now again the same thing we need to do. We can have the input ref fit like this and all. So why to do this like okay, so let us do one thing. Okay, so here what happens, here we were creating it in the constructor like input ref and like this. Here what will happen, like const input ref equal to use ref. Again it's a function, I'm going to do a null here. And now like this const age ref equal to like this I'm going to do. And then we'll have going to have this like this input ref. And we actually let me do this thing, let me copy this thing, and I will remove all the this keyword and all, because this keyword and all are not there. Okay, so in the function, okay, like this. Okay, so first thing is that this all is good, we don't need the this keyword, so I'll remove it. This keyword is not required. This keyword is not required. This keyword is not required here. And now instead of okay, so again I want to do the focus thing. How to do the focus thing? Component did not we were using here. Instead of this, we'll have a use ref use effect, not ref, use effect we are going to have. And use effect we are going to run in the component did mount way by having a empty array here. And then we'll have a input ref dot current dot focus. I don't want a is ref dot current dot focus. And then this handle submit I'm going to have. Handle submit, actually in functional component we have a const keyword here, like const handle submit equal to like this. I'm going to have like this e, and I don't like this thing e, and like this we'll have e dot prevent revolve and input of the current dot value and age of the current dot value, same thing like this. You don't have this keyword again here. I'll save it, and we have actually converted this thing. So see, this thing, it is coming like this, and we've converted this thing. Let me close it now, and let me uh, inspect it, console. I will refresh it. See, it is coming here because of this thing, because of this thing is just coming. And I can also type something do and 39 and submit it, and it will come. This is how it is done. And let me also give the final attendance form. So final attendance form I'm giving. And actually we're done with the 2 days, 2 days of all these things. We're done with this 2 days of all this thing. And now you might be wondering how to miss this is the, you will get a participant certificate, all of which you have submitted. You'll get the participant certificate by tonight. You'll get it might take a lot of participants, a lot of certificate needed to be prepared. So you might also get by tomorrow morning, but you will get it anyways. And we are going to promote you big time. Whoever will get the participant certificate, I will going to promote them maybe on Tuesday. I'm going to promote them big time and all. And the other thing is that there is a completion certificate is also there. For that also a Google form link will be attached. And completion certificate is like that, I want you to finish three projects. And where to get those projects, that will also be in the Google form. And you complete those three projects, then you put them on in a GitHub link. Then you put them on your GitHub, and then you submit that GitHub link in that Google form. You put that GitHub link. How to create a GitHub and all, please do find out from the internet and all how to create a GitHub and all, because you cannot just copy paste those files to us. Okay, we don't have that much space and all. You cannot copy paste those files. Just you create a GitHub link, and all. And if you have some problem in doing the GitHub thing, maybe you can ping us. But the main thing is that you complete those three projects. Okay, that is very important. One in CSS, because we've done CSS also. One in JavaScript and one in React JS, because we've completed React JS also. We'll give you. We don't want you to make it from your own. We'll give you a playlist. We'll give you our playlist, and from that you have to make, and you'll get a completion certificate for that if you do this. And that is not, no time bound is there. You can do it today. You can do it after 2 months, 3 months, 1 year also. That form will always be there. So that is how it will be there. Okay, and with this, I will end today's stream. Hope you all enjoyed it. For the past 2 days, we have done a lot. Miss, like 16 hours live streaming, nobody does on YouTube, and that also every month nobody does like crazy stuff like this. We're doing this crazy stuff. Please do support us by subscribing to us. We are only asking to call your subscription, and only asking you to tell it in your colleges and other places. But more and more people can join from it. I am seeing a lot of people are joining from everywhere, from our neighboring countries, from Africa, and everywhere. And please do support, and please do tell it in your colleges and all. And thank you. And we will meet again tomorrow with our three streams. Okay, bye.